Peace and love, everybody. It is Friday night, and we about to get it in. And I'm Sister Freedom, Big Mama. How you doing?
Peace and love, everyone. Happy Friday. It's Dulcinea.
Whew, it is Friday, ain't it? Boy, I tell you, it's been a long week for me, and I'm glad to be here with my sisters. I'm gonna let my little bit of hair down and relax. Um,
Oh, love it. Hey y'all, it's Docs on a Friday night. Hey, on a Friday night. What's up, y'all?
And we want to go ahead on and introduce our guest for tonight. Not as if everybody don't already know who this God is, okay? Commission of Depth. Can you introduce yourself and tell us a
Thank
little bit
you.
about yourself? Okay. So everybody can get to know you all over again. There he is.
Y'all doing, family? All right. Well, we want to rise upon the seven within the circle of justice, mercy, love, and right, and give all praises to the great God. Whoever we refer to him as, first and foremost, I like to come forth. We honor the Neteru. If it's Allah, you honor Allah. If it's Yahweh, or whatever the case may be, we want to come forth with that and also honor the ancestors that came before us because we stand upon their shoulders. And yeah, I'm your brother, known as Kemetian Adept Hierophant. That's actually a name that my chairman gave me that stuck more than my actual name, and my actual attribute dealing with my essence is actually Dr. Shedu Mentiel Muhammad Shepsuel. A lot of people don't know me by that. They know me by commission. I'm cool with that because I think the ancestors made that be what it is, like I said. And we just want to bring our people some insight and give them a little elevation, from what it is that we've been able to gather throughout our years of research. And that being said, we want to give honors to all the goddesses and the queens on the panel. Sister Freedom, we give honors to you, Big Mama. Give honors to Sister Dulcinea, Sister Nisha, Sister Dots, all of y'all, I already know y'all casa is my casa, so I'm just here to give my little portion of the understanding. All
Thank
is
you.
well.
Thank you so much. So, are you ready for the questions to be asked? Because this is something I've always been sort of confused about. Uh, when I speak with the people that I know that are Masons, Shriners, and Eastern Stars, they really don't know too much about being Moors. Maybe it's some type of chapters, the different chapters may know, but I've always been a kind of confused on why people always connect the two. I mean, and also the magi's and or any of them magi's and what is a magi? If you can explain what the connection to the Moors and the Moor signs to the Shriners, the Masons, and the Eastern Stars, and then explain what a magi is. You on mute. You on mute.
Himself. To be honest with you, Queen, what it is that when you get in certain coaches, right, everybody know, for example, that Kemet is the root, no matter who it is that's demonstrating. Whether you want to talk about where religious concepts come from, whether you want to talk about fraternal, different situations where they come from, everything go back to Kemet. And so what it is that certain people use certain names as affiliation, so to speak, that come forth from Kemet, and then they will basically somewhat superimpose it upon their belief system. There's a European out there that do a lot of writing, or did a lot of writing, we'll say, on Western Freemasonry and the connections to Egypt. But he made a clear distinction. I'm speaking of one by the name of Manly P. Hall. He was a 33rd degree Freemason. and he wrote a lot of books. One of the books, the most popular, is The Secret Teaching of All Ages. And he was often praised for his ability to speak on esoteric truths, while at the same time putting the truth right there in your face. And if you don't know what the truth is, you wouldn't even know it was there. And so he was honored for being able to do that. And one thing he emphasized, matter of fact, in the book I got right over there, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, he emphasized that Masonry is the child of what we call the Egyptian adepts. So a lot of people don't know that the Egyptian adepts basically are those who are the priesthood of ancient Kemet. So when you deal with these Egyptian adepts, they had certain teachings that were only given to certain classes of the priesthood. They didn't give it all to the public, all the way down to the language. And so Masons in this modern era time tried to copy that. And some people like to confuse Egyptian adepts with Egyptian Shriners. But they are different. I'm going to show you where they are different at. Shriners take an oath and they swear to conceal and never reveal. Egyptian adepts, on the other hand, if you go look up what a hierophant is, they are revealers of the light. And this is why you heard individuals like Noble Drew Ali say, I came to take the cover off of all secret organizations. This lets you know automatically that he was not into keeping secrets, and he wasn't a Mason. He was surrounded by a lot of them. And there were those in the beginning of the movement, such as a brother by the name of Dr. Soliman, who was a co-founder of the Canaanite Temple in New Jersey. And he was trying to teach what he called Mohammedan Masonry, saying that the Negroes need to convert, and they actually rejected him. The ones, Caesar R. Blake was actually the brother that was in the, the Negro Masons, as they called them at the time, that rebelled against the brother that was with Noble Drew Ali that was trying to establish Masonry. His agenda was a little different than Prophet Noble Drew Ali's. And some people think he was the co-founder, being not only co-founder, but the founder. But that's not the truth. Noble Drew Ali was the founder. He came back over here from Egypt with Prophet Noble Drew Ali. That's how they met. Deuce Muhammad was a part of that particular body, which is what they refer to as the high rites of Masonry or Egyptian Masonry. There are two different branches of Egyptian Masonry too. There's one that come through the European, which is what Napoleon took into Egypt when he went into Egypt, which is Egyptian Masonry, and not to be considered the same as Egyptian Shrindom, because you got to be a Mason to become a Shriner. For example, if you're in the York Rite and you go through the 14 degrees, you can become then a Shriner. But the Scottish Rite go all the way to 33 degrees and then they become a Shriner. And there's often been some conflict between Shriners and Masons, because some people feel that the Shrine is trying to outshine Masonry, and so forth and so on. It's supposed to be the playhouse. So, and I have some things to share with our family as we go through dealing, just to show you visuals of certain things that our people didn't know behind the symbolisms that we have. I want to get into some of that in a few minutes, as I answer these questions. But a Mason is not, a Shriner. Shriner's not a Mason, but a Shriner has to be a Mason before they become a Shriner. When they get to the 33rd degree, they begin to study the Holy Quran. In fact, they take an oath on the Holy Quran, and they say that they take a pledge or a bayat in relation to dealing with the house of Ali. For those who don't know who Ali is, Ali was said to be, a cousin to Prophet Muhammad, so to speak. But he was also one that actually had some seeds, so to speak, from Fatima, which was the daughter of Prophet Muhammad. Hassan and Hussein was his sons. They were twins. And together, Muhammad being first, he would represent, if it was a 5-pointed star, he would be the pinnacle. I'm giving y'all symbolism now. This is called the 5 purified ones. And Ali, and they call this the Alabay, by the way. If you ever hear Muslim, I know Sister Freedom know who the Alabay is. It's supposed to be the family of Muhammad. But anyway, the Alabate is supposed to be Muhammad, Fatima, his daughter Ali, and the two sons, Hassan and Hussein. And through the line of Ali came esoteric knowledge. And this is why Shriners have attached themselves to Ali. So when they take the Shriners oath, they're taking the oath on the Quran, and they are claiming to be of the house of Ali. You see? And all of this is symbolism. And then you will see their fezzes, which I'm going to show you some things in a little bit. With that, you have to ask yourself the question, what is the symbolism behind the fez?
And wait a minute, why you cut you? I mean, why you saying that about the fez? Make sure you I don't want to forget to say this. I'm sorry for cutting you. Why because I was just reading it, why the Masons wear the same fezzes as the Shriners, the Moors, all of them wear the same type of headdressing. And it actually, just to not to cut you, but I do want to say this says here, the fez is what ancient Aboriginal Black civilizations have been wearing on the crowns for tens of thousands of years all around the globe. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, the fez actually, and I got some stuff to prove that it predates, way before Masonry came into existence. And a lot of time when they see Noble Drew Ali in his dress, what he wear, a lot of people think that's Shriner, but that comes from ancient Kush. That's ancient Kushite stuff. The sash and all of that come from Kush, Nubia. And it was inherited through the Lebu, which were known as the Libyans, and the Puttites, as they call them anyway, which were also Kushites. And it made its way across not only into India, but it also made its way into West Africa, that same type of garb. So the fez, though, the difference between a Moorish fez and a Shriner's fez is that we don't mark our fez. Prophet Noble Drew Ali told the Moors not to mark their fez. He said, be you the plain truth, like I, your prophet. That's another thing showing you that Noble Drew Ali wasn't into that. In fact, my chairman's teacher, R. German Bey, was a Shriner and a Mason. And he would tell him, he said that he was going to teach him French, which is really Masonry, just in case he would have to run into a Frenchman. So even though he taught the chairman on certain principles, the chairman wasn't a Mason. But when R. German Bey came into the movement, he knew Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He literally was with him. Noble Drew Ali made him an adept. But before he did this, because he's like 19 years old, he took a Shriner's fez off of his head and put a plain fez on his head. And that's when he said, be you the plain truth, like I, your prophet. So, and also Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that Masons and preachers will be the last to accept his truth. They will fight him tooth and nail, but they cannot win. So the problem is that some of our people that were into Masonry, they couldn't see the vision of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. They couldn't see exactly what it was that he was bringing to the manifest, because they didn't know what he knew, and his mission wasn't their mission. And so that's where a lot of the conflict came in. And that conflict led to many different splits and different groups coming up. This is why you have your Hebrews, your different Hebrew groups. This is why you had your different Israelite groups and different Moorish groups that came out of that union in what we call the Canaanite Temple around 1919. So dealing with the Masons, though, secrecy is one thing that we don't demonstrate. You see?
I'm going to cut in right here because I have a question about this, and I do want to say that
Noble
Drew Ali did keep a secret, and we can go a little bit over what that secret was, and I'm sure there's more secrets in that one, but we kind of talked about it before. But before we get into the Noble Drew Ali and the secrets of the Circle 7, let's just keep on this secrecy of Masonry. We know as far as Masonry, they do keep secrets. They feel like they are the holders of knowledge, and they keep certain things away from the public. Do you agree with them that certain things the public shouldn't know, or shouldn't be an open basis?
Dulcie, your audio sounds very low and choppy.
And he said from the beginning that
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, there
much
you
better,
go.
much better.
Okay, so when it comes to the secrecy, that Masons do keep, especially the 33 degree, is it something that spiritually it should be kept away from the public? You agree with the fact that they keep a lot of the secrets to them and don't reveal everything as far as to the public?
That's what they do. We don't keep secrets though. We revealers of the light. That's why I say it's a difference between Egyptian adepts and Egyptian Shriners. They swear to conceal and never reveal. We are revealers of the light. So we don't
So
keep
Moorish people would be
and the
more
reason,
so on the side of Masonry then, right?
no,
That they keep secrets.
no. Listen, we are revealers of the light, not concealers of the light. Masons conceal truth. We reveal the truth. So I'm showing you it's a difference between the two. So in other words, for example, what we teach is we don't have to keep secrets. We keep sacredness. And when we say we keep something sacred, in other words, we keep it pure. And so when we teach somebody something, for example, I'm going to give y'all a prime example. A lot of Moors that's in the temple got mad at my chairman when he wrote the Exhuming of a Nation because he put certain things in the book that they was claiming was secret. And he shouldn't reveal to the public. Problem is with this, them people that was accusing him of that didn't come through the lineage of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The chairman came directly through the lineage of Noble Drew Ali, and he took care of his wives. The chairman was the one who took care of his wives, right? So when he put certain words out there, and I tell you one word, for example, the word of power that we call Isha, Ish and Isha, they felt like everybody wasn't supposed to know that. But we don't teach that there. We don't teach concealing the truth. We reveal the truth. But what we will say is this. When you go into the aspects of dealing with what we call the truth, right now, if I give you a handful of diamonds, right? And you don't know that I gave you a handful of diamonds, you'll put them in a shoebox or something and put them up in the closet, and let them collect dust and spider web, not knowing the value of what I gave you. So you don't have to conceal truth. If the mind is not ready, it will never accept what it's unwilling to receive. Like if I'm saying something to you right now and it's plain as day, if your mind ain't willing to receive it, I don't have to keep no secret from you because you ain't going to be able to embrace it. Now, 20 years from now or 10 or 5, you may pick up on what was being said. But, the truth unfolds as people unfold. So what we believe in is we are swift angels. So we make it rain, meaning that we speak the truth. And if you get wet by this truth or whatever, or whether you choose to use an umbrella and don't want to get wet, that's on you. But I do this to put the truth out there. And that means giving you the thing. Noble Drew Ali said in the Circle 7, when he opened it up, he said these lessons were kept back by the Muslims of India, Palestine, Egypt, and they have been loosened to the world. So he wasn't holding a secret in the Circle 7. He was revealing what had been hidden. And what was hidden at that time? Circle 7 ain't nothing but the 18 years of the life of Jesus that's missing from the Bible. The 18 years from the age of 12 when he went into Egypt, and then he all of a sudden become 33 years old, and you wondering what's going on in between there. That's all the Circle 7 is. But it shows you that he was being educated by adepts in Egypt. His initiation, we have that in the Circle 7. In our book, we give that to you. People mad at the chairman because he did that, for example, because they held the 7 degrees back and called them adept degrees, the red book. So when he brought the Circle 7 forth with all the 70 chapters instead of 48, they got mad at him about that. So no, we don't keep secrets. It ain't in the possession of the truth, but the use of a thing that makes it potent. So you can have it all day, but if you don't know how to use it, it ain't gonna do no good for you. But no,
I just have one more question before we go into
secrets.
Nisha's question.
Yeah,
so who is the Mason that actually taught, or where Noble Drew Ali got his information from?
That's what I was speaking of earlier. The brothers, Dr. Soliman, people were trying to say that he taught them, but let me show you something. All of those who have wrote books on Dr. Soliman and got pictures dealing with Dr. Soliman. They got that from me. And then they put their own background. I'm going to tell you who did that. That was Ali's man, Sharif Abe, who is a Mason. And he got with the European Patrick Bowen. Patrick Bowen just hit me not long ago, probably a few months ago, trying to get more information from me. A lot of the pictures they have, they got off Dr. Eileen Bay page. Brother Eileen Bay got those pictures from my page. And if you go in there, you'll see he's giving me credit for that. I don't care to have the credit for it, but I just hate certain people took the information that I put out here and then tried to use it to attack. That's why I got certain information that I have that I'm putting in my books that they don't have. And no, Dr. Soliman didn't teach Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Dr. Soliman actually fell out with Noble Drew Ali because he was trying to teach Masonry, and Noble Drew Ali wasn't into teaching Masonry. And that's why they actually separated. I got all of that information over here. If you go on our website, I even put a few of those articles in the Moorish American Government website. And Soliman was very into Masonry. He wasn't into teaching Moorish science. You never see him in there talking about Moorish nothing. He was trying to convert European and Negro Masons under what he called Mohammedan Masonry. You see what I'm saying? And that's where him and Noble Drew Ali fell out. And when Noble Drew Ali left New Jersey, the Canaanite temple was reincorporated in 1922 with Soliman as being the head. But prior to that, Soliman was not considered the head. Noble Drew Ali left there, and then those who was with him, Reverend Dixon, which was actually the one who owned the barbershop that Noble Drew Ali taught in Newark, New Jersey, on that second floor. They all opposed Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And it's an elder more that lived from that time that would tell you that they went against him. And that's why he left the Midwest. Left New Jersey and went to the Midwest because he said they was closer to Islam.
Nisha?
So is Masonry a religion?
No, Masonry is not a religion. It's a fraternal order, but you have to believe in a God in order to be a Mason.
Right. That's what that was going to be my follow-up.
We look at Masons like they are children, sisters. You know, to be honest with you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. That was it.
Okay, yeah. We look at Masons like they are our children. You know, one that was actually known to advance Masonry, and I was talking about this last night, Angelo Soliman. You know, Angelo Soliman was a Moor that was brought into slavery over here into, you know, the Americas. And he basically ended up going through, well, he went into Europe, Spain, part himself, not Americas, but Spain and Europe. And then he ended up influencing people like Beethoven, Mozart, and so forth and so on. And they called Angelo Soliman the father of pure Masonic thought, because he was the one that brought what they call more of the speculative aspect to it. Speculative means this, for example, when you look at the symbols and the signs like the compass and the square, you know, the hammer, the chisel, you know, in operative Masonry, these are tools that you physically work with. But when you go into the Moorish teaching, a lot of this right here, we understand these tools to be spiritual tools that you use in the workshop of the mind, what thought is used to build character. For example, we say we use the square, you know, to keep our conduct square. We use the compass to draw a circle around our passions and desires and keep them within the bounds of righteousness. We use the axe, which is where the scimitar come from in that family, the sword, to chop away the ungainly parts of our character, make them symmetrical with the truth. You see what I'm saying? These are different meanings we give to the symbols, which is different than the way Masons demonstrate, you know, based upon if they are more in the operative realm or they deal with the speculative aspect of things. And Angelo Soliman was the one that introduced that speculative science, being a Moor. In fact, it has been said that Prince Hall, a lot of people don't even believe Prince Hall even exists. Some people, you know, but we know for a fact that Angelo Soliman existed. And when he died, they stuffed the brother's body. Like, you know how you do what you call taxidermy, where you take an animal and put them on the wall? They literally stuffed this brother's burned body Well, it wasn't burned at the time. They stuffed his body basically in a museum exhibit, and he was being exhibited by people. His turban, his fez, and all of that right there. I'm going to show you a picture real quick of this so you can see what I'm referring to. And they literally burned the brother body up. They claim they lost his body, but I'm going to be honest with you. I feel secretly that they do have his body and that we have seen his body. But that's the type of stuff they do. They keep it secret. Watch this. This is Angelo Soliman right here. I want to give honors to our family in the Moorish Rite. They actually have videos about this brother. Let me see. I want to give you the images. This is Angelo Soliman, the Moor right here. This is the Moorish brother that is known as the father of pure Masonic thought. You know, the lodge he went through and everything. I don't want to see all that extra stuff. What y'all got going on here? Let me see here. Okay. I don't know why that's getting up here. Let me see. I'm going to do this right here. We'll just do that there. Don't want to share now. Okay, there we go. And so his name was Mamandi Meki. You know, and he was African-born Austrian Freemason and courtier. And he achieved prominence in the Venetian society and Freemasonry. You know, and it'll give you the history on this brother. I ain't gonna go into all of that right here because y'all can do the research later. You know, but I just want to point this out and show you a few things here in relation to dealing with Angelo Soliman, and certain things about him that people don't know. And there's a lot of information out here. This is one of the examples of trying to show when his body, after it had been burned and stuff, they actually they call it a human zoo. Look at how they treated this brother like an animal, you know, after his time. This is well known around the world. You know, see how they talk about it here? And they tell you that he was stuffed, you know, and they talk about everything that took place. And he was literally on the human zoo. You know, they had him up there as an exhibition, basically, to be seen. He was an exhibit after dying. Now, you know what type of disrespect that is to someone's body. But nevertheless, they did it. Here's his turban and his turban right here. And if you look, you see all the symbols, the pyramids of the Giza complex. That's literally what he wore, you know. So it's a lot behind this brother, but it's just coming to light in what they call the Moorish Rite, Freemasonry, which has just been accepted as a Moorish Rite started by our people instead of the European. So, and I give honors to our brother Akit Rael, you know, because you know, they doing what they feel is right, and their leader knew my teacher. In fact, I got a picture of them together. I'm gonna show you that real quick, and I'm gonna let y'all question. I'm gonna just show you this photo so y'all can see it, because I actually have a whole layout really to go into about this masonry stuff that'll blow y'all mind, but I'm gonna just show you this real quick. This is my chairman right here, Dr. Elihu Pleasant Bay. And this is the founder of the Moorish Rite right here. You see the symbols that he have in his hand? He got our grand national emblem in his hand right here. You know, the symbols that you see. So the chairman was basically building with this brother, trying to bring him into the Moorish American government, basically. You know, but he the founder of what they call the Moorish Rite. You know, brother Clifford Hazel Bay is what they call the elder. So you see the feathers and all that stuff right there and everything. So, you know, the chairman touch on that too in the book. You know, that Western Freemasonry is, you know, basically an offshoot of what we have. And, you know, he go into it talking about the 3 steps on the master's carpet, which really had to do with what they stole from our people in ancient Kemet. You know, because we got in our Moorish Quran 3-step ladder: belief, faith, and fruition, faith, hope, and love. You know, this same 3-step ladder exists in religious teachings, because faith, hope, and love is in the biblical doctrine too. But when you go into Islam, a lot of people be talking about Muslims and you're a Muslim, but they don't know Muslim is just the first degree of Islam. So it's Muslim, Mu'min, and Musinun. So these are the 3-degree system in all of these teachings. And that's what, you know, is pretty much being taught. See, a Mason will say that I'm giving up too much truth. I don't supposed to be saying it, but I ain't under no oath. So I can say what I want to say. You understand? Somebody that's under oath, they'll get in trouble for talking like I'm talking right now. You see what I'm saying? So and you'll wonder, well, you ain't saying too much and this and that there, because they believe that the public is so ignorant that if you start talking to them, they ain't gonna do nothing but mock the truth. And so therefore you become someone that is revealing to what they call the public are eavesdroppers. That's what they call people that's not Masons. They call them Cowans, eavesdroppers, you know. And so they basically say that we don't supposed to reveal these things to anybody. If you're a Mason, you supposed to reveal this stuff, you know, and if you do reveal it, you basically end up getting a whole bunch of conflict come to you behind that right there. But like I say, I'm not a Mason or a Shriner, never been. I got family that have been through those things, but I'm very familiar with the information. And to be honest with you, trust me, I know they signs and symbols to the degree to where I done went in courtrooms. Because I call them the keys of to bind the devil. That's what I call Masonic symbolism. I know a little French myself, you know, but I never portray myself to be a Mason, you know, but I know signs and symbols. If I'm pulled over, for example, and I know I'm dealing with a redneck or a racist, I know how to communicate in signs and symbols to make him let the peace be still, so to speak. And that's all them dudes get into Masonry for. But you don't have to get into Masonry. You don't have to get into Masonry to do that. You know, I heard stories about brother being able to stop trains, and you know, they do the Grand Helen sign of distress and lift their hands up in the air, you know, put the L up, and you know, it's all types of stuff, you know, that they go through. But there are Europeans that also won't recognize a Negro Mason too, you know, because a lot of them believe that the Prince Hall Masonic Rite, I got the cases where they sued the Negro Masons and the Shriners when they said that they was a spurious, bogus organization, you know, and basically that they wasn't real Masons. So that's why you have, y'all never paid attention to it, you have what you call the ancient Egyptian Arabic Order of the Noble of the Mystic Shrine, and that's the Prince Hall branch. And then you have the ancient Arabic Order of the Noble of the Mystic Shrine. That's the European branch. So even in Masonry, there's some segregation going on there. You see what I'm saying? And so a lot of people don't know that. And I stopped.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You had a question?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Real quickly, what did you remember when you said we think that they are our sons? Who are you talking about? The they?
No, I said that Masons, to us, the way we look as Moors, we look like these are children of ours when it comes to the information. You know, we don't praise Masonry. You got some Moors, and I'm gonna tell you why they do this, sisters. The Mason was the one that went against Prophet Noble Drew Ali. I'm gonna just be honest with you, blood raw. They were the ones that had him physically harmed. That's why he ain't here physically. You know, and this was what we call the boule. It was an individual by the name of Claude Green. Y'all ever heard of Sears and Roebuck, right?
Yeah.
Julius Rosenwald, a European, was basically his godfather, so to speak. He was a part of the Moorish body. If you ever seen Noble Drew Ali and the Moors standing out in front of that building in Chicago, that building was given through Claude Green. And he got it through, you know, the auspices of his connection to Julius Rosenwald, his godfather, mentor, whatever you want to call it. So he was trying to infiltrate the Moorish movement because Noble Drew Ali had political ties. If you look at the people that are sitting there with him, he had Oscar the Priest with him. And you look this up, Oscar the Priest was one that was very influential, you know, in the politics back then. And also Louis B. Anderson. You know, they were right there in the picture. They were followers of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. There were a couple of more that were followed. Jesse Binger, the first so-called black banker. They were all present at that first meeting. So these Boule people was trying to influence or take control of the movement, you know, of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And that's why the second schism started. And they actually, you know, jumped on Prophet Noble Drew Ali and rat packed him. And I got sources say he fought to the death. But this is what Moors want to. You got Moors keeping this a secret. They don't want you to know they beat Prophet Noble Drew Ali to death. and lying, saying that he died from pneumonia. You see what I'm saying? He was sat on blocks of ice. Some people said that it was after he was being in custody of the police, because there was Claude Green ended up being killed. And they tried to charge Prophet Noble Drew Ali with the murder of Claude Green. But Noble Drew Ali he was out of town. He was basically outside of, the state, so to speak. And what ended up happening, it was Ira Johnson Bell, a brother by the name of Allah El, who we call the Hammer. That was actually the one that, did that. He took Claude Green off the count on his own whim, because he was Lord of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He was from Philadelphia. And he was like, you messing with Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and he took it upon himself to do what he did, and the rest, they say, is history, so to speak. Because after that, more of going to war with the police and everything. It was terrible. Around this time, our brother Elijah Muhammad was also a part of the movement. This is why he stopped using the name Moore, because it was hot at the time. So when people say why he didn't use it, because he was right there in Temple number 4 in Detroit, him and Farad. So he ain't finna tell you that he was there on the scene of the crime while these Moors was acting crazy. And he also changed the original name of the Nation of Islam Temple, which was the Allah Temple. But a lot of that stuff was going on. But this is what Western Freemasonry, it causes this. So I'll stop right there and let our sister come forth. It's a lot y'all don't know, but I'm gonna get it.
Thank you. Yeah, we understand. But we want to get these questions out. It's good information, though. So can you explain? So, okay, a few things, because it sounds like, from what you're saying, it sounds like Freemasonry has a lot of Arab influence, even though you keep mentioning Kemet, right? So, and by pledging their taking an oath and pledging using the Quran, for example, it just sounds like there's a lot of Arab influence. Can you speak to that? And then my follow-up question also is, can you explain what the 5-star means that Moors and Freemasons wear? Can you explain what that means? And do you think that Freemasonry is akin to practicing some form of sorcery?
Well, I'm gonna go into it from this aspect. For one, when you deal with the Arab influence, that's just another measure down the line, because they really they draw from many different doctrines. They draw from a lot of Babylonian, the Kabbalah, and a whole bunch of other teachings. But also when we get into the aspects of, the other influences that they have, like, for example, their star don't mean the same thing our star means. They have what they call the blazing star, right? Which is a pentagram, and they have a G in the middle, and they'll give various interpretations for this star. They might put, the name Yeshua around it. They may put, different letters around it, but the thing is that I'm going to show you the difference between what we have and what they have. First and foremost, because I know y'all seen the flag that I wear. It has a scimitar above a star, not to be considered or confused with the Shriner symbol. Our scimitar above the star goes to ancient Kemet. It's known as the Kafesh. It's actually the constellation of the Great Bull. The 7 stars of what we call Pleiades, that's rotating around the North Star. So that North Star is symbolic to what we represent, because that's what the Moors used to navigate when they got lost. So the Big Dipper that's spinning around, that Polaris is up there in the pole star, so to speak, that's a scimitar in the ancient Kemetic teaching. So that's the scimitar and the star that we represent, which is totally different from what, the Shriner symbol. I'm going to show it to you right now that it represents, and it ain't even a crescent what they have. People don't even know it. It's actually bingo claws. This right here is what I'm talking about. This is bingo claws, which represent an ensnarement. Sister Freedom, what's wrong with this picture right here? This star? I'm going to see where y'all pick it up. I am one of y'all can answer.
What's the question again? Say it again.
What's wrong with that?
Law on there, and I guess it's turned the wrong way.
It's upside down.
Yeah.
Because on this is a Masonic shrine symbol, right? Arm,
I
leg,
have
arm,
the
head.
one that has a law on top of it.
So why is the head, which is arm, leg, arm, why is the head being upside down?
I was, you know what I always thought about that was the baby coming out of the womb, because it looks like the arms are up, the legs are open, and like something is coming out of a womb. That's what I always thought. And you know that the Masons deal with matriarchic stuff. So
Well, I'm gonna
that's what I always
tell you why what's going on here. I'm finna give you some real knowledge that's gonna shock some of the people. If you see here, they have another star that's upright, and they have this one being upside down.
Right.
What's really being expressed here is inverted thought pattern. What I mean by inverted thought pattern, to think right is to think on a level where you ascend.
Mm-hmm.
To think wrong is to think on a level where you descend.
Wow.
So this it's actually a form of showing that we have subjugated the original people. That's why they had a scimitar above the head of what is to be a Kemite. So this represents them subjugating the Kemite with their special knowledge. They have ruled the world, conquered the world. These claws, these bingo claws that people think is a crescent, are actually a symbol of Queen Victoria. And this is the real meaning behind Victoria's secret.
Mm-hmm.
And Victoria's secret is that she sent out a group of people that were known as the Great White Brotherhood, also known as the Big Game Hunters. And the hunt was on. So who do you think the prey was?
Okay.
So that's the real secrecy behind that. So now when you look at it, because there are other pictures in here. Now, when I show you this,
I have the one in the middle. I have that one, the one in the middle.
Okay, so your average pastor and preacher have a lot of these. So why, if they preach and they know about this, why do they go out and they'll speak against Allah, speak against Islam in the public, but all the while in their closet, a lot of them Shriners now, a lot of Christian ministers are Shriners. So you have Islam on your head, you have Allah on your head, you have Mecca on your head, Kaaba, Ali, Muhammad, check them out now. All these names, Medina, Egyptian, Muslim, Quran. But if you see your brothers and sisters practicing this, being a Christian minister, you'll speak out against them, though you have a Quran in your closet. So this is the example of what we talk about concealing the truth. In the Quran, Allah talk about, Sister Freedom, where it says that Allah says they hide the truth behind their bike when they know what it is. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what we're talking about. So this is the reason. Go ahead, sister.
Kamisha, this is my last question. This is real quickly my last question, then I'll pass it to Dulcie.
Yeah, it's Sister Freedom's turn after.
Go ahead, sister.
Oh, sorry about that. Is that your interpretation? Okay, so when you was explaining, hold on, when you was explaining the symbolism and what that's supposed to represent, is that your opinion or is that a fact?
That's a fact. Everything I said to you was a fact, but for a Mason to say that, it would be their death. For example, when G.M. James wrote Stolen Legacy, and he told that the Moors were the true custodians of the wisdom that come from Egypt.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
And he said that we was the keepers of that knowledge. He was took off the count for that. I'm gonna try not to use the other word, but he was unalive, sisters. And they did it in the Masonic ritual way, where his heart was torn out and thrown to the beasts of the field, the stuff that they say will happen when you violate that oath, basically. Because he told the people there is no such thing as Greek philosophy. And everybody that they were calling, he was saying this, he said, Aristotle, Plato, and all them, he said they were killed, they were took off of the count, so to speak, by people that was against Greek. So would these same people push a Greek philosophy after they took them to the gallows and made them drink hemlock and poison? That don't make no sense. And for him doing that and talking about the Egyptian mysteries, our brother passed form. That's why I give honors to G.M. James, because he had the courage, much like Malcolm, to speak a truth, even though he knew he was standing in the face of his demise, and he was willing to go there. You know what I mean? I honor that brother for that, and that's why you always hear me quoting him, because he was willing to lay his life down to put this out there. Go ahead, sister.
Okay. I want to say it with a lot of little things that you just said right now, I agree with. Because I've always find Masonry, the Shriners, and the Eastern Stars very mystical, and they are secretive. And I know that for a fact. They are definitely secretive. You cannot, whatever is being talked about, you just don't talk about it outside of the organization. They'll tell you what you can talk about and what you can't talk about. But what I wanted to say to you is something I was reading, and the Moors are older than the Masonry, the Shriners, and the Eastern Stars. It says here that the reason why they wear the fez is to pay homage to the ones who brought them into civilization and brought them Freemasonry in the first place, the Moors.
The Moors, that's right.
Moors. It says that's why there are the free and accepted Ma. So I guess the Ma is going for the
Ma's son, as they call it.
Ma's son, but they got Ma in parentheses, and it says they were brought into it. That the Masons and the Shriners and stuff came off of, because the Moors brought them into civilization. So this organization started because of the Moors. So the Ma is some type of representation for the Moors.
Yeah, if you look on over, you're right.
Let me just finish it, because it'll go straight into it. It says they were brought into it. They did not create it. Prince Hall Mason himself will tell you here. And they got the letters AFMR, which means Ancient Free Moorish Rite. And this is by Clifford E. Hazel Bay.
That's the man I showed you with my chairman.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
The fez is what ancient Aboriginal Black civilizations have been wearing on the crowns for tens of thousands of years around the globe. And this is because of the Moors. So they must have been calling people Moors for over tens of thousands of years.
Yes.
If it's not the word Moor, it must be something similar to it. And they're saying that this is all over the whole civilization.
That's correct.
Check out the Moe, which is I might not be pronouncing correctly, but it's capital MAMOAI statues on Easter Island, which are supposedly carved between 1250 and 1500s. The mystery of how Easter Island statues got their colossal hats might finally be solved. Like if you go and check out the Easter Island, you'll figure it out. It says there are many variations of the hats which you just showed us.
That's right.
Because I have one that I happened to run into on Farmers Market, down Farmers Market, and I kept it. It's the one with Allah on top, and you know what I mean? I still have it. It's in my shed though, but I still have it. And
you see that, Sister Freedom, right there on Nova Drew.
I'm almost done. I just want to get this one little part out because I'm trying to say
what I was saying is supporting what you're saying. Okay, basically, right. I'm showing you them two letters that you were referring to.
Which one?
See right there on his sash.
Where? Okay, yes.
Okay.
Yes, the MA. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, and that represents the Masons because of the Ma. And then it says there are many variations. That is why Shriners take on Moorish names such as Bey, meaning governor, for lack of better words, or leader, and El, meaning the most high ruler of the land, God, Lord, etc. Those are right, because I'm an L myself. The fez also symbolizes the womb, and this is what I was always taught. The fez symbolizes the womb of the woman, for the ancients believed in matriarchal society, not patriarchal. The free flowing tassel is the child. And the reason why I connected to the background of the copper Americans is because they also have a matriarchal way of life. You see what I'm saying? But see, I guess people are not being able to connect the two. That's why it's always some type of argument. But it
See,
has
Moorish in the
but it has to be
Moorish,
something about that Moor situation because it's been talked about since I was born. So I mean, it's something about it that is very, very connected with it.
we see man and woman as equal in Moorish science. We don't see man as above woman. A woman can be a grand sheikess in our teaching, but now Moors that
Well,
think they Masons.
according to this, though, it's saying that they do hold the woman, and that's what I was always taught too.
Yeah,
That they hold the woman very, very high,
yeah.
and that the headpiece actually symbolizes the womb of the woman, and her belly button will be the thing that would on top and the tassel. I was always taught that. I don't know, maybe it could be a different order.
Yeah, it's many different interpretations. What I'm saying is, like, we see the woman as, we call the woman God. Even though you'll hear me say goddess too, we God and they God too. You know what I mean? Because the Most High is genderless. Spirit is genderless at the essence, so to speak. Even though we use him or her, spirit is really genderless. And that's why, when we deal with oneness, we realize that we have what we call a triad or a pyramid. When a man and a woman come into union, the Most High is their pinnacle. So it's man, woman in the pinnacle, which is a pyramid. You see what I'm saying? If they are united, in that particular way. So yeah, a lot of that in what you were saying, that's what you call Moorish science. What they call Masonry, we call Moorish science. You see, that's the only difference in the way that we demonstrate. For example, they have a worshipful master outside of them. Like I have brothers that have came and tried to test me when they see my symbols. And a lot of them run when we get to talking, and I go to asking them. First thing I ask them is, who made you? They'd be like, brother, where you coming from? Duncan's Ritual, Anderson's Constitution. That's all Masonic stuff, y'all. That's Masonic literature. And so I say, brother, I didn't ask you, who your most worshipful master. Because they say, I'm from Lodge such and such, Nema, da 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 da. And I'm like, brother, I didn't ask you who your most worshipful master is. I asked you who made you. The great God. What's his name? The great God, and then, man, you on that Egyptian stuff. That's exactly what I'm on, and they run after that, and I done basically been in situations where, in union with one I was in union with, so to speak, and they uncle seen me, and she had told me her uncle was in the lodge. So I just started playing with him to see where he was along the way. And after I left, she went back over there to her uncle's house, and he said, who was that man that you had with you? Talking about, who? Yeah, that's my other half. He said, man, that man can make a judge come down out his robes. And he wasn't talking about getting naked. He was talking about what I demonstrated to him. And we didn't have no words. She just told me who he was. And so I started, just messing with him. And he told her that. She said, man, that man can make a judge come down out his robe. In other words, what I showed him was that powerful, basically. You know what I mean? And so that's why I say we know about this stuff, because a lot of them signs and symbols they got from us. These are what you call mudras. For those who know about Indian teachings, the teachings of India, a lot of these mudras are found in those teachings. And they deal with opening up the centers, spiritual centers, like the chakras. It's certain hand gestures that you make that allow energy to pass through different phases of your body. See, they'll tell you don't supposed to be telling people that. You understand? So while they're talking about being a traveler, traveling through the earth, and they use these symbols so that their brother can recognize them in the darkness as well as the light, right? We know that these hand gestures and symbols actually unlock certain chakras. you know, and allow you to come through. And that's why you see them demonstrating them in meditation poses. You see, and that's the real history behind the mystery that they ain't telling y'all. You understand? They know some of this stuff, but they ain't gonna talk like this in the public. And right now, they want to probably cut my tongue out for telling y'all this stuff.
Well, let me ask you this: it's like Christianity, kind of took over the teaching that used to be before. Like that's how it seems to me. Like it kind of stole the teaching, and now it has actually made us in a falling state because. With the teaching of Christianity, all the other teaching, like what you're teaching, the mystical teaching, the other teaching it's like it took it over.
Yeah. And Dots was asking about the connection to the Arabs. See, you know, they actually came through the teaching through various sources, actually. They came through the teachings through the old man on the mountain, you know, which one Sufi brother. And they came, Al Hassan is who I'm referring to.
And why you saying it's Sufi, excuse me, the Sufi teaching is completely different than the Salafi, than the teaching of the Sunnah. It's a complete different teaching. Actually, it's to me, it is, I like it.
It's called Tasawwuf. It's called Tasawwuf. It's actually this inner teaching of the Quran that they don't teach openly.
Right, and it's really a different teaching, but I like mystical teaching. I like learning about things that you normally wouldn't learn. It's, you know, like things too much on the surface.
Right.
Like
It
stuff
trains.
that sound like fairy tales. It's better to learn the stuff like, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't understand that when certain things that they say, even in the Bible, if you taught it a different way, it would be a different way. Like the darkness is your mind before thought, before consciousness. You know what I mean? It's a different teaching. So, I mean, I really appreciate the teaching.
That's what Prophet Noble Drew Ali was actually teaching the Moors, a mystic form of Islam, you know, but people don't get it. I'm going to show you a picture because she asked me about the symbol that we have here.
Right.
And I want to show y'all the scimitar above the star, but I want to show y'all some science behind it real quick. And it's right here. And you'll see the difference between what they are calling Islam and the mystic teachings of Islam. I use my Facebook page to teach. I don't do nothing but teach on here, you know, so I got a lot of archives just here. But I'm going to show y'all this picture because I put everything out here as it's revealed to me. And this is it right here, what I'm talking about. This is our symbol.
Sorry, Sister Freedom, was that your last question? Or as far as it, Dots is going to pull something up on the screen for my question. I was just checking in to see.
Okay. So when she was asking me.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I'll wait till it comes back around. I just, you know, wonder. Yeah, thank you.
When she was asking me about this right here too, so this is what they call the Sharia, Sister Freedom. You know, that's basically the law of Islam, right?
Absolutely, I have it.
Right, you know, and everybody knows, everybody's scared the West. Oh, they're trying to implement the Sharia. So this is what we call the general laws. But when you go in the Tariqat, that's when you get into Sufism, right? But beyond, and these are the different orders of Sufism. It's called a Tariqat, a path. Now notice I have yay men here, meaning men are governed by, you know, what we call general laws. Yay angels. You know, these angels are governed by these paths. You know, these are the Sufis, the mystics, the sheikhs, you know, the divine ones. But then when you get to a level of what we call hakikat, when you come into being the truth, instead of somebody telling you the truth, you become the truth. You don't need no path. You don't need no books. You don't need nobody teaching you. That's what Sufism does. This is the degree of what we call cherubim. You know, seraphim is marifat. Marifat is when you forget everything in the world. Nothing in the world can move you. Nothing in the world can drive you. You basically even forget what you thought you knew. You become humble and know that you know nothing in the presence of the greatness and the oneness of the supreme reality. So that's how you become one with it. So that's the path you go through. That's what these 4 quadrants represent. So you'll hear us in chapter 1 say, "Hear now, ye cherubim, ye seraphim, ye angels, and ye men." Now, cherubim and seraphim in the order of the angels, the 9 ranks of the angels, that's the highest rank you can reach. It's called third heaven. That's why in the 101 questionnaire, they'll say, "I ain't supposed to be telling y'all this now." Third heaven is the adept chamber. And this really represents the mind. Now, this scimitar represents consciousness. This star represents you. This is your head. These are your arms. These are your legs. All of this represent the pathway that men travel through, which the Sufis call Malakut, the Nasut, Jabarut, the Hut, and it's extensive knowledge on each one of these things I mentioned. It's information out there that break every last one of them down. Hahut, which is the heavenly state. That again is where you lose yourself in becoming one with the supreme being, and then you reach what we call the spirit of the Almighty God. So you ain't looking for no God outside of you. You became one with the God. You ain't looking, you don't believe in nothing outside of you, because it ain't nothing outside of you, it's inside of you. And see, that's what a lot of Muslims don't like to go into. But you know what, Sister Freedom? And I land my plane right here. When Allah told them angels to prostrate before man, and Iblis refused. Now, in Islam, you don't supposed to prostrate before none but Allah. But he told them angels to prostrate before that man because of what he had placed in the man, which was called Ru'Allah. But Iblis only seen the flesh. You created me from fire.
Right.
You made him from clay. I ain't buying down to that. When the other angels prostrated. So why would Allah tell the angels to prostrate toward a man? Because it wasn't the man, it was what was in the man. So I land my plane right there. And that's what this
I'm gonna say this real quick. Dulcinea.
Well, can it wait till it comes back around? Because I did wait a long time.
It's kind of low. Just ending off of what he's saying. What I just said to him, just ending off.
That's why please don't ask a question though.
No, I'm not. No. That's why I had said to you that Christianity and religion took things outside. It changed it. You see what I mean? What you just said was a law inside of you. Religion made God outside of you. It made it like something you would have to, what I'm saying, when it's inside. That's all I had to say. I understand exactly what you mean. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Dulcinea.
Thank you so much. I just, it's just because I've been really patient waiting for it to get back around. Dots, can you go ahead and share what I put in the back as far as for it? Because I know, Kemetian, you brought up someone, but that wasn't the person I was talking about where the occult knowledge comes from. So, and it seems like one of Noble Drew Ali's kind of big secrets. Are you familiar with Aleister Crowley and how much occult knowledge influence Crowley had on Noble Drew Ali, and why is that actively taught amongst the Moors?
Oh, that's conjecture. Yeah, Aleister Crowley didn't have nothing to do with Noble Drew Ali. In fact, there were 2 adepts. One of them that was actually affiliated with Aleister Crowley, that was made after Noble Drew Ali. One of the adepts is Hamid Bey. Look this up. And Hamid Bey was actually the one that basically led Houdini to his demise. Hamid Bey was the 7th ring master, and he came after Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And also Haji Ali was also an adept that come through the same chambers. Didn't have nothing to do with Crowley. Crowley was into dark arts. There are people who try to go into, this and that, there, but that's conjecture. Noble Drew Ali didn't have nothing to do with Aleister Crowley.
I respectfully disagree because we can see where what I brought up. 1 second, Kemetian. What I brought up, which I will show you as far as the questionnaire, so everyone can see. But when we get deeper in that, as far as the questionnaire, that picture I brought up to you before, that comes from the occult knowledge that was gained from Aleister Crowley. But when we see as far as Aleister Crowley and his knowledge base of the occult, we can see that he studied a long time in Mexico, and then he got some of his studies after Mexico from Egypt, India, and other places. Well, we can see a lot of the influence from Mexico on his teachings as well as the Circle Seven. Is there any reason why it's not openly taught to Moors that a lot of the influences of the Circle Seven and the questionnaire symbols are coming from Mexico and not Kemet and not India?
Sister, again, I'm gonna tell you again, being honest with you, that's conjecture. That's what people try to come up with. None of that has basis or proof, other than the fact that Noble Drew Ali himself did say that Mexicans are Moors. He said the people of San Salvador, Chilean, all of those are Moors. And so what it is that Noble Drew Ali was drawing from a universal reservoir system. He drew from many different sources, but he had no affiliation with Aleister Crowley. Look at the date. When you look at it, there's no time where you can find Crowley and Noble Drew Ali together. But I can show you who was affiliated with Aleister Crowley.
They're around the same date. Noble Drew Ali would have been born after then died before he died.
Yeah, but I can show you people that were actually affiliated. There's no record of Aleister Crowley and Noble Drew Ali ever being in the presence of each other. You'll not find that, sister. I got some what it was, the order, the 777 book that Crowley wrote. And Crowley was into Satanism. He was into what we call, even he was into homosexuality and a lot of that. He was into what they call carnal magic, and it led him to his demise. Do you know he was devoured, by demons? Do you know that's how he lost his life? Do you know that about Aleister Crowley? He opened up the gateway to some things that he shouldn't have, and they devoured him. He was having sex with these spirits and all of that right there. So, Crowley was in a whole nother league, and Noble Drew Ali wasn't about none of that, sister. And what it is that our people don't know how to distinguish between information. And a lot of people put a lot of that conjecture out there, but you ain't gonna see no Aleister Crowley being around Noble Drew. You'll see him around Annie Besant. You'll see him around Henry Steele Alcott. You'll see him affiliated with H.P. Blavatsky. You'll see him affiliated with what you got named L. Ron Hubbard. But you'll never see him and Noble Drew Ali in their room together.
Well, before we go deeper into this, and I'll let it go back around, I'll just go as far as, let's take out what you deem as conjecture, and let's stick on as far as that a lot of the Mexican influence that we found that Crowley was studying is in the Circle Seven. And as far as the symbol that we're going to go into tonight, that you didn't even know that it's from Mexico, you haven't heard of the story. Why is it that there's so much taught about India, Kemet, but when these stories are coming from Mexico, when these symbols are coming from Mexico, the Moors aren't taught that? Why is that kept a secret?
Again, sister, I'm going to give it to you this way, because I see you asking me the same question in a different way. And I'm
because you're kind of you're going around my actual question of why this symbol. Would you like me to pull up the symbol and teach you as far as the story of where it comes from, how it's from Mexico?
Okay, let me ask you a question, sister. Am I supposed to be debating you right now? Or am I here as a guest?
You're definitely here as a guest. That's why I'm asking you the question of these Mexico symbols. I'm guessing that you didn't even know that they're Mexican symbols.
I know a lot more than you think I know. What I'm saying to you, when we spoke on this the other night, what I gave you, sister, I told you that the symbolism that we demonstrate come out of the book of Revelations. So it's like this. We don't interpret anything into the teaching other than what Noble Drew Ali taught. We don't go and assume certain things. Now, we say that he left his footprints clearly cut that way we would know he went that way. But we know what he has taught according to the teaching. Like he said, I'm Yehoshua will come again. In other words, he was the Jesus that came to us. That's what he said, right? But we know what he meant by that. He was speaking of the spirit of who we call Yehoshua Jesus. And it's the same thing when we go into this measure, what you're speaking of on this questionnaire. I'm going to show it to you real quick because you're referring to it over
there. Do you know who Popa Cattell?
Right, you see this questionnaire right here?
Yes, exactly.
This questionnaire with him stepping out of here He give you the meaning of what he meant here. It says cares of the world behind him, right? The cares
Yep,
of the
and the
world.
woman is humanity. Who
What
is that woman in the Bible of
can I
Revelations
finish,
that
Sister
you said?
Dulcinea? I'll let you talk if you want to talk now.
No, I'm asking because you said it's from Revelations. The woman that he's holding, where in
Listen to what I'm
Revelations
saying,
is the
sister.
woman?
Listen to what I'm saying. When he's stepping out of the water onto the land, that is the act of the seventh angel. He has the woman in his arm because that is his way of showing that he came to uplift fallen humanity. That was his measure of bringing that forth. But what I'm saying is him stepping out of the water on the land. We know this because this is Moorish teaching. It refers to him as being the seventh angel. And go and look, it said, I beheld one angel who came forth and stepped 1 foot on the land and had 1 foot in the water. The land represents the rock of salvation. So he stepped out of the cares of the world. You can see it wrote right there behind him. See, it says cares of the world. He's stepping out of the cares of the world upon the rock of salvation with a woman in his arms. He's uplifting fallen humanity because no nation can rise higher than this woman. I'm giving you our symbolism of that. Now as far as somebody else trying to conflate it and say this is what it means, that ain't what Noble Drew Ali taught. That's all I'm telling you. And it ain't even in opposition. I'm just telling you what Noble Drew Ali taught, and what we teach is more than I'm telling you where the symbolism come from with us. So
Right, and I understand what you're saying. I'm just a little confused because the symbol comes from Mexico, but you're not addressing that. Why would the occultist people not talk about the actual story that symbol comes from?
I want to ask you a question. When Noble Drew Ali put his hand over his heart, where did he get that symbol from? When he do this?
That was as far as where we hear from Kemet, but I don't know if that's the earliest of that symbol. But as far as I know, it's
it is the
earliest is in Kemet.
It is the earliest of it. It comes from Kemet. Just like his dress and his clothing. You got to realize.
But you're bringing up another symbol, and I'm talking about this particular one that's from Mexico. Why do you feel? Okay, if I understand that you don't know it's from Mexico.
I brought that up as an example, sister. I'm not even saying in regards to the symbol that you brought, that it has no relevance. But what I'm trying to show you is the universal scope of what Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought. He didn't draw just from Kemet. He drew from India. He drew from a whole bunch of areas. Even in the term of Mex, sister, it was Noble Drew Ali who gave us the prophet name of Mexico, which is a Mexim. It comes from.
Can I clarify my question real quick before it goes to Nisha? Because
So
I'm just confused of the fact that the symbols that come from Kemet or Egypt are said to come from Kemet and Egypt. They're taught to the Moorish science temple that they come from Kemet and Egypt. The symbols that are from India, and I've been in the Moorish science temple. So a lot of people say, hey, this symbol is from India. It's this and that and the other, and they go through it. I'm confused on the fact that this symbol is an ancient symbol from Mexico, but none of you guys know that or have been taught that by Noble Drew Ali. Why is that?
What symbol? I'm confused on what symbol you're talking
about. The man holding up the woman is from Mexico, and I'll get into it after my next turn.
Let me ask you a question. If I showed you a picture of a man holding up a globe, right, over here in the United States of America,
that would be more recent in comparison to the ancient symbol.
Can I finish, Queen? Can I finish? Okay, so if I showed you a picture of a man holding up a globe over here, right? Say the world is yours. And then I showed you a picture from Greece and a man holding up a globe over his head, and I told you that was Atlas. What would be the significance of Atlas holding up the globe in Greece as it relates to the American holding up the globe saying the world is yours? You would say, well, that come from Greece. And the argument, to me personally, would be a baseless argument if I'm trying to establish some type of connection. But when it comes down to dealing with signs and symbols, what you got to realize, sister, I can show you a picture of Heru spearing a crocodile. I can show you how this become a European slaying a dragon, when you get into certain culture. So there's a universality when it comes to signs and symbols, is what I'm telling you. Just like the hand over the heart, even though I know it's attested to Kemet, I can also show it to you in Sumeria. I can also show it to you, in other Moorish demonstrations. So what it is you finding a symbol or what you feel like is symbolic. And this stuff, is present not only in Mexico, not only in Kemet, but it's present all around the world as universal symbols. I'm just telling you what it means to us. So what you saying, it don't establish anything in opposition, and it doesn't establish any proof that Noble Drew Ali was hiding anything about Mexico, sister, when he telling you that Mexico was a part of Moorish America. He taught, on a lot of things that deal with the Americas as it relates to the Aztecs. And, he just didn't use the terminology that you are used to now, or we are used to now, and he made that plain. So I get what you're saying and what you're trying to, and that's cool. All I'm saying is we don't teach that, and there's not no reason we hiding it and all of that. There, I'm just teaching that's not a part of what we teach. Ain't got nothing to do with secrecy and nothing, because what's secret about hiding somebody having a picture that's similar to nobody? If anything, that's going to really convey what Noble Drew Ali was already teaching. That's going to show that he was demonstrating the same sign. So with that, I land my plane, Queen. And I'm not speaking in opposition.
Well, let me say one thing to end. One, because I was patient as far as before, and
can you show them?
I was going to ask you a question, Dulcie. That's all.
Oh yeah. Well, let me say one thing, because I think it definitely shows secretism. It's showing a secret, because if there's something, a legend or an ancient occultist symbolism that something is based on, and then you're being taught, oh, this is from the Bible, this is from Kemet, this is from this, and you're not being taught the ancient occult legend that it actually is attached to. And I want to say it's actually a fire legend story that I'm gonna get into as far as who that woman is and why that woman's important and why she's sleeping and what she means to humanity. All that stuff is occultist symbolism that is being hidden from the public, if you don't know where it comes from.
I'm not in opposition to you. That ain't gonna happen. I just don't argue. But what I'm saying, can you show them what you're talking about? Because I just showed you what we have in no. Can you show your audience?
Can you imagine
can
how
you show
many
your audience
stories
what you're talking about, sister?
throughout life, throughout time, of a man holding up a woman? I'm confused. I mean, a man,
I want her to show the people.
Women, Kemetian, I'm trying to answer this. A man and a woman. Can you imagine how many pictures in time it has been of a man and a woman, or a man holding up a woman, and the person that did it had their own meaning for what they did it for?
Exactly.
I mean, through time, there's been man and woman.
And that's what I was saying.
That's why I'm getting my confusion as.
That's what I was saying.
It's so many stories of the beginning. It's so many stories of this. It's so many stories of that.
Right.
Every different place has a different. Why did it have to be specifically that Mexico started?
Exactly.
They just had their own story of the man holding up the woman. That's why I'm getting my confusion at.
Exactly.
And then what year was this, since man and woman? Since there's no time frame for man and woman, so that's why I'm trying to.
Pardon about it, Sister Freedom.
Well, because, first off, we'll see as far as the difference. Let me answer real quick, because you asked where the story is, and you don't really know where the story is. So let me show the significance
could you show
of
us
it.
the picture,
It's because of the fact that the story is exact, where they're getting it from. So when someone says, oh, this comes from the Bible, for instance, or this comes from Kemet, but then they have to change it around because the secretism doesn't really match up. Like what this is the story as far as where it actually comes from. This is where you'll know who that man represents, why he's holding up the sleeping woman, what that sleeping woman represents, and different things like that. That if you just say, oh, well, anyone can hold up a woman, well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's that exact symbol of the sleeping woman. Yeah, I put it in the back, Dots. If you could go ahead and bring up Popocatépetl.
Yeah, it's the wrong Dulcie. You might be gonna have to.
But
And
yeah,
Sister
we
Dulcinea,
can go around as far as too if it's the next topic.
Dulcinea, you have to resend me the link because it's coming up as an error on page. So resend it.
and Sister Dulcie, you have to show us a Moorish story that correspond with what you're saying. Well,
But
we
what I'm
ignore
saying is the
Sister
fact that the
Dulcie.
Moors hid
Sister
it, so
Dulcie.
there is no
Sister
Moorish
Dulcie.
story
I
that's
don't know
gonna
anything about them
coincide
hiding it.
with it
Hiding
if the Moors just took this symbol and never told you where it came from. So
Sister
no,
Dulcie.
that would
what?
be more of the conjecture that you're talking
Sister
about.
Dulcinea. I'm saying if you are saying they got the story, you have to show us the Moorish story that you're talking about, that you saying that Noble Drew Ali taught, that's corresponding with the story. What story, what Moorish story are you talking about?
I'm confused.
I'm saying that
Can you
Noble
show
Drew
that to
Ali
us?
never taught where this story came from.
Because
Oh,
that
you
wasn't
saying
in
he
that
never
story
taught
you
what?
said. Then
What
why would
story?
he? It just
What
don't. I
what
can't see why
story
it
though?
would
No,
go together.
Dulcinea. There is no story talking about him coming out of the water with a woman. That's just symbolism. So what story are you referring? That's all I'm trying to ask.
Me too. I'm
What
confused about
story
that.
are you referring to that Noble Drew Ali taught that corresponds to the story that you saying you know? Because you have to show it in order for to show the people. I want you to show the people this story
It's gotta
that the
be.
Moors taught in relation to what you're talking about. That's all.
I could sit right here and make up a story about the man holding up the woman. I'm just saying everybody has this story for a man holding
So
up a
this
woman.
is an actual story from ancient Mexico. I think
That's their
Dane
story.
Calloway kind of brought it up a little bit when he was on the show of the name that ancient Mexico that he found it to be is the most ancient, and it's Noaha. So in Nohua, they had this story of Popocatépetl. Were you ever able to pull it up now, Dots?
I
The
was
name.
getting ready for every time this is
So,
the link you
and then
sent,
I'll bring you the picture as
Is
far
this
as
is
what
this it, Dulcie?
but this is
Can
an
you
error
see it?
scenario. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know why, but this is an error. This is what comes up.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
it's still coming up even on the second link.
Why
Yep,
are you
it's the
hollering at me?
same
I'm
thing. It
opening
just says
out
Yeah,
and
I
podcast.
put up a
trying
second
to
link.
say.
Yeah, I tried both.
Oh,
I'll do
okay,
it
hold on,
again.
let me see.
Yeah.
I mean, I can use one word for a man holding up a woman. Heavy. She heavy. I mean, I'm confused.
I've been confused this whole time.
I
Is it my turn? Or are we waiting on Dulcie
Yeah.
to pull
wait on
it?
Yes,
Dulcinea.
number your
No,
time.
you go, Nisha, and then you can try to pull this one up, Dots.
Okay.
Okay. What I wanted to understand, I thought that the Knights Templars started
I don't
masonry,
know why it's not working for me.
No,
and
I know that ain't
and
true.
and I want to know what's the purpose.
I
Like,
like that.
what is the purpose?
Brotherhood,
Period.
sisterhood.
I like that, Nisha. And actually what it was, the Knights Templar, they didn't start masonry, right? Because it's Kemetically, the teachings actually was a warped teaching of Kemet, is basically what masonry was really created in opposition to Islam, to be honest with you. But what happened is
Wait, hold
they
on,
let
Wait, I'm sorry, Kamisha. Hold on, I'm gonna let you
mm,
go. But
go
how
ahead, Queen.
Oh
can
no,
masonry
don't
be in
do
opposition to Islam
Mhm.
when
it.
didn't
I
that
don't
come
It,
believe that
before
either.
Islam?
it
It's
was
not working
no,
for me.
no, no.
Yeah, it's
Masonry
not
came,
working.
European, Western Freemasonry came later.
Why she's
After,
not getting it?
after.
They came after Islam, but so it was created for them to
Error.
infiltrate the
No, it
different
was
cultures.
created for them to give appreciation, for
Well,
them
listen,
to bring
listen,
Hold
it
on,
in
I'm
listen,
trying again, Dots.
civilization.
listen to me. I'm gonna give you a prime example, right? I'm gonna show you something. The Shriners demonstration, the ritual that they got. A lot of people don't know that that ritual first was given while William Fleming, the one who created the Shriners, was over there in the East, right? And he was observing what he thought was a play. Now, who was in this play? And the head of it was Tawfiq Pasha, which they Prince Hall called Rofet Pasha. This is Ismail Pasha, who was the Egyptian ruler of that time of the Pasha lineage. He had American mercenaries over there with him that was actually fighting in the war, because there were American mercenaries that went into the war to fight for the Egyptian government. And they was going through a ritual that William Fleming was witnessing, and he didn't even know that these were American mercenaries and he took what he seen back to America, and that's how they started the Shriners, right? Now, when you deal with the Knights Templar, on the other hand, the Knights Templar were the knights that was of the church, coming out of Christianity. They were supposed to defend the temple and help feed the, people and so forth and so on. But what the Templars did, they ran into some Muslims, basically Sufis. And this is why a witch hunt went on, because the Pope said the Knights Templar converted to Islam. And when they converted to Islam, basically, that was a wrong thing to do when you're dealing with the Christian church. They say they were worshiping Baphomet. Now, Baphomet is said to be a corruption of the name Muhammad. So they said that the Knights Templar were keeping this in secrecy. And they learned this secrecy practicing from what we call the doctrine of taqiyya. Because if you're a Muslim in a hostile country, you can conceal your belief and conceal your faith. So the Knights Templar learned how to conceal their teachings from the Muslims. You see what I'm saying? And they had a meeting under a tree, a bayan tree, and they call it the splitting of the M, which is the dividing of the knowledge. And so this is where the shrine end up having a connection. That's why a Templar can go straight from the 14th degree and be a 33rd degree shrine. They ain't got to go through what the Scottish Rite do. But, when it comes to dealing with the Templar, they didn't start Masonry. They adopted, certain aspects of it. And they say they was the precursor, to certain things, but it wasn't Masonry as we know it now. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so what's the purpose, though?
The purpose of it is to subjugate people, to infiltrate certain cultures. They'll tell you they here to uplift and do this and do that, but they here to, subjugate people in culture. They here to take control. And that's what I was trying to tell y'all earlier about the Boule. They go and they infiltrate societies. It's like a shadow government, basically. And I see the picture the sister got up there. Just because she see a man, and she say this is a Mexican picture, she think that this is the same thing that was dealing with Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And I'm not going to laugh because I take our sister Dulcinea very serious. I take our sister serious, but come on, man.
But didn't Prophet Drew Ali live during this time right now? Right?
No.
Yeah, he was 100 years ago.
Right.
Yeah,
So if he was 100 years ago, I don't understand the correlation between him and the Masons. If this was,
it ain't no correlation.
Hundreds.
You're right.
Oh, okay.
You're right. It ain't no correlation. And that's what we saying. See, we teach what we call Egyptian adept science. Noble Drew Ali brought us 7 adept degrees back, sister. You know what I mean? And we go through that. And we call them self-mastery. Our adept chamber is above our neck. We don't have to go into a building to be initiated. Our adept degrees that we go through them as long as we in this physical body. We call them brotherhood tests. So basically our life determines where we are along the way. But these degrees are real degrees. In fact, the 7th adept degree is in the Bible. It's Joseph's name, the name Zephaniah-Paneth, the name that he was given by Pharaoh, that actually means the 7th adept degree. And a lot of people don't even know that. You see what I'm saying? Whether they put that on purpose or who knows, but Joseph was a Hierophant, according to what we study. He was a Hierophant. He was the Egyptian adept, not an Egyptian Shriner. It's a difference between the two. Like I said, Shriners conceal. They conceal the truth. An Egyptian adept reveals the truth.
What y'all think is the truth. How about that? Or what y'all think is the truth.
Well, we reveal what people try to hide from the public. What they try to hide from y'all, we reveal it to y'all. I don't know what's wrong with us revealing what people trying to hide from y'all. I would think people would love that. But you can't confuse the revealers of the light with the concealers of the light. They're not the same.
I just shared.
Yeah, you shared the one as far as the picture. So I was showing this rendition that was done by the Spanish as well as
the one
the
I
Greeks.
just pulled up before this
the one that you just pulled up. It's a painting by the Spanish and the Greeks. They will refer to this as their rendition of the Grandessa Azteca. But I just put the link into the actual legend that the Grandessa Tessa comes from, but it looks like it's not giving you the full link. So that's why I
Yeah,
think
it's
it's not
not.
coming up for you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw
on
that the
even
security
the
came
rates
up,
way
but
back.
as far as it,
That
so
thing
you can
far
see
down.
that these people did get it from one singular spot. This isn't just a symbolism that they are painting that they're like, oh, we made up the symbol. No, they got it from the Grandessa Azteca. So what happened is Popocatépetl is a warrior, and he fell in love with Ischulin, which these are mountains in Mexico City, volcanoes that have a legend associated with them. The sleeping woman, where they call the sleeping white woman or the sleeping woman in white, she represents as far as someone that fell in love with the warrior when he's going out to battle. She's promised to him by the father as far as that when he comes back victorious in war, he will get the daughter. Well, the enemy sent word as far as that he actually fell in battle and he passed away. Her sorrow was so great that she ended up dying from her sorrow, or while they say the sleeping. So Popocatépetl actually won the battle, comes back, and then sees as far as like his maiden is now deceased. He goes and takes her up in the mountain. That's where you get that symbol of her carrying him carrying the fallen body up of the mountain to bring her back, as far as to try to revive her, wake her up. She never wakes up, and then that's when he ends up dying as well from his sorrow. So we know that this story comes before 1936, 31, 1946, 1948, where these people are doing renditions of it. And Noble Drew Ali did a rendition of it as well. I guess my main question, not to cause any kind of confusion, is just I see where other symbols are being used and they're saying, okay, this is where we got it, this is what you should get from it, because that legend is going to be symbolic of different things as well. Even the woman is symbolic, and you'll see a sleeping woman represented throughout history through syncretism, which I understand that part. But what you normally don't get is a hiding of the fact where a particular story is coming from, and saying like no one's even mentioning the Grandessa Azteca, which that is called. That's what that is called. The warrior man holding the sleeping woman body is called the Grandessa Azteca. So I'm just confused on why would that be hidden from the people, but it definitely seems like it's being hidden. Like they don't want people to know where that came from. To me, that just seems very secretive.
Again, sister, I would say you would have to show this story that you're talking about that corresponds with the story. Other than that, again, it's conjecture, just like the Crowley thing, sister. You got to stop listening to everybody and everything, because all information ain't good information. I'm just being straightforward as your brother.
I researched it
Not
myself. I didn't get it from anybody
queen,
else. That's
queen,
how I know
queen,
where the
queen,
Grandessa Azteca is.
queen. Listen to where I'm coming from. I ain't gonna never go back and forth and argue with you, because that's not what I do. I'm telling you what we teach. Now, what I'm gonna do real quick, because we dealing with a subject matter that Moorish doctrine come from America through Western Freemasonry, and I want to stick with the subject matter because that's what I was invited to discuss. But Sister Freedom, can you
But
allow me to set a
but I'm
screen?
sorry, Commission. How is this not the subject matter if we have secrets being held publicly from the people that Masons and Moors are using, but they're not telling you where they're getting those symbols? This is spot on to what we came to discuss tonight. Why is it
Sister,
that the Moors
if I
have
came,
ancient symbols that are not being shared
if I
publicly or
came to
told?
you, right? If I came to you right now, right,
Hmm.
and I said to you, that I gave you $1 million, right? And you know that I didn't give you $1 million. And I continuously stress that I gave you that $1 million, right? And you continue to say the $1 million or whatever that I supposed to have or whatever the case may be, I didn't get it from you or whatever the case may be. You go into different arguments dealing with this right here. That's me putting this out there, and I never gave you that $1 million. And it's the same type of argument right here, what we're dealing with when you're speaking. You saying that there's a history that the Moors taught, the Moors kept a secret, but you have to be able to show where Noble Drew Ali spoke on a story like that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even opposing your position. I'm just saying show the people where Noble Drew Ali spoke on that, or it's just conjecture.
Well,
And
you
we have
showed
to
the picture.
accept
Should
that.
I show it again from the
The
circle
picture, the
7?
picture, Sister Freedom gave the best example. You know how many pictures out there. For example, you got pictures of people throwing footballs. But if we were to say that we seen a European throw one and an Asiatic throw one, we're going to say the European was the first one to throw the football because he's a European.
So,
You
but
know,
if
it'd
there
be
was
crazy to do
a
that.
story of Romeo and Juliet, and then you have the story in West Harlem, and it's the same story, but it doesn't use Romeo and Juliet. It uses Maria and Jesus, and then we see it in West Africa, and it uses Amma and Jabulani. You're saying we can't associate those three as being the same story?
I'm not saying they can't be
They two different
associated in
dialects of
symbolism.
a story, though. They
I'm
two
not
different.
saying they can't be associated in symbolism. What I'm telling you, Queen, is that it would be conjecture to say that's where Noble Drew Ali got it from if he didn't explain it that way. The story would have to be similar because I told you what it means according to us, and what it means according to us, it don't mean the same thing according to that story.
Right.
We just have to accept that and move on. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I have one more
We don't
question.
teach it
Why
that way.
is it that he gave you a
We
story
Okay,
just
that's
I have a
not
question.
related to it?
Mhm.
All right,
Go ahead. Go
go
ahead,
ahead,
sister.
Dulce.
Give
Sorry
you
about
a
that.
story that's not related to it at all as far as when it comes to revelations. If we pull up Revelations, there is not going to be any
It's
sleeping woman,
symbolic.
any woman at all.
Yeah.
So why would he give you a story as far as that associated with a picture and it doesn't include that woman at all?
In the symbolism, as I stated to you, sister, we're talking about him stepping out of the water into the land. That adding the woman in his arm was showing homage that he came to uplift the woman, the Moabites. That's what that means to us. That's why we uplift the woman. At least if you're a real man, you uplift your woman. It ain't nothing else behind it other than that right there to us. Now, what you are trying to associate with it, like I said, if that's what you see, that's good, but you would have to go into a document. Like, for example, if I was going to say that Noble Drew Ali got something from, because I do this all the time, I can show you exactly where the symbols come from. I did it with our flag when I was talking earlier, but I can show you the symbolism of that flag is being there and how far back it goes, right? And so once I show you the symbol of that, we know what the symbol represents because we know the star was harmony, truth, balance, right, order, and justice Kemetically, but harmony is love. So the truth remain the same. Peace, freedom, and justice are the principles we call now. We don't say harmony, truth, balance, right, order, and justice. We say love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. But we know
Okay,
that this
so
comes from Kemet. Kemet, go ahead, Sister Dots.
no, I just wanted to say to the people in the chat, just we're gonna drop the link really soon, because it's 11:30. So just to be respectful of time, we will be dropping the link soon. Okay. Nisha, were you
Okay.
done with your question? Did you actually? Yeah, Nisha asked her
Yeah,
question,
she had
right?
a question.
Yes,
We
you
just
did.
went
Okay,
backwards to
Yeah.
Dulcie.
And I
go
was
ahead.
trying to, I was trying to
I,
share some.
I've never heard, I mean, personally with me dealing with the more science and dealing with the Mason Shriners and the Eastern Stars, I just never heard the story that Dulcie was talking about in reference to that. I mean, I just look at it as I think she has her mind set on what she's talking about, and maybe I can't comprehend what she's saying because there's so many pictures that has gone back in time, thousands and thousands and thousands of, especially a woman and a man, and somebody will have their own little story about that because it's a woman and a man. I mean, and it always appears that a man is uplifting the woman in some kind of way for some reason. But if the stories are not the same, I don't know. But you know,
Well, let me show you some
so
secrets,
interesting. But
Sister
Hold on,
Freedom.
Freedom. Did you have a question for him? Because I
I'm
really do
I,
want to ask
I'm
a
okay with
question.
this split. Oh my lord. Um,
Do you have? Oh, go ahead.
wait, are you gonna have to let me get it out? Did you have something you wanted to ask, Docs? Because
Freedom, go
you
ahead.
kind of rushed to me to
Oh,
get through whatever I'm getting to.
okay, no
So,
problem.
this, when you say that the Masons and the Shriners don't have anything to do with the Moors, right? I'm confused about that because, from my understanding, they kind of came off of that. They like get. I have read the whole thing where it's like they giving tribute to the Moors, like there's some type of brotherhood and sisterhood from the Moors, teaching from the Moors. They become Muslims, which is similar to, Muslims or whatever. I'm confused why you saying that they don't have an attachment.
Well, what I'm saying is that people
I wish
shouldn't
they still
confuse.
talk like that, but they don't.
What I'm saying is people shouldn't confuse Masonry with Moorish science,
Okay. All
because
right.
we demonstrate two different ways. They
Okay.
conceal teachings. We reveal teachings.
Okay.
That in and of itself is everything. But what I wanted to show you, Sister Freedom, real quick,
Yeah.
if I may, I want to show y'all some secrets, that have been kept real
Get us in
quick.
trouble now.
To give you an example, you know what? We ain't gonna get you in trouble. We ain't gonna get you in trouble. But I'm gonna show you some things, right? I want to show you some things real quick. For example, right? Like I say, all of our stuff deal with self-mastery, and mastering ourselves. For example, remember I was showing you the degrees of the angel, cherubim, and seraphim a few minutes ago?
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice, it says from Sphinx to man and from man to Egyptian adept. Because it is the man that becomes the angel. It's the man that becomes the seraphim and the cherubim. And these represent to us the temple of high priest degree, the grand scribe degree, hierophant degree. Ain't got nothing to do with masonry. You see what I'm saying? Now, when we go into this is self-mastery. They deal with mystery. They want to keep the thing as a mystery system, so to speak. And so I'm going to show you some things that they hide. Look at this. This is 33rd degree symbol right here. This right here. Often you see ordro ab chaos, which means order out of chaos, right? This is the double-headed eagle, which was really adopted from the Roman shield. That's where they adopted that from. So that's Romanism into Masonry right there. I'm showing you that they draw from many different sources, right? So now, if you look, there was a group in Rome known as the Ecclesia. The Ecclesia was the Athenian democracy, right? And they was the direct democracy made of three important institutions. This Ecclesia assembly in Rome, was a body that basically was supposed to be the governing people. In other words, they made decisions about war, condemn foreign policy, revise laws. Sound familiar, right? Condemn the conduct of public officials, and this was being done in a small group of people. That's who the Ecclesia were. And the Ecclesia also had among them the Boule. The Boule, and I'm just briefly running through this so I don't have to read everything. The Boule, represented a group of 500 men. And they was Athenian tribe from 10 Athenian tribes who served the council. So the Boule served the Ecclesia. So in the modern time, for example, the Negro Mason would have been considered Boule. The Ecclesia represents the Thule Society, or what they call skull and bones. So there you have the Negro Masonic order being subjugated to the European Masonic order, whether you look at it that way or not. So the positions of the Boule were chosen by lot and not by election. So that means nobody chose who could be a part of the Boule. They did what they did. They said this was because, in theory, random lottery was more democratic than election. Pure chance, after all, could not be influenced by things like money or popularity. So they had somewhat a lottery system to establish their election of leaders. And this is what the Boule really is, Sister Freedom. This is Sigma Pi fraternity right here, right? And these are the Boule. Somebody put this here, sell out Negroes, right? Look at this goat leading these sheep. If you notice this pyramid is one at the head and you got a bunch of sheep here too, right? The nature of a Judas goat in the Boule is to lead the people in a way, whereas they think they're going toward freedom, but they are being led to the slaughter. And once they are led to the slaughter, the Judas goat life is spared. That's the nature of what I'm saying about the average Mason. They are slaves to the knowledge that they obtain from the order that they get it from.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas an Egyptian adept is not under them oaths. We don't even believe in swearing oaths. You know, if you say you swore an oath in my body and watch what somebody tell you. You know, oaths are sworn to men. We make sacred vows. A sacred vow is made between you and God. You see what I'm saying? Now, here's a symbol that they stole from ancient Kemet, from the Heru bird. Right here, right? Now, here is another measure right here. And I'm just running through it. This is a full circle of knowledge. Do you see how much 33 degrees is out of a full circle of 360? It's 270 degrees of knowledge still left. You see what I'm saying? So what's going on here? 33 degrees. What is that? So when you look at the Moorish symbol and we have a full quadrant, we dealing with 360 degrees of knowledge. They only dealing with a piece of the pie. We dealing with the whole pie. In fact, if you were looking at this as a pyramid, pi in the ratio of the math was used as a perfect number to build that pyramid, which is referring to perfection. Now watch this. Now this is Ptolemaic Egypt. They call him the Sovereign Grand Inspector General. That's the 33rd degree right there, right? If you look, this is Napoleon. Now look what is under him. That's in the ceiling of the Grand Lodge right there. See the eye with the flag of Morocco on that? They're showing that they subjugated that particular people. You know what I mean? So this 33rd degree philosophy that comes on the manifest was used to subjugate a people. And I'm going to land my plane right here. Like this symbol, the Great Seal. You know, and this is from my chairman book. He said the Great Seal was never for the Moors, but it has always been about the Moors. The emblem of boisterously displayed by the corporate federal USA and its horse, the Illuminati, the host, the Jewish Supreme Court building in Northeast Africa. The insignias of the Great African Pyramid, the all-seeing eye detached, now labeled the Great Seal, did not come about until the Arabian European conquest of Egypt and had been completed by the Moors and were fully comatose in the North Gate slavery in Americas. It says the pyramid encircled the Latin and Roman numbers does not have a positive thing to do with the glorification of Africa, but has everything to say about their dethronement in a single expression. The Moors were the chief protectors of the ancient Kemetian mystery system of science. This system was first founded as a needed straightway for a fallen man to regain his lofty estate as God. This is often portrayed as the infamous Adam and Eve era rekindled with a periodic appearances on earth perfected beings called prophets, with Adam being the first and Drew Ali being the last. There is no research through Kemetic dynasties of pharaohs and goddesses from Atlantis to Lemuria, it says, to show an eye or apex of the pyramid. Every symbol of the eye of Heru, or Horus, is always seen solo by itself or otherwise in the hand of a human, Cyclops. You know, and then he goes into more measures. So the history behind this pyramid on this dollar bill, the Great Pyramid.
1 second, Kemetian. 1 second. Sister Freedom, can you drop the link again?
Hold up,
sister. Oh, no. I'm not going in. I'm just asking Sister Freedom if she's there and she can drop the link.
Okay, yeah, let him drop the link. But right here behind this pyramid, I want to show y'all something. The secret behind the Great Pyramid. This Great Pyramid is right here. We're looking at it from an aerial view, meaning from up top. You see this right here, this little area right here? This look very familiar, don't it? You know what this is? This is a cemetery behind the pyramid. So in other words, when you go back to this pyramid, over here, what your boy standing in front of, if this is the Great Pyramid, then that means symbolically behind it is a cemetery. You know what they call it? They call it the Northwest Cemetery. And that Northwest Cemetery in Egypt is shaped just like the United States map. So what does that symbolize? It represents that there are people that are dead in the Northwest Cemetery of America. And they are hidden behind that pyramid.
Yeah.
And when that pyramid is crushed and ground to powder by the capstone, because if you notice, this pyramid don't have no stone on it. Look, it has an eye. That's George Washington eye, by the way. But when the real capstone and the weight of the truth is set on it, it will grind it to powder. And that's what the Moorish represent. That's what the truth represent. This is what I was talking about earlier in the Grand Lodge, in the ceiling of it. In the ceiling of the Grand Lodge of England, they have the Moorish flag. They got the 47 problem of Euclid. This is like a Hebrew demonstration on the ladder that's going up in the heavens. And this is another Jewish measure. These are all symbolism that's supposed to represent their constellation in the heavens. See, they have Solomon, Hiram, Abiff right here and all of that. And then when you come down here, watch this. When I tell you everything they got come from Kemet, how many of y'all knew that? What is that the Kemetians is moving here, Sister Freedom? Do you know that's a body right there and it got what they call now the American flag? Huh?
That's symbolism too.
Way before it was American flag. What?
No, I'm not.
And where did the Navy get it from? Because the Kemites was already doing it. So even their stars and stripes, they have stolen.
I think Dot had a question for you too.
Yeah. Go ahead, sister.
Oh, and I did drop the link. I think we have one guest so far, the chief. And so we're gonna respectfully you know. Dots, did you have a question, baby?
And please stick with the subject matter.
I
not you, Sister Dots, but I'm talking about other people. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. I kind of forgot what the heck I was getting ready to ask. I think that okay, so I think that the reason, and Dulcie, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the reasons why Dulcie was mentioning that is because she's talking about the origins and the influence, right? In terms of the symbolisms that you were sharing. That's what I took it to be, right? So that's point one. And if you remember my earlier question about sorcery, right? And I was saying, is Freemasonry, would you say, is akin to sorcery? Oh, have you? But even in that, because I think that anytime that you have an organization or a group of people within their fraternal order, and they have certain like hand symbols, like when you put your hand over your heart, for example, right? The 5-point star, dot. All of those are sort of like spells. The only way for another person to understand what you were just doing, they would have to be a part of that organization usually, right? So it's a way to communicate whatever you got, whatever that fraternal order is supposed to be expressing. Does that make sense? And so whether
we're not a fraternal order though, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm talking about I'm specifically talking about Freemasonry.
Okay.
Right now. But even with the Moors, right? Like hand over the heart, 5-point star, all these other little things. So whether or not I think a group uses it for good or uses it for bad, that's why. Okay, let me move on. All right, here's my question, y'all. Here's my question, because I really forgot. You're not a Freemason, correct?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Okay, so who taught you the information that you know now? Like the secrets that you are sharing with all of us? Who taught you that?
I'm glad you asked that.
Yes.
Well, I put it like this right here, Queen, to be straightforward with you. I studied. I've been studying for 30 years. And so what it is, I'm the type of brother, you ain't never seen me try to use my chairman teachings to dominate nobody and say, my chairman said this, my chairman said that. Because just like he had to go into what he know to write his book that he wrote, which is 700 pages long, I did my own research. I had many teachers along the way that have taught me things, but I have went further in information based upon my studies. And it's all dealing with studying what was given and being diligent in this. So I'm not going off of what somebody told me. This is my own research. You see what I'm saying? And my research My research, I plumb to a date palm tree, so to speak. In other words, if I'm dealing with a specific subject matter, I go to the root of the information. That's my methodology of teaching. So it ain't too many things that I deal with that if I'm putting it out here, like this stuff here, I went to the root of that knowledge. I'm not a person that just puts stuff together and don't know what I'm doing. But I got the 33 degrees over here, right there, magnum opus, right here. That stuff ain't, hidden, as far as dealing with that aspect. So, I've been read this stuff. I got the 3 degrees of masonry and all that. It's right here in this book. This is Albert Pike book. I got so many books over there. The Dhammapada, the I Ching. I read, sister. I got 100 books right there, right behind this thing right here, right now. And all of them dealing with different subject matter. They ain't all Moorish. They ain't all Christian. They ain't all Hebrew. And so I'm a person that has a gift of being able to speed read. Meaning I can take a book right now. This book, if it was in PDF, or I can flip through this book right here and get the gist of the information. That's a blessing from the Most High. And that's how I'm able to compile all this information. I got photographic memory as well. But signs and symbols of a conscious mind, men and women understand. When we put our hand over our heart, I'm going to tell you what it means, because we ain't got no secret in that. There's a question we ask in the Moorish Holy Quran. They say, who made you? Allah. Where's the nearest place that you can meet him? In the heart. So when you see us put our hand over our heart, that's symbolic to saying this is the nearest place you can meet your God. Not in the blood pumping organ, but within the self. You see what I'm saying? Ain't no secret about that. The star, our 5 points represent love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Love is the highest of all of those principles. Love is what we call the leading principle. Because if you got love, you can have some truth. If you got love, you can have some peace. If you got love, you can have some freedom. If you got love, you can have some justice. If one is full of love, we teach that love is the only savior of the world. And you got to find that love in you. You got to dethrone that demonic self, that lower self, and set the savior of love upon the throne. And we ain't talking about no Jesus 2,000 years ago. We talking about Christ consciousness within ourselves. You see, that's how we teach. Go ahead, sister. And that's a great question too, sister Dot. I like that.
Well, Dot, you done with your question? Nisha, Dulcie, anybody else have a question?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that was my last question. Okay, that was my last question.
Did you have another question, Dulcie, Nisha?
No, let Legendary Top Cats go, and then Darvis after him.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Hey, Chief, how you doing tonight?
Peace,
Friday
peace. What's
night.
up? Peace to the panel. How y'all doing?
Peace.
Yeah, I was just listening to the build. I had a few questions for the brother Kemetian. I guess my first question to be on the where exactly was Prophet Noble Drew Ali born?
Where was he born?
Yes, sir.
He was born in Virginia.
Okay.
Even though it say 1886, and some people would tell you that he was born, in other places, he was actually born in Virginia.
Okay. So you know that part. Let me do this here. I'm gonna share my screen, then we're gonna get into that the reason why I asked that question. Boom. So y'all was speaking about the symbolism. Well, right here, this is us in Mexico. You see this right here? So I actually bought this Mayan calendar right here. You seeing with the story that Sister Dulcie was just explaining to you, and he's standing on top of the Chichen Itza pyramid coming out of it. And it's synonymous with the cenotes because all of the under the Chichen Itza is a cenote, is water. But I just wanted to point that out. That symbolism is, in fact, in Mexico culture. We just shot that. That's a primary. Now, let me ask you this here. You said Noble Drew Ali was speaking about the, you said he wasn't a Mason. Did you say that?
Exactly. He's not a Mason. He can't be found on no Masonic rolls. and Masons have looked for it. He was the Egyptian adept.
Okay, Sister Dosey, do you mind? Can you see this? Do you mind reading this for me? The highlighted. Dosey, though, where you at? Sister Dice, you here? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Mike said one, two,
Hold
one, two.
on.
Okay, here we go.
1 second. Yeah, it's not showing. Give us it. It's pulling up. It's freezing. That's why.
Okay.
Okay. You want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Can you tell them the source that you got that from too, brother, before
So
you
I have
read?
absolutely no problem with that. We'll deal with that when we're done.
Yes, sir. Most definitely. Let them know where you got it from.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it says, amidst the leadership vacuum, Professor Drew reinvented himself as a religious prophet by deliberately suffixing the personal surname Ali. Connected him to, where am I at, y'all? To the important sources of authority in the minds of Black urban masses. Caliph Ali, 599 to 661, the imagined founding father of Masonry and son-in-law of Islamic prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah, Duse Muhammad Ali, an inspirational Pan-Africanist Garveyite intellectual, and the incarcerated Muhammad Ali, local organizer for the Canaanite Temple, as Canaanite Temple number 1 had legally been incorporated in Newark in May 1924. Drew embarked on an evangelical crusade elsewhere under a new Moorish banner to restructure Suleiman's satellite temples and traveled to several southern cities before establishing his headquarters at Chicago, Illinois in 1925. As Drew's sense of Islamic consciousness was stirred through an embodied experience with Oriental street killers and Canaanite Masonic esotericism.
Okay. Hold on. We'll go to the next one. Let's see.
Can you
Did
tell
we
them
go
the
here
source?
already?
Can
Yes,
you
sir.
tell
No,
them the
brother.
source?
No problem, brother.
I ain't trying to cut in your bill. I'm
No,
just
I
saying
got you.
that you
We'll
read
get
from.
that to you. So right here,
All right.
Drew alternated between working in a barbershop, so he used to cut hair.
I ain't
And
get
he
it
was
up there
street
yet. Wait a minute.
Okay, my bad.
It's up there now.
Okay. So the brother was a barber and a street preacher. Now, this United States federal census 1920. Drew attired himself loosely fitting multicolored gowns. All right, he covered his head with brilliant purple hood, and he redesigned himself as Professor Thomas Drew, an Egyptian adept student, similar to yourself, right? An East Indian from Virginia who ate nails and cured blind soldiers. All right. Now, he had a love affair with Eastern wisdom as the forgotten 18 years of Jesus Christ. And that's interesting because how we know that's not a lie. Let me come over here. You can put me up, sis.
Wait a minute, just a second.
And how we know that's not a lie, that he centered himself around that. And we'll also answer the question about you saying that he spoke about the people over in America and brought us some type of nationality or something. So this is coming out of the Circle 7 itself. Now, the genealogy of Jesus of 18 years of the events, life, works, and teachings in India, Europe, Africa. These events occurred before he was 30 years of age. These secret lessons are for all those who love Jesus and desire to know his work, his life, works, and teachings. So that falls right in that. But also when we come down, it also tells us where he's from. Sister Dice, do you mind reading this at the bottom, this small paragraph right here? I don't want them to say I'm lying.
Hold on, let me have to expand it.
The instructions.
Okay, the industrious acts of the Muslims of the Northwest and Southwest Africa. These are the Moabites, Hamathites, Canaanites who were driven out of the lands of Canaan by Joshua and received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle in that portion of Egypt. In later years, they formed themselves kingdoms. These kingdoms are called this day Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, etc.
All right, I rest my case.
I'm confused again.
And you still ain't told them the source. You say you're gonna get to
Oh,
it.
yeah, my bad. I got you.
Read,
Hold on. Let me get that for you. That's my
what
bad.
is the
You're right.
source?
And
I know
what
what you read from, but I just want you to tell the people.
I got you. Right here. Here go the source. The
Mhm.
Moorish Science Temple of America. Okay, chapter 29. Y'all can go get that. That's the source.
Chapter
My
29.
bad.
The
Yes,
Moorish
sir. Chapter
Science Temple of
29.
America.
Yes, sir.
That's
You can screenshot it.
And
Y'all can screenshot it if y'all
who is
need
the
it.
author? Who is the author of
You
the
want
book?
me to blow it up for you? Right
Yeah,
here. You
I
can
want to see
screenshot
who
it if you
I
need it.
want to see who the author is.
It's
good,
right
bro.
there on the screen. Yeah,
But wait a minute,
screenshot
I
it.
was trying to figure out what was it he was trying to say with all that.
He wasn't saying nothing, but I
Okay,
want to
well,
see who the author is.
he made a lot of claims. He
I
said Drew
want to see
Ali
who
had
the
nothing to do
author
with.
is.
He
Why the
said,
brother
I just
won't tell
showed you
y'all
the.
who the author is?
But wait a minute, I'm trying to.
I don't see
what he
nothing.
said.
I
Wait,
just
wait a
showed
minute,
you, brother.
Commission, I
Rewind it.
can't hear what
Wait,
he
do you see something sharing
I
in the
don't
back,
see
Sister
nothing.
Freedom?
Wait a
Hold
minute,
I don't
on,
see nothing.
Commission. That's what I'm
Rewind
trying
it.
to
Oh,
see.
y'all
Is
didn't share
Sister
my
Freedom?
screen again? Oh,
I'm
my
Yeah,
bad.
that's
Hold
what
up.
I'm
I saw
trying to
Keep it
share
cool.
again.
It's not on here.
Keep it cool.
Wait a minute. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. My screen up now.
It's cool.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
cool.
my bad. I didn't know my screen. Okay, now you can screenshot that.
Okay, there it go.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
I'm glad you showed that.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm glad you showed that because I already knew it's Fatih Ali Abdat. And I'm going to tell you who he's in conjunction with. A European by the name of Patrick Bowen, which I spoke to y'all of.
Okay,
earlier.
but did he lie?
Hold up. Yeah, he lied.
What he lied about?
Listen, Patrick Dorman, which is another European, they all in conjunction writing misinformation that they have recanted some of that garbage. Fatih Asbat.
Well, show us them recanting it.
Listen, check this out.
Yes, sir.
Fatih Abdat, Sharif Bey will tell you that. They the ones
Sharif
dealing
Bey
with
don't
Ali.
know nothing.
Listen,
He
they
don't know
quoting,
nothing.
listen, brother. They quoting Ali men. Sharif Bey is a Mason. There is nowhere in Moorish science, brother, that y'all can prove Noble Drew Ali was a Mason.
Bro, y'all can't even prove Moorish science.
Listen.
Now I can get it. Now, don't say that, brother, because I can show you what temple he belonged to.
Listen. All right, I'm gonna mute out and let you talk. And then when you're done,
I'm not even talking no more. You got it.
Okay, then. So don't cut me off. So when we go into this information right here, right? What you saying, bro, is coming from people. I done read all that. Everything you read.
So why you play? Why? So what you didn't expect us to know?
You just say you wasn't gonna cut me off, brother. Do you have any?
Yes, sir. You right. You correct.
You have discipline, brother. Cause I wouldn't do you like that.
I'm listening.
Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you, them people you talking about has reached out to me to get some of my pictures to go into the information.
Someone's in the back too.
Let me show you the source let me show you the source of this information and who put this out there in social media. Kemetian the one put this out.
Man, stop it, bro.
Kemetian put this out there. You just say you weren't gonna cut me off. Are you
yes, sir, but now you lying. Now you telling
tales. So can y'all
let me set up a debate? But this ain't what you talking about. Ain't got nothing to do with the
brother.
subject.
I don't know who dug you out the grave.
What you talking about?
Y'all don't start disrespecting each other.
Yes, man. We not.
Mr. Freedom, I'm not disrespecting him.
No.
I said to him, I'm here to talk about what you talk about.
Brother.
I'm here to talk about what you said. Talk about. What I'm saying is all of that. I ain't getting bad. I ain't bashing. All I'm saying.
No, you're respectful, brother.
Share this screen right here. I'm gonna share this screen right here real quick, and I'm gonna show you that all that stuff they talking about, and I'm gonna show you what they didn't show you in them books. I'm the one put this information out here. Sister Freedom, did you get that link? Is my link sharing right now?
Let's see if I can find it now. Wait a minute. It's so
okay.
Right here.
Let me know when I'm sharing.
I think it can go up there. Okay.
Okay, is it showing now?
Yes.
Now I'm gonna show you what they didn't.
Brother, what is the source for this?
I'm gonna show you what they didn't.
Is this a biased Moorish source?
I'm gonna show you what they didn't put in there. See this picture right here that's been floating around? I'm the one that Alim Bey got this from, that Fatih Abdad and all of them got this from. They got this from me. I clipped this from newspapers.com. I went into this information and put this out here. You see this? They don't have these articles right here. They got this one. This is the only one they had when I came up with it. But they don't have all of this stuff down here giving you the ins and the outs of this information, telling you that Marcus Garvey was a Mason. Deuce Ali was a Mason, but you'll never see Prophet Noble Drew Ali name.
And Drew Ali was a Mason.
Now
all
check
them,
this out.
All them was
Check this out.
homeboys.
Check this out, right? Now watch this. I'm showing you stuff you ain't never seen. Because I got it and I chose not to put it out there after I seen what they tried to do.
Brother, and right here, these people are Masons.
I
as
know
well.
what's so wrong if he was. I'm still trying to figure that out.
All of it, it's nothing wrong.
Well,
with it.
that's
wrong
basically
with
my
it.
question. Can I
it's
ask a
nothing
question
wrong with
real
it if
quick,
he was.
Kemetian? Because everybody that you're mentioning, they're working with different people that we would be suspect of. They're working with people that, and that's what a problem we see with Masonry. They're working with certain people, they're having affiliations, and they're telling our people things about who they are and the basics of who they're working with. We don't trust what they're saying about who they're saying the people are. So Kemetian, when you're saying these different people and they're working with, let's just call them these Europeans that are Masonic, how can we trust these sources from them and then call them devils in the next breath?
Who are the Europeans up, Sister Dulcinea, that Noble Drew Ali worked with, and show him with them?
Well, I mentioned it because you mentioned Marcus Garvey, you mentioned Noble Drew Ali, a couple of
Ali, he had a handler.
What you saying is conjecture.
Okay, what was the influence of Deuce Ali?
Deuce Ali didn't work with Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't remember nobody saying that he worked with him.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Deuce Ali never worked with Noble Drew Ali.
It was a Moorish presence there before Drew Ali. Drew Ali wasn't the first Moorish presence. That's why we just read that he branched off and made a satellite group. He branched off and made a satellite group, brother.
Tell me, what is the problem with being a Mason, a Shriner?
There's nothing wrong with being a Mason.
There's nothing wrong with it.
There's nothing wrong with being a Mason. Noble Drew Ali just
I'm a Mason.
All of us have a Mason in our family.
My dad is Mason and Shriner.
I'm a Mason.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. One of our family members are Mason, so I don't think it's
nothing wrong with being a Mason. Noble Drew Ali just wasn't one.
But okay, but wait a minute, how can you say that? And I'm just saying,
because in Masonic rolls, there are no Masonic rolls with his name on there. Masons have
That's not true, brother. Look in New Jersey. Go check in New Jersey.
He's not a Mason. He is not a Mason.
Y'all don't know what y'all talking about.
Okay. Drew Ali was not a Mason.
He's not a Mason.
Can we have one mic, y'all? Like, please, one mic. And
then it seems like every
time
time I talk, somebody talk over me, but ain't nobody telling them to stop.
Hey, y'all, let me get down. Appreciate y'all letting me up, ladies.
If I'm the guest here,
stay up, because I gotta ask you.
If I'm the guest here, I would respect, the people, and I would accept respect in return. I ain't upset. I don't get mad. None of that. But none of this got nothing to do with what we here to talk about right now. Read the subject matter what Sister Freedom brought here. Now, if you want to debate,
no, I'm the
hold up, Sister Dulcinea.
I did the title, Kemetian. I'm the one that did the title.
It don't matter, but it still ain't got nothing to do with the conversation that we're talking about. If you want to debate on these topics, we can do that. Set that up.
Respectfully, Kemetian, we're just asking questions. I've just asked you questions all night, which you haven't answered any questions, and I've been in good faith as far as just asking you questions. I'm not trying to teach you, so you cannot say that I've come with anything but asking you a question, which even the last question you haven't asked. These affiliations with Europeans, I don't understand how we can.
Question.
Yes, I think you
did. I not answer her question. It wasn't to her liking, but y'all be honest, Nisha.
So you answered the question about them being associated with Europeans, or did you say for me to go do research and bring to you that they're associated with Europeans right now?
Dulcinea,
I'm asking you a legit question.
Dulcinea, let the sisters answer. Did I not answer Dulcinea's question? Whether it was to her liking.
A different question. I guess you didn't get a chance to answer her last question because there's been so much controversy.
Right.
But I mean, I think
not on my end. I'm cool with
all the questions. If somebody asked you something, I'm confused.
And then you got somebody coming in here asking a question and won't show the source. Then when you show the source, I know these people are that's trying to tear the Moorish movement down. All Europeans that done wrote a bunch of garbage. I got all their information. I studied that stuff. And he didn't want to show it because he knew I knew what he had. But as
I
far
don't
as
agree
dealing
with
with
that.
Hey,
Dulcinea,
Kemetian,
as
are
He
far as
you
dealing
showed
with
it.
Dulcinea, as
a
far as dealing with
Kemetian?
Dulcinea, hold up, brother, I got you. I'm gonna let you speak. As far as
Sure.
because I've been cut off the whole while,
All
so
right.
please let me get my thought out
Well, he
without
didn't know that
anybody
you
cut
knew
me
the
off.
people. Now that you can't say
So
that, no Kemetian.
no, I'm saying he knew there was a possibility that I know who that author was because he hesitated to show that source, as I
I
kept
don't think he
saying.
did that on
The
purpose.
proper way to cite something, Sister Freedom, is I got this source from here. And then you run it down. You don't come and put information out there. And then if I put my information out there, I'm going to tell you this source comes from here. So what I'm saying, dealing with that particular brother, him coming in with that, which is a bunch of hogwash, none of that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. And I'm saying Sister Dulcinea said I didn't answer her question.
But
Every
Kemetian,
question
if
she asked, I
what
answered.
he said was he was still
Every question I
he was
asked, she
showing.
answered, Queen.
I'm sorry.
And I didn't answer it according to her liking.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was. But
Maybe
I
I
answered.
didn't understand because
Well, I said
for
the
me,
same
you
thing.
said go
No, but
research it, but you didn't
okay,
tell me as far as when
okay,
you brought up Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew
okay.
Ali, and people that have affiliations with Europeans, we're calling them, or Europeans that are Masonic.
That was just mentioned a
They're
few
not.
minutes ago.
Commotion, Dustin. There was commotion.
That
And
was just mentioned a few minutes ago. That wasn't even
I
talked
was
about
saying
earlier.
he get a
I
chance.
asked you, how do we actually go about that? How do we understand that? But all the questions I've asked tonight, Commission, have been just, I have not argued with you. I have not been trying to
I'm not
debate you. I've been
arguing with
trying
you,
to
man.
understand
I'm not
why these
arguing with
things
you,
are
man.
happening, why these symbols are happening. And for me, what I'm just hearing is, oh, you don't know. Oh, if you can't show the actual source, I'm not going to answer it. Not a basis
I
of
didn't say I
what
wasn't gonna
is.
answer
I
nothing.
don't know what
I
it.
never
Well,
say I wasn't gonna answer nothing.
like
I never said that.
I am asking about these European Masonics that are associated with these movements. How do we actually go and feel okay with that, as far as knowing that a lot of these affiliations have been trying to tell us who we are?
Noble Drew Ali is not a Mason, sister. Now let me ask the sister Dots them on here, with all due respect, because we ain't pitting no, this is all honor. When she asked me the question, can y'all tell me what I told her about the symbolism of the sister? Because that's where the symbolism came
But
in.
you
What
don't
did
you
I
have to
say
go back
about
and
the symbol?
forth.
Hold
You
up,
gave
no,
her
we're
the
not
answer
going
that
back and
you
we're
gave
not
her,
going
and
back
that's
and forth.
it.
We're not going back and forth, Sister Freedom.
Right.
I'm your guest here. I'm trying to show you something. Because if we can't be honest like that, we'll never be able to build as a people. All I'm trying to do is bring balance. I'm not contentious. You know, even though I'm people talking all over me, but I'm trying to say, Sister Dot, Sister Nisha, because I know they're honest. You, Sister Freedom.
I'm
When she asked me that question about the person coming out of the water, what interpretation did I give her?
You said that
But that's not the question I'm
Can
asking
you
about a
let her
person that
answer?
comes
Can
out of the
you let her
water.
answer?
So now I'm
Sister
being
Dulcinea.
dishonest because I'm not
Sister
asking about a
Dulcinea.
person that came out of the
Sister
water.
Dulcinea, I didn't say you was dishonest. You
You
saying that.
just said, let's go around to
Oh
all the
my
other
God.
women on the panel because I know you guys will be
But I
honest. You
didn't
don't
say
have
you
to
was
say
no. He
something,
dishonest.
said that he
Commission, but
answered the
there's certain
question.
I'm
ways to
just
do
saying that
things,
they gonna answer
especially
being
when I
unbiased,
don't
Sister
know
Dulcinea.
why you're. Hold on,
Dulcinea,
Commission.
I'm
I don't
just
know
saying that
why
this
exactly you're going about it, but it's just a simple. It
Dulcinea,
was just a simple question, and it's not
Dulcinea,
about the Grandessa Azteca.
Dulcinea,
I let that go. That's why I
Dulcinea.
asked you
I'm
another
That's why I
saying
don't know
that
why
question.
it's being brought back up again. It's two
Dulcinea, I'm
different.
I
saying
never brought it up again. I
And I
didn't ask
never
Dulcinea,
that
said you
again.
did. I
I
didn't
never
say you
brought that
Dulcinea,
up
did.
again.
I didn't
Dulcinea,
say
Commission just
you
brought that
did.
up. I never
Dulcinea,
brought that up.
Dulcinea.
Okay,
Listen,
excuse me. Can I say
I'm
something,
saying the
Kamishan? One
sisters are
second.
unbiased.
Kamishan,
That's all I'm
Kamishan,
saying. I'm not
Kamishan.
saying you dishonest. Go
Okay,
ahead, Doc.
Kamishan, please.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Please,
Doc.
Go to
y'all.
the next
Please,
person.
can we just press the reset button? We have other people on the panel that wanted to ask a question or share. Can we please just press the reset and keep it moving for right
Yes.
now? We have Darvis, Dr. Deese, OTK, Alexander. They've been up here waiting for a minute. Can we just let them get in? Who's next? I don't even
Absolutely.
know.
Go ahead. I think it's Darvis came. Darvis
Darvish
is
and
waiting. Then
me.
it's Dr. Deese, and then
Hey,
OTK,
Dr.
and then
D.
Alexander.
Hey, Dulcie, I see you.
That was
Hey,
me.
peace, Dr. Deese.
Peace. Peace to the Moors. Peace to the gods. Let's let Darvis work.
Hey, Darvis.
Peace to the gods. Peace to the goddesses, man. Peace to Kemetian. Listen, King, you got people here with you. They got an issue with this more thing. I understand they do, and I can't knock them for doing. The unlearned only know what the unlearned know. We're not gonna hold nobody accountable for that. You go ahead and drop the jewels you need to drop, and sooner or later they all understand it. They will understand it, King. Do your thing. Shouts out to you. We all Moors. If you don't want to accept it, you are traitor of your own people. Piece of the panel, piece of the chat, piece of the goddesses, piece of the gods.
Now, Doris, I don't know where that came from, but okay.
Was that what you had to say, Darvish? Did you have a question?
I said, if you have this issue against this term more, then you're really
He has a
going
question.
against your own people. Whether you understand it or not, the information's out there. The God dropping the information. We either accept it or we don't. But somebody told you. You cannot say you wasn't told.
What?
And I leave it like that. Hey,
Thank
end
you,
of the day, that's who
Darvish.
we are. Hey,
Dr.
I'll be honest with you now.
Hey,
I argue with
let
God with
it
this shit
breathe.
all the time, nigga.
Let it
Who's
breathe.
next?
Don't Kemetian, respond to how that whatever that mean to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's move on to the next one because Darvis he made his statement. Okay, Darvis.
It's all good. Hey man, I'm here to see everybody have a moment. So here's how I feel like I can relate to this topic. I feel like the majority of the disagreements that Kemetian is hearing through his perspective is more so that you're battling sources, you're battling ideas. And the reality of the matter is I feel like when I'm listening to Dulcie's questions, when I'm listening to Dots, those two in particular, and when I hear other people in the chat, the first question I have that I feel like needs to be asked to you, Kemetian, is that you got to understand the room. The room is you have indigenous and aboriginal and Indian people in here. So now I'm asking the question. I'm setting up the question, Kemetian. My one question that I want to start with is, what do you have to say to this audience, especially considering that Noble Drew Ali was born on the Cherokee Reservation? So by bloodline, Noble Drew Ali is Cherokee, but by belief, he finds himself a Moor. But then, Kemetian, I have to say one more thing that I know. Before the birth of Noble Drew Ali, you can literally go back through government records. You can go back to the Sundry Free Moors Act and know that at least since the 1700s, they've been monitoring, meaning that we know that there were Moors in America. However, the Moors that were in America were not American. That's what I think the disconnect in this room is we are speaking as indigenous Americans.
Hold on, Darvish. You said your statement, so let Dr. D finish.
Well, one mic.
And then Kemetian's going to go
I want to
after
hear
the
him work.
reply.
I want to talk to because I'm thinking that this is something that he may not have caught. So if you caught it, address what I just said to you. I hope you understood it. Peace to the God.
Peace to the God. I understand the statement. I understand what you're saying. What I was saying is, oh, my bad.
It's
Kemetian,
got
you
to be
there?
Kemetian. This is his show.
Kemetian, you there? Or I think he's stuck. Kemetian?
No, I'm here. I'm just listening.
Okay.
You know, we demonstrate discipline as Moors.
Okay.
You know, so when it come down to it, the question that the brother asked first and foremost, brother, we teach that we are indigenous to the planet. So when I say I'm Moorish, my Moorish ancestry not only starts in the Americas, but it also begins in Akibalon, that is the root of creation, so to speak, as we call it, the Garden of Eden. You know, and the Moors gave it that name, by the way. So when you are speaking of indigenous or aboriginal, you know, when it come down to it, before they were called Indians by Christopher Columbus, because that's who called them that. Before they were called Abos and Aboriginal by European the scholars and all this, and before they even called them indigenous, they had a terminology of affiliation that was applied to them. And that affiliation was Moorish. It's always been Moor. No matter where you go over the planet Earth, it's been the same. So it is the Moors in the Americas, occupied America to be exact. Why do we say occupied America? Because the Europeans are in control of it. Whether you call yourself a so-called Native American right now, you on the federal jurisdiction. You ain't no nation. You ain't got no government. You ain't got no flag. You ain't got no divine constitution. You ain't got no bylaws. If you do, put it out here. You still under the United States federal charter, just like the Moorish Science Temple. That ain't no government. That's a religious corporation. Even though some Moors will tell you that's the government. And that's the problem.
Can I add on right there? Can I add on right there?
Did I listen to you before I cut in?
No,
see, that's the thing,
go
y'all
ahead,
can't
but
do.
I got a question.
Y'all can't be disciplined like me and listen and then speak. You got to cut in somebody's bill. And then when I try to respond now, Kemetian is the one that's over talking everybody. That's terrible.
You're not over talking, but I don't want you to filibuster. I got
no, ain't no filibustering. I'm saying exactly what I'm saying. I'm speaking the truth. Whether you accept it or reject it, that's on you. Ain't no filibustering. I'm giving you uncut, raw truth. So this is where I stop at. Kemetian about building government. Kemetian ain't about being up under no European. So I don't believe my indigenous status come up under no federal charter. My indigenous status come from God. And in all that right there, I'm talking about theocracy. Theocracy is divine rule that come from a people that know how to demonstrate self-determination. Everybody else still got a welfare recipient mentality, as far as I'm concerned. And I stop right there.
All right, so let me work right where you at. Number one, see, I feel like that I have to continue from where I left off, God. There's something that I like to call blood right Moors. Blood right Moors are people that can trace themselves to Moors before the CIA and the FBI. Let's be real. We ain't got to talk about Freemasonry at all, because when we talk about the records, we talking about the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the CIA, right? Before those entities existed, there were definitively Moors, but they were not Americans. Now, granted, you have a definition of what a Moor is, and through your definition, which is a philosophy, there's another definitive difference between me and you. You know, peace to the gods, but there's a difference. There are philosophers and there are tinkerers. There are people who can actually make things occur in real life. That's me. And then you have people that have ideas. What I'm talking about right now is not an idea. What I'm explaining to you is that every single time in history, if you go back to Deuce Muhammad, if you go back to Ismailism, if you go back to the Hashishans and all the Saracens, the Moors on the tapestries, they're in Europe and they're in Africa. They are not in the Americas. So there is definitively originally a Moorish identity in the European states and in Africa. But when it comes to the Americas, where we are, there is a birth of the Moorish identity. The birth of the Moorish identity occurs similarly with the birth of the Spanish identity. When we talk about Montezuma, when we talk about the Choctaw, when we talk about the Cherokee in Georgia, when we talk about the Algonquin, when we talk about the Cahokia, Kaskaskia, these were not Moors. And granted, they were not Indians. We use the exonym Indian for these people, But none of these people were Moors or Indians. They were simply people of the land over here. You see what I'm saying? So the reality of the matter is that there is a birth of a Moor in America. Granted, you can go over to Africa and you can say that there is no birth of the Moor in Africa. You know, you can go back to the MR and the Owl and the Medu Netter. You know what I'm saying? But you can't do that in the States. You can't do that over as it's called now. You know, not to take that for granted. But the reality of the matter is me knowing my ancestry, me knowing my genealogy, I can respectfully say that if you are a bloodline Moor, you are a bloodline Moor. But I can definitively say that there's millions of us that are over here that are not bloodline Moors. That's what I would say to you, Kemetian, especially for you to call yourself the Kemetian adept and know that the birth of Moorish science in Kemet was the Mamluks, who were the Central Asian slaves in Kemet. So the reality of the matter is that there are births of everything that you're talking about. And everything that I'm talking about is the same thing, except for the fact that my people, in particular on this continent, do not have a name. So I would question you, who are your people? Who is your grandmother? And was your grandmother a Moor, or was maybe your grandmother an American?
You ready for the answer?
Yep.
My ancient grandmother, which leads up into my modern grandmother, come from the line of Sudan. My ancestors moved across the Sahel, which is the middle form of Africa, and settled in Senegal. And they were taken from the court of what we call the door of no return in Dakar. My ancestors practiced the Syrian religion. And the Syrian religion is that which come from ancient Kemet. They believed in the great Ruach, or the great spirit, which you call Ruach if you speak Hebrew, or somebody else call Ruh if they speak Arabic. So when it comes to my DNA, I'm 85% sub-Saharan West African. So when it comes to that aspect, I don't have, all that Neanderthal stuff in me that some people have in them. So at the end of the day, family, I'm Moorish by birth and by bloodline. My markers are L3 and E1B1A, which is like most of our people over here that have that connection, whether they deny it or not. And that's why a lot of y'all don't like to take the DNA test. I ain't speaking of just people that scared. I'm talking about certain people that say they're Aboriginal, to be exact, because I don't want people on here that ain't took it to think that I'm pinpointing them. I'm talking about most of you that say you Abos and Native Americans do not want to take the test because you know what you're going to find in it. So from that aspect right here, since you went on as long as you did, I want to share something real quick just to show.
I just want to say that I know respectfully. I know you can share while you're sharing your screen.
Every time.
I just want to let you know that you're right now, what you're doing is you're lumping everyone together when Dr. Deese is a doctor that actually studies this and has the science, that knows the science. That's why he's Dr. Deese. I just wanted to let you know that I wouldn't quite just assume that for everybody, as far as to be like, oh, and assuming that we're all in a specific space when we're not. And I've taken the test.
His doctor degree don't make him right.
He ain't lying.
That he knows the science that you're quoting won't make him right.
He studied about philosophy.
Let him work. I'm not mad at
so
all.
What I'm saying,
tell him that himself though.
What I'm saying is this. See how when I get ready to try to go into something, the confusion is cut in now.
Go on and work.
Am I here to be a type of baby? Is that what we doing? If y'all,
You're not being attacked.
do
You
you
just
know
made
how
an
to
assumption
treat?
about
Do
everybody
you
on the
know how to
panel.
treat? Do you know how to treat your guests?
You just made a perception about
Can I
everybody
finish
on the
saying?
panel.
Can I finish saying what I'm saying?
Well, he just said that he's not drunk. Okay.
But he just did. He just said, I know y'all won't take the test. And he's
Sister
on the
Freedom,
panel with not only people that have
Sister
taken the
Freedom, do you
test,
feel
but
like
a
I'm
doctor.
Do you feel like I'm disrespecting your platform right now?
I mean, I don't, but I want you and Dr. Dees to continue because I don't want you.
Okay, can I respond? Did I cut him off? Was
No,
I
you can
silent or not?
go.
When y'all get a chance, go back and listen to this video and see how I sat here silent, and every time I spoke, somebody come in.
You just spoke for 10 minutes uninterrupted, me on mute.
I'm looking at the time. You're lying. I'm watching the time right here.
I am too.
How am I going to speak for 10 minutes when I'm being cut off through the whole demonstration?
Well, go ahead. Don't even argue back and forth.
The only reason is that you made a presumption that the people on the panel did not take the test, nor do they know about DNA, and you're on the panel with the doctor and people that have taken the test.
Okay, well, can we get past that?
I see what this is. You know what?
This is getting
you know what? I'm going to do this right here, because this is what we do Islamically. You know what I mean? With all due respect. Because I understand that we're not going to get anywhere with this. I respect this platform. I ain't going to never get on here and go back and forth and argue. If you're in a situation where you're dealing with a biased mentality, the best thing you can do is remove yourself from that situation. So I respectfully say this, being that I'm not allowed to really finish what I'm saying or complete my thought, I'm going to let y'all have y'all thought. I don't try to disturb it, and I apologize if you feel offended by everything or anything that I said, because that's not my intention to offend any one of you. But I'm going to speak the truth. I'm going to stand on that. What you believe is your truth, I honor that. What I stand on is my truth. I know what I'm standing on. I never shift from that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to respectfully let y'all have this, and I'm going to keep it moving, people. It's all love and peace.
Kemetian, do not leave, please.
No, I got to go, Sister Freedom.
I appreciate you coming and everything.
I respect you, but I'm gonna depart because I don't feel like this right here has went like it should, and maybe you'll get a chance to go and look back over what I'm talking about. Because what's going on right now, I was invited on this show to give input. Sister Dot was very patient. Sister Nisha was very patient. She very outspoken about what she say. She gonna let you know what she feel and what she don't feel. Everybody else, you have been respectful. And I'm not saying nothing against Dulcinea. But what I'm saying is I have not been able to make my points, because every time I get ready to make my point, it's somebody trying to attack. And I'm not even dealing with the going back and forth. That ain't my style. I'm here to answer y'all questions. If you ask me a question and I answer that question and it's not to your liking, it is what it is. Don't make it look like that somebody trying to hide something secret. I'm giving to you what we stand on. You asking me the question, but don't say Kemetian and ask the question. And then definitely don't cut into something when I'm trying to give you clarity. Because a lot of time when I'm trying to give you clarity, I could be giving you clarity to bring us together at a point. Because that's how I teach. I teach unity. I don't teach division. So I don't have to go against an Aboriginal in order to be Moorish. I don't have to go against an indigenous person to be Moorish, because I understand that they one and the same. I don't deal with religious gangbanging. I don't deal with political gangbanging. I don't deal with conversational gangbanging. All I'm saying, if we're going to have a conversation, it has to be an exchange of dialogue. And I'm looking at my own time when I'm watching. But I've been seeing people, they trying to say, you've been saying this, I'm looking at the clock right here. It's that you have in mind what you have in your own mind. And I respect that. But you can't push what you have. Like, I ain't trying to push my belief or what it is I stand on you. I'm not doing that. I'm answering questions.
I'm not either. And you started this at 11:18 my time, Kemetian. And all I was trying to preference to you is that preferencing whatever you were about to say with being like, y'all don't deal with DNA to a doctor, to people that have taken the DNA test with alongside of you. I was saying that maybe don't preference that. You're not talking to those type of people. Not for you to be like, oh, it's against you, but for you to understand the people that you're talking to.
Did
So
I
you
not
don't
say?
have to. You don't have to think you're talking to
Did
people
I
that don't
not say
understand
I'm not
DNA.
talking to everybody in here? And I generalize what I say. Did anybody hear me?
Yes, you
Because
did.
it's
Okay,
like
so
she
let's.
don't hear. It's like
Can I?
she don't hear
Okay,
what I be
okay.
saying.
Move on.
Can
Go
I say
ahead,
something?
Sister Knox. Go ahead.
Can I say something? Okay, so okay, listen. We apologize. I apologize. You are a guest on our platform, right? I don't know how many shows you have watched when we do have guests on, but usually when once we drop the link and people come up on a panel to ask questions, it gets a little spicy. That's just the nature of what we do, right? It's like that I don't want to say verbal sparring, but in essence, that's pretty much how it goes. But we don't ever want you to feel attacked, right? And so I apologize on behalf of my sisters. That was not our intent whatsoever. Okay.
And I don't
Respectfully
believe
though, can you,
I don't believe that it was y'all intent.
Right.
You
It
know,
wasn't our intent for you to feel,
I didn't
feel
think
that way.
that.
So,
But I'm saying,
right.
I'm looking at the individual that's speaking on stuff we wasn't even talking about. It moved us outside of the realm of the question being answered. Because you got
So
people
now
talking about things that we wasn't even talking about. That's
Okay.
all I'm saying. See, in my circle,
Point taken.
we call
Okay.
it don't introduce apples and oranges when we talking about nuts and bolts. Stick
Got
to
you.
the subject matter. That's
Point
all.
taken. So, can we get back on track? Dr. Deese, you was getting ready to show him something. I don't know if you remember his question.
No, Kemetian was
I was
about to
getting
show
ready
him
to show
something
something.
about DNA.
Okay. Well, show
Okay.
it
So
to
I
me.
wasn't
do
finna
you
show him
mind
nothing
doing
about
that?
I can
DNA.
pull it up.
I
Put it
wasn't
back
finna
in
show
there.
him something about DNA. I was finna show him something about what he didn't know he was talking about the Moors.
Well, then put
Okay.
it back
So,
up there.
And
So
actually,
Just go ahead and show it.
I prepared that for this thing, but when I seen the subject matter, I put it to the side.
well, put it back
So-
up there because I'm really curious about what you was about.
It's all good. I'm
and
waiting.
Dr. Deese, do you want to just quickly restate your question for those in the audience who may have forgot?
Well, no,
It's
it
been
was
like 10,
Kemetian
15
showing.
minutes. I'm good, man. Let Kemetian work.
Yeah, Kemetian, could you show
Okay.
it, please, what you was about to show and explain it?
Give me a second here. I'm just trying to pull it back open.
Thank you.
Okay. Here we go.
All right, let me
I'm
scroll.
just trying to present my screen real quick.
Oh, you didn't put it up there. I'm up there looking for it.
Yeah, and all right.
Wait, no, wait.
Okay.
I think that's it right here. Okay.
And he himself wasn't addressing, anything about DNA. He was saying that we wasn't Moors over here in America. And that's what I was getting ready to share something in response to, just to give you clarity.
I can agree with that.
I only mentioned my DNA to show you who I am, as opposed to, what everybody else saying. So what I will show you is this, family, what a lot of people fail to realize. And I'm saying a lot of people, you put yourself in that category, don't put it on your feet, because it wasn't meant for you. I'm speaking of a lot of people who choose that. So my key is to show you briefly, exactly who the Moors. This is how you cite something, right? This is Gerald Massey right here, right? And I ain't gonna read the whole. I'm gonna just read from this one spot right here. And I ain't got just European sources up here. This European tell you here, generally held that the word Moor is defined as North African Berber from the 14th century, from Old French Moor, from medieval Latin Morus, and from Latin meaning the inhabitant of Mauritania, which stems from the Greek Morus, thought to be a native name. Now, anybody know what a native name mean? That means it came from the inhabitants, not somebody else. Yet it is very unfortunate that many neglect to trace the term's etymological roots further back, as a language did not begin with the Greeks and Romans, nor did the term Moor. So we must look further back to find this source, which brings us to the Phoenician term Mahorum, meaning Westerners. And that can be ultimately linked to Egyptian MR that he said wasn't so. MER, MAUR that I told y'all, and Mehru and Mu. This is the root of the name of the Moors. See where it says they were known in Morocco as the Mari or the Moors, right? This is European. Now watch this. Watch this. This is a source from our own people. Them same names he mentioned going back to Kemet. You see it right here. This was the name of Amen. He was known as Mar. I'm showing you etymology now. The name Mari here in the book Eden in Egypt by Ralph Ellis. I'm showing you Mari as it connects to Amen Ra right now, right? Dealing with light. Now I'm going to show you the same word sound shift where they take the O instead of dealing with the U, and it's still dealing with a luminary, a light again. This is Hebrew. This is how you trace etymology between languages. It ain't no lookership or none of that. It's called tracing a word by its roots. Now, this word, when it says, let there be light in your biblical text, those who believe in it, light bearer or luminary, has reference to us being those who come forth from beings of light. Or they would say stardust in science, so to speak, right? So I'm showing you how far this word more go back into antiquity. I'm showing you the Kemetic origin. I'm showing you the Hebrew origin and a whole lot of other origins. But this name doesn't just refer to the light. It also refers to the land. Kemetically, you see that right there? Mir represents a ship. There's an English word that deals with mooring ships to the dock. You see here, but Mir also means a cistern, a water, a lake, a pool, a stream, a canal, right? So when you come over here into this map and you see the words that say Mare Abricum and Mare Atlanticum or Miri, this is referring to water. You can trace it from Kemet all the way back up into this time. What does this mean? What am I trying to express to you right now? I'm saying that the term M and R, the root, it goes back further than anything, and we can find it as it refers to Meru, the high priest of Amun, the seal bearers of Lower and Upper Kemet, the overseer, and these are pages from my book that I'm writing now. Up in Lower Egypt, high priest, the Amun, the steward of Amun, the overseer, these are people that are being referred to here through that same root. So in conclusion, just briefly, Mir, for example, the title of the high priest of Amun, it is universally embraced. This is my work. That the high priest who came through the line and succession of the heir apparent of Amun received the title Mir in reference to their station of inheritance. Mir, in transliteration as the station of occupancy, also linguistically traced to the root M and R, where Mir is often translated as gods and goddesses, keepers of the seal, sheiks of tribes, chiefs of caravans, inspectors or dignitaries and overseers, beloved of Amen, Amun, Amin, Aman, Amun. From the Egyptian adept perspective, we refer to such as none as the executive ruler or the love thought of the great god known as Neter in the Per Imheru books of Coming Forth by Life. And I got all the attestation right here in the language referring to the man, the people, and the land. That's in the ancient aspects of it. So you said it wasn't there in that realm, right? Now, the modern expression of this more that you say we wasn't dealing with, we're going to give it to you from here. This is coming from a dictionary from 1787. And you see what they tell you right here? It tells you that the ancient Mauritania, from which the word Mar, which is the same root, which we write the word Mar or Moor is derived. It says the proper country of the Moors. Same people, the Mar, right? These different sources right here. Here's another source, another dictionary. And this one is Abden's Manifold Cyclopedia, 1890. The word Moor, I ain't gonna read the whole definition. but it's giving you the same information. Mare, more, a native of Africa, called by the ancient Romans Mauritania, from the color of the people, or the word literally the country of dark complexion people, one of the people from Africa. And it goes on. Another definition, and I can go on and on. I ain't gonna read all these definitions. I'm gonna read what GM James say. I'm gonna read what GM James say right here, and that's it. He says, as to such people, North Africa were the neighbors of the Egyptians and became the custodians of the Egyptian culture, which they spread through considerable portions of Africa, Asia Minor, Europe. During their occupation of Spain, the Moors displayed with considerable credit the grandeur of African culture and civilization. The schools and libraries which they established became famous throughout the medieval world, and science and learning were cultivated and taught. We descend from the Moors. Hate it or love it.
I'm confused. I don't think, how did that answer, respectfully, how did those sources answer what you show answer Dr. Deese's premise about the Moorish paradigm being imported to the Americas and not being indigenous to the Americas?
Did you hear him say that?
Am I off? I could be off because it was a question.
I think he was
prefacing in the Americas.
I was addressing the root and tracing it up into the Americas. I just traced the word right into the Americas in the dictionary. But what I'm saying is this: the term Moors, and I have more in here, but I ain't gonna try to present that because I know that ain't gonna have here. I got more in here to show you the Indians that are here in America dealing with the Moors. I done presented this on this channel before. That's why I don't feel like it's necessary for me to go further into that. But I got a whole line of information right here showing you the Indians being called Moors before they were called Indians. Whole bunch of sources over here. You know, so
I did a whole presentation on that too.
What he's talking about,
that probably would have been a better source to show, because I was waiting on the answer.
The reason why I'm comfortable having a peaceful conversation with you about it is because in my genealogy, my blending is very recent. My mother's bloodline is 2 Indians. My father's bloodline is Irish and, Mississippian.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I say this to you, right, is here's where we need to start from. I have one simple question from you, so yes or no. If I heard you correctly, you said your people came through the Sahel, right?
That's right.
All right. So are you familiar with what Ibn Sharif did?
Which Ibn Sharif?
The one born the one who reigned 1672 to 1727. I'm talking about Ismail Ibn Sharif.
Yeah, I got him right here. I got him right here in these slides over here.
See, he was an interesting guy. He had something called the Black Guard. What Ismail Ibn Sharif was, now see, this is Africans on Africans. And I have to start here because a lot of the issue is anthropology. What we're not seeing is you have these people, number one, there are thousands of ethnicities in the Americas, as well as there are thousands of ethnicities in Africa, as well as Europe and Asia, blah, 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 right? So when you look at Ismail Ibn Sharif, what he did is he created something like that was called the Black Guard. Now, that's another thing that the Moors like to say is that the Moors didn't use the word black, but they did. What the Moors did was they called the people in Timbuktu black. What the Moors did is they went into Timbuktu. They went into Mali, where Kanka Musa was from. Yes, Kanka Musa, the Songhai Empire, temporaneously through time was the same geographical area. So what we're talking about is your friendly Moroccans on the West Coast, as well as your friendly Moroccans on the East Coast, like Tipu Tip. So on the West Coast, you're talking about Ismail Ibn Sharif. And on the East Coast, you're talking about Tipu Tip. They went into Central Africa. They went into Timbuktu. They went into Songhai, and they enslaved them guys. You know what they called them? The Black Guard. So you have African Moors from Morocco, as well as African Moors from Kenya and around that area going into Central Africa underneath the Sahara Desert, sub-Saharan, the term we were familiar with now, and they called them guys black. So what you telling me, when you telling me that your ancestors come through the Sahel, is you telling me that some of your folks were some of them black people that came out of the Sahel, and then they got traded into the slave trade, and they found themselves into the Americas. And that's okay, because what we're talking about is a period of time where the African slave was the Mercedes-Benz. The African slave was the Lincoln Navigator of the time. And at the same time, the literal same time and place, what we're talking about is the Occaneechi, the Creek Indian, the Houma Indian, the Yawani, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Timucuan were being traded as the Fords and the Chevys. So you had your people that was coming over as Benzes and BMWs from Africa, and me and mine was Fords and Chevys. What I'm telling you is we not the same. So what's happening and what you're calling this Moorish paradigm is you're creating a mixture. You're mixing the dough. You're pretending like we're all the same people, but we are not. And I sincerely hope that's clear to you. That when I look at Dulcie, and I know Dulcie has Irish lines, when I look at Sister Freedom, when I look at Tariq Bey, and I see the Cherokee lines, I know the Cherokee lines are American, but I look at you, and to keep it a buck, I know you got Irish in you. You understand what I'm saying? I can tell you got Irish in you, but even beyond that, you know you got African, and that's okay. But what I'm telling you is there is no such thing as an indigenous Moor in the Americas. As well as going back to the title of this room when we're talking about Freemasonry, the Freemasons acknowledge this, especially when you take it back prior to Noble Drew Ali. When you talk about Freemasonry, what you're really talking about is Deuce Muhammad and Marcus Garvey. That's pre-Noble Drew Ali. By the time Noble Drew Ali came along and Noble Drew Ali served his time in the circus, what we're talking about is something that the African Moors established in the 13 colonies. But what I'm telling you is, go ahead, peace. I'm not here to interrupt nobody, but at the end of the day, the Moorish thing is an African thing, and there's no way around it. We are American.
Period. And I have a question for you, Dr. Deese, whenever you get a chance. I'll let everybody go, though.
Go ahead. And, you know, I see the brother smiling.
No, that's why sorry, everyone keeps pausing. That's why I had said to Kemetian after you showed that last source, I was saying that I was confused because I didn't understand how what you were showing answered his question or premise, right? That the Moorish paradigm, if you will, is an import to the Americas. It's not that it's native to the Americas. That's all.
Can I ask?
Let's talk.
I
got to say something about the chat.
Wait a minute, Dr. Deese. Is that Dr. Deese? No, I was just saying, from what you just said, you're saying that you don't think that the Moors, I guess it was a small portion of people, came over here and could have possibly had sex with people over here, or could have probably just landed over here and started doing stuff.
Doc, I can literally give you names. Hold on one second. You got to talk about.
Is that what you're saying? I'm just asking because I didn't want to be confused.
Kashkash ibn Sa'id ibn Aswad. That's one of
yes,
them.
Just to make it clear,
there were Moors that were here before Noble Drew Ali. There were literally. But the thing, what my point is,
he's saying it's going to tie back to bloodline, that your families are going to be tied to that.
Well, it has
you're more, your family will be tied to that.
It would have to if they came over, had sex, right, Dulcie? Like if they came over here and had sex and babies with people over on this land, it would have to tie in then, right?
But wait, but based on the people who came and them tying in, that's not 12.5 million people are now Moors just because 10 people
No, I
came
wasn't
here,
saying
50 people came here, 100 people. So what he's saying is if you're a Moor, you will be able to tie yourself to the Moor that came over here.
And that's why I can have this
I still think
conversation.
it's just another name.
We got to talk about the Washita. We got to talk about the Washita. We got to talk about the Tuscarora. We got to talk about the tribes, the American tribes who allowed Moors into their tribes. There are Moorish Washita. There are Moorish Tuscarora. But that does not mean all of the Tuscarora are Moorish. That's the point I'm making, is that we definitively accepted Moors into these bloodlines, Sister Freedom. We
Right,
definitively. That's what I think you get it now. Peace.
No, I've been understanding.
Literally, my best friend when I was a child. My best friend when I was a baby, last name was Sharif. I'm not fucking playing with you. These is my homies. These are my real fucking friends, bro. I mean, Pete and sis, what I'm saying to you is we have, and I'm willing to accept you. I'm willing to accept you for who you are, but for us to have a complete conversation, we have to know what the line is. And the line is y'all not from here. Period. You're not from here.
Sister Freedom, let me ask you a question.
Wait, can I ask him a question really quick? I did ask.
I go to come in, you do that, though, Sinead. I don't know why you do that.
But I asked before Sister Freedom asked the question. I just want to ask the question really quick. I promise you. It won't be, but it is going to be because you kind of digged and said that it had nothing to do with the topic. So I do want Dr. Deese to kind of make sense of it for everybody, since everybody's saying that it's nothing to do with the topic. So when it comes to the Grandeza Azteca, even if 1,000 other cultures use that ancient symbol of a man holding a woman, isn't it something that we can discuss in Freemasonry to be like, why aren't we talking about the cultures that are using that symbol? And when there's a culture that does use the symbol and we're not talking about it at all, does that have anything to do with Freemasonry?
Oh, I'm confused on that one.
Dr. Deese.
I think I'm missing the root question.
As far as the Grandeza Azteca, when we see that there is a symbol that's being used, as far as it, I know that Sister Freedom and Kemetian were saying, well, we can see that symbol in many other cultures and different things like that. As far
I don't know
as
about it being a symbol. It's just like a little story, not a symbol. Like,
yeah, okay, we can see that story in many other. But when it comes to Freemasonry, am I the weird one for seeing like it in a particular culture that's not being mentioned? And there's a legend of it, but it's not being mentioned at all.
So with every story that's out, you think somebody puts a man holding up a woman. How old do you think that possibly could be?
Name a culture that uses that. Name a culture that uses it, Sister Freedom.
Even probably what's that? The Greeks. They probably got a big old statue.
Do they? Or probably.
Wait a minute.
I
would have to look it up. But wait a minute. Even back to the Gilgamesh, whatever, there's stories of a man holding a woman up. You talking about me or somebody just drawing a picture of a man holding a woman up, and for them, a man could be in love with somebody way back that 1,000,000 years ago, and he draw a picture of a man holding the woman up, and they come up with their story as to why they holding the woman up. People got different stories as to why things are the way, like. For instance,
but Sister Freedom, we normally talk about those different stories. We normally say
story
where those stories come from, and we talk about what that symbolizes. But the fact of being like, I don't want to say where it comes from, because still there is no other place that has been mentioned that symbol has come
I
from,
never
but
even heard of
Mexico.
the story that you're talking about.
I know,
I
I know you haven't, and that's what I'm
I have
asking.
never
Is
heard
that
of it.
tied
Wait a
to
minute.
Freemasonry that you haven't heard that story? Yes or no?
The story that you're talking about.
Because you use the symbol, but you haven't heard the story. Where
Not that
other
story.
is that symbol
Not that
from?
story, but I've heard other stories. I mean, even it seems like even the story of footprints is similar to the story. It's like it's like
Where is footprints is from?
I don't know where the story footprints come up from, but you know, footprints is a story where Jesus is carrying you over. You said, you know, it's like you did everything, but when you got to a certain point, I carried you. It's like it's like people make stories up from different pictures, like and stuff.
I
Why
do
did it
think
have to be
footprints
that
could
Noble
be a
Drew Ali?
symbolism of it.
So
But
wait a
I
minute, are
think
you?
that footprints would be
Maybe
more
I'm not
recent.
getting it right from you, Dulcie. Maybe I'm thinking that you're saying that Noble Drew Ali stole or plagiarized the story from this story and then
No,
made his own
I'm not
story
saying
up.
that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in Freemasonry, we know as far as symbols being used and their origins and different things being hidden from the public but known behind the scenes.
Now that's
So
true. They do
May I
have
speak?
when it comes to
but
that,
I
I
don't
think
think that that
footprints can
story.
very much so be the same story.
But why would
But
they
May I
hide the
speak?
story there? Why? What about that story would be so that it would need to be hidden? You know what? They have secrets like handshakes, secrets like little symbols they do with their hands that mean certain things or something like that. It's not like that story is like a love story now. Like it, I can't see why somebody would
See,
have
Big Mama,
hidden
Sister
it.
Freedom, here's
Yes.
the thing. That's what I've been saying. There's a deeper conversation happening here. There's a disagreement between the tinkerers and the philosophers. And I already know a lot of people is not going to get what I'm saying right now. There's a disagreement between the people who literally go out like King Pakal and build the motherfucking UFO versus the people who talk about the etymology of what UFO means. You understand what I'm saying? Like this, that's why I can have this conversation in peace. And a lot of people find argument in this conversation because you need to understand that words are always a send off. If I can't build what you say, in my, just me, if I can't build what you saying, if I can't make what you saying happen in real life, then it's fucking fake. That's how some people feel in this world. So let's go back, right? Let's
Dr.
go back
Deese
to what.
and Darvis going to get in trouble with me. Both of them need to switch to them legs.
Just sat here.
but can I
I
say
just
something
sat
really
here and
quick,
let this
Dr.
brother
Dees?
run
Because I
down.
feel
As
like
soon as
people are
every time I speak, Dosadale cut in.
Oh, I didn't hear you speak. I'm so sorry.
It
I
never
did not hear you
fails.
speak. I
This
promise.
brother
I
done
thought
spoke
Dr.
the
Dees
whole
just spoke.
while, right? A run, and he on a second go round. I'm sitting here listening. So what I want to say is this right here. Out of all that stuff he was saying about, the Moors, this brother, and I ain't saying this to be funny, because you're talking to somebody that know, brother. I done lost 30 years of sleep over this information. So you can't just run anything by me, and I feel it's disrespectful to take advantage of people that you think don't know what you're talking about. And so that's what I do. I'm a revealer of the light. So, we're gonna give the people the truth. For one, when we deal with the Moors over here, I want to ask the question. I've finna ask Sister Freedom this before. This is a basic question. Sister Freedom.
Yes.
When do they say Christopher Columbus discovered America?
Oh, I
What
can't
year?
remember the date for that fool. I'm sorry.
1492.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
1492. So it shouldn't be no Moors over here. It shouldn't be no Moors over here prior to that, should it?
You wouldn't. Well, I think that
No, I'm saying I'm talking about according to the Western narrative. You know what I mean?
I stand up and I tell you, I know it was Moors over here before that.
Hold up. I'm talking goodness.
I know it was
gracious.
Moors over here before that.
Goodness gracious. Can I talk to the
Because
sister
more
without
from my
nobody?
my sister Zodiacus and my mother have always taught me that the Moors were the best sailors on the ocean, right? And that they were the ones who they were the ones who actually really, in a sense, put the mark on America. Like they were the ones that showed everybody about America. So if they just are the ones that brought even Abraham Lincoln over here, they already knew about it. So they had to already be over here.
That's correct. That's correct. That's what I wanted to ask. Now let me show support of what you just said, sister, briefly. You know, because people are asking about the Moors being over here. I want to specifically show you that the Moors were here prior to Christopher Columbus. You see this right here? Is my screen showing?
Wait a minute. But we all agreed that they were here before Columbus.
Hold up, Sister Dot. I got you.
We already know.
I got you. Hold up.
I don't know what's going on tonight.
Is it showing now?
Yeah.
Okay. So right here, right in Mexico at San Jose de los Naturales Royal Hospital burial site in Mexico City, right? There was 3 enslaved West Africans of West African and Southern African ancestry, dated between 1453. How many years is that before Columbus was said discuss this? Now we're dealing with DNA markers right now, by the way. How many years was that before Christopher Columbus studied or discovered America? And one was from 1450, and one was from 1436, and another was 1470. All of them before Columbus got
20 years or something. I don't know.
Right, and look at the haplogroups. Look at the haplogroups they carry. E1B1A / EM2632, right?
But doesn't more just
L1B2
darker skinned people?
When they say West African, sister, and Southern African ancestry, we talking about dark Moors.
Right. So we know dark people was already on.
Right. So what my thing is people don't believe they were here prior to Christopher Columbus coming. So if they was here, then they were native to here. Then that means they would have to be indigenous to here. That means they would have to be native born here.
Though. Not necessarily.
No. So now you admit there was a slave trade then.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying
okay,
that.
so how did they get here?
I'm not saying that it wasn't.
So how did they get here, Queen? How did they get here, Queen?
Because they were good. Listen, they were good navigators on the waters.
I know that.
That's what I'm saying.
I know that. And it was a more that never.
It could have been, but you know that you can't contradict yourself.
No, I'm not contradicting myself.
Not you in general. I'm just saying. People say that the original man was all over the planet Earth.
That's right.
Okay, so if the original man was all over the planet Earth, then dark copper color people, we're gonna say that, was already on these lands.
That's right.
Right. So
when he say that Moors are not here, when they say Moors are not here, though, Sister Freedom, if we know that they are wrong when they say that.
No. Listen. If Moors came,
you didn't hear that brother just say the Moors are in America.
We all three just said it. We all
Freedom. Can I work here? Can I work right where we at?
Goodness gracious, I can't even.
I don't want
Pyro fan.
Brother, you go the whole mile. And every time
I do.
Can you show me? Can you show me
anytime? I'm talking to you.
But can you show me any time that I cut in on one of your bills right here?
You've been talking for 10 minutes. I ain't said nothing.
Can
like
you show me,
bro?
If I was talking 10 minutes, that means I was talking when you was talking 5 minutes ago, bro. Don't do it.
So what do you want to say right now?
I cut in front of you now time.
Okay, so go ahead. What are you saying?
I'm gonna show you what I want to show you right now. You see this right here?
Wait a minute, I gotta put it up. Y'all moving fast.
Oh, it ain't up there. Okay, I didn't know. You see this right here? This is dealing with the Moorish people, right? And if you notice here, they're talking about the Mauritania supports a population of what? 2,530,000, right? And this was 1998. You know, 40% of which is now mixed, more African, 30% more, 30% African. But you see, they're still mixed with their own selves, bro. Not any of the group. Now,
brother, we got questions. I know I'm not the only one here. I got a question for you, bro.
Goodness gracious.
So when I say more
are you looking
African,
at the time that you going before you start talking and I speak?
So when I say more African,
I ain't even spoke 2 minutes.
Defines a more
I ain't even spoke 2 minutes, bro, and listen to you 7 or 8, and you can't let me finish a thought for nothing in the world. Y'all got to watch this video. When y'all get done, please go back and watch this video, bro.
We always,
you know what I mean? Because
you need to define the terms you're using. That's all you got to do.
Can I finish a thought?
Define the terms you're using.
Can I finish a thought, please? Can I finish a thought? Now, I'm going to go over here to the African Fact Book. And I'm the one that put this out there. And certain people start trying to use it. Remember I was telling y'all about the migration pattern? This is coming from the African Fact Book from people in Africa, scholars. And all of these sources they have come from our ancestors, basically. In this African Fact Book, it shows the journey and the migration of the people coming out of the Sudan, moving over here through the Sahel, just like I was saying. Here's another migration coming out of Egypt in the same area here. Here's another coming out of Egypt here. All of this represented your Moorish people that they became a gestated population here. They even said here in the African Fact Book. And I just want to show y'all. Remember I was talking about the Demari, which mean Moorish gods? This is what they had over there, Sister Freedom. You know what headdress that is? That's the Atef crown.
We don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
That's the headdress.
Let me say what OTK question. OTK has had a question. Lysandra, Cosmo, you gotta let them get their question. They gotta go back around.
This is the Atef crown, brother, of Al-Sar found among the Moors. This is the tribal deity they believed in, Amen, right? This same
How are you
region,
saying that belongs to the Moors?
This is Moors right here. What are you talking about?
Moor just mean dark-skinned people. I don't get this.
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
I'm
confused. If Moors just mean dark-skinned people, what is a Moor African?
Goodness,
what is a Moor African?
Brother, listen.
Because they're talking about dark-skinned people that come from Africa, just like a dark-skinned
people. I might as well let him go ahead and run the whole thing.
There's Moors all over the world because they're saying Moor just means dark-skinned people all over the world in different places.
There you go. Gosh, so okay, what is he talking about?
So what does it mean when Moors enslaved Timbuktu people?
I'm done. Y'all got it, man.
Yeah. If Moors just mean color, then why are you talking about Moors come from Africa? More, hold on. If we talking about,
you gotta define that, bro.
Who's getting the question now? Let's one at a time. Dr. D, somebody else.
This me, man. This me. I've been waiting.
OTK, you got a question?
Go ahead, OTK. I'll mute up.
Yeah, it's OTK turn.
Peace to everybody, man. I got one question real quick, and then Kemetian, man, I got some stuff I want to get in because I want you to build. You know what I mean on some things that I'm gonna pull up real quick if that's okay with you. I want you to build on it because I'm learning, you know what I mean? So I want you to build. But my question would be that if Moors just mean a complexion, then why are you showing us a whole people that come from Africa? We don't need to get into where nobody come from if Moor is just a complexion. See, that's why I have a hard time understanding that. Can you let me know when we using Moor as a complexion and when we using Moor as a people. In other words, if that's
who said Moor was just used as a complexion.
But it is well, it has the
I'm saying he asking me that question. He asked me that question. So I'm asking him because I never said Moor was used as a complexion.
That's what Sister Freedom just said. I don't know if
she said that. Sister Freedom said
she said that you agree with her.
Right.
And you said correct. And you said correct.
She right in her way because the word Moor was originally used before the word black was used. So she right in that. But it goes a little deeper than that as well. The word Moor it comes from the word Mari. I keep telling the people this.
Right. So what I'm saying is, so Mari, so you're saying Mari means black too?
No, I'm not saying Mari
It
means
doesn't
black.
mean
I'm not
black.
saying
It means
Mari
dark
means black.
skin.
Europeans will say that it
They
means
do have
dark
black
skin
more
or this,
though.
but no, we don't say it means black. You know, so when we get into the actual word and the people, the Mari, this was what they call a generic title that was used for a lot of Africans, brother, because they had different branches of the Mari. You see what I'm saying? Like they had they had all types of Mari branches, but they went into different areas and they took teachings with them. They took their culture with them. In Senegal is where they just stated. This is where they mainly settled at, Mauritania, West African region. They came across the northern region. That's what I was showing on the map a few minutes ago. And so they came out.
Go ahead. My bad. No, my bad. I thought you were stopping. 1,000 pardon. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, yeah, but they traced themselves back to the Sudan. And that's what I was just trying to show them in the pictures right here. You know, that I was showing them, because I like to try to show you better than tell you. That way people don't think I'm just telling you something, and give you the source where you can look at this stuff. So right here, I was trying to show our people. You see this right here? Is it sharing? Is it sharing, people?
Yes.
Okay. The label, which are Senegal's Atlantic coast. Remember, I'm talking about Senegal. Oh, you can't see it. Need to be blowed up a little bit, Doc. Is that it?
Yes. I don't know how he did that, but yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Lebu, which is another name for Libyans of Senegal's Atlantic coast, right? It says in and around Dakar. Y'all heard me mention Dakar. Assert that their original homeland was Libya. These are Mauritanians, Moors now in West Africa. The word Lebu was the ancient Egyptian name for the land of the people west of the Nile, i.e. Libya, and was also a word meaning lion, right? And it goes on, it says, Lebu have an original ritual called the lion game, in which actors dress and act like lions. There is also a clan of fisher folk among the Pular-speaking people of Guinea. It says, who are the Deba, are called the Deba. The clan totem was a hippopotamus. In ancient Egypt, one of the words for hippopotamus was Deb. Moreover, the Deba, it says, use exactly the same kind of harpoon, which is seen here in this picture. That's what they're referring to. And this is the Lebu that they're showing here, right? And it says that they were, hold up, trying to pull that right back up. It says that they basically was Egyptian fishermen and hippo hunters. In the Egyptian language, Per-Ah became Pharaoh. In the Wolof, Peul, or the word Fari, is the title of the king. So they're showing you the etymological root of the people that came out of Egypt and Libya that migrated into the West, right? They're talking about the Akan people, who you know they spoke on them on the movie Roots. So the Akans are said to be blood relatives.
Hold on. Stop that, man. The movie Roots not real, man.
Hold up. Listen, bro. Listen. Some of that, when it speaks on the Akans was a real people.
The Libyans are Asiatic.
Listen, brother.
Asiatic descent, correct? The Akans are Asiatic descent, correct?
Brother, listen, brother. The Akans are, let me finish. The Akans are said to be the blood relatives of the Sanki and the Serokoli of the old Ghana Empire, because they got New Ghana and Old Ghana. It says who
exactly
are now spread.
Ghana. Exactly.
Listen, it says who are now spread over
Africa.
modern Senegal, Gambia, which is where my DNA is rooted, Mali, Mauritania, all that they're mentioned is in my lineage. It says Guinea, right? Sierra Leone, the Burkina Faso, all these people say they come from Egypt and they migrated into the West.
Africa.
And these are Moors, good brother.
Moors, Africa.
These are Moors. Right. And we descend from the same bloodline that E1B1A, that E1B1A white atom DNA came into the West, brother. And
DNA Africa.
See, it's called cognitive.
We as who?
It's called cognitive. It's called cognitive dissonance, brother.
Right.
What you say, Sister?
Cognitive dissonance, Africa.
What you said, Sister Nisha?
I just said, you said we. Who are you referring to as the we?
When I said that we are all descendants?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm referring to all of our people that have the E1B1A gene. And most of us have it, sister. You know, most of us have E1B1A and L3. So we have this bloodline in us. And I'm going to give you a prime example. Nelson Mandela. My DNA was linked up with his DNA.
Africa.
My DNA linked up with his DNA, though. He's somebody that's related to me. Barack Obama, born in Africa. Okay. His DNA is linked with my DNA. So when it comes down to dealing with
how do you know that? Wait a minute.
Because they took the same test.
You don't know that.
They took the same, Nisha. They took the same test I took, Queen. I'm gonna give you a prime example.
No, what test is that?
The DNA test.
23andMe, sister. Listen. I got a cousin, right? I didn't mention nothing about my grandmama. I know my cousin, right? Never seen him, never met him before, because I know that's my uncle's son. Do you know it pulled him up? And do you know it pulled up other people? Check it out. Do you know it pulled other people that I've been around that I didn't know was related to me? Because they put their DNA in there, it automatically exposed other people of your lineage. And that's how it points out who is related to you, which is scary to a certain degree, because they basically know who your people is. You understand? They can tell, like, oh, that's your family member. That's your family member. So Barack Obama and your boy, Nelson Mandela, you know, and there's a connection from them to me, though. And they said my DNA, though.
Because why not?
They said my DNA
can't be related to people.
But they said my DNA was rare. Meaning that everybody don't have. They said everybody don't have that DNA, so I'm a contributor. They need more evidence to show even more, because my DNA is a rarity. I got 85% sub-Saharan West African, and it's Africans that's there that have lesser than that. How do I have DNA more?
How you in Africa? You got less African
people in Africa. How is that possible?
I actually have more than that, and actually the DNA, it doesn't tell you. Okay, no.
It don't tell you.
It does not tell you. No, it doesn't give you all of that information that he's saying it gives you. No, it does not. And that's my point. What are you saying? It does not give you all of that stuff that you say. I took it.
Queen, he really don't hear himself.
Oh my God, like, what are you saying? Everybody on here does not identify. We are not a monolith, and everybody on here does not identify and believe in the same thing. So by that being said, I took a DNA test. I understand what it says. I'm into genealogy and DNA just so I could understand myself and my lineage. So the things that you're saying that it says is not going to say. And if Barack Obama was related, first of all, when he let's be for real. Come on, stop doing this. Like, it's late. It's 1:00 in the morning. What are you doing? No disrespect. No disrespect, Kemetian. Wait a minute, sis. No disrespect. But all I'm saying is that if you're going to speak your Moorish stuff and all of that, but it's enough with who are you related to. Because I done heard, like, 13 people you'd have been related to. Let's be for real now. And that's all I'm saying. No disrespect. Y'all know I don't talk that much, so I'm done.
I'm confused.
That's how you know. You got the quiet person to turn up on the panel.
Who's the next person with a question? Because I totally am like, huh?
Yeah. Hey, Sister Freedom.
Like, I'm related to
Sister Freedom. You're not the guest, though. You got to understand, Goddess, you're not the guest. You're not the guest. The questions is not directed to you.
Because
the
answer
is not directed
to me.
Yes. Right. So you got to remember that, Sister Freedom. You know what I mean?
telling
You
the
know
next
who
person
you
to
are.
go
You know who
ahead.
you are. You know who you are. Your bloodline trace you back to this. You know who you are. You stand
I
on that.
definitely know who I am.
All right, then. That's
But
all
I
you need
also
to
was
worry
raised
about,
up
baby.
in more science and a Mexamore. And I'm telling you, all it's saying is that we will be more American. We will be more wherever you are because it just means dark-skinned people. That's why I don't understand. It's always been to me, why is this such a big deal?
True.
Because
I
at
wasn't
one
through.
time,
I asked him a question, and then I let him go into his bill, and then everybody else went in after that.
yeah, that's
Because
what I
I
thought.
want to ask him questions because I like when he showed me a visual or something like that, or he get in deeper with it. You know what I mean? And Dr.
I never
Reese, man,
thought any of his answers was crazy either. I just think that his answers is what his answers is because
I
he's
mean, and we got
actually
to respect
into
that.
more right.
Gotta
And
respect.
we got
He's
to respect
actually
that.
into
And you
more
got to
science, and he's only answering it like what he's been taught.
and you got to
Gotta
respect
respect
that. That's
Yeah,
it.
you
That's
do.
it.
You
You
gotta
got to
respect
respect it.
it.
Word. So I
And
appreciate you,
people can
Commissioner.
be.
You know what I
Would you
mean?
be
And
shocked
Dr.
though
Reese
if
too.
you was related to Obama? He is part black and part white, and if you got white in your family, you could even be coming through that line.
I mean,
And if you
let me
the
ask
black
you this.
part, you
Let
can
me
be
ask you
related
this.
to. I don't see
Let
why
me
he
ask you
can't be
this, Sister
related
Freedom.
to.
How far does this DNA test go back? How many years?
I can't remember. Dulcie knows all that kind of stuff, but
200, right?
but
Like 200?
yeah. Oh, and
200.
Dulcie, just to let you know, this off
Okay.
subject a little bit.
Yeah.
Suki Hana was here today, but go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Messing with Dulcie about something.
And so it go back 200. So if it go back 200 years, and this is 2024, that would be 1824. We are finding our peoples them in the 1700s born here.
Yeah, we are.
So how can a DNA test take you farther than your genealogy does?
What you mean? Let him answer it. Okay, go ahead and let him answer it if that's what you're asking him a question.
Oh yeah, if Kamisha, I was asking you, but I had another question for Kamisha. Nah, that's too easy for Kamisha, man. I got some real shit. I'm like Dr. Reese, man. I want to ask him some real shit because I want him to get into
that
this.
That is a real question. He has to answer how he got his DNA way back to where he got it from.
Go ahead, Kamisha. If you want to, man, that's up to you, bro. It wasn't to you though.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you what it say real quick. Just a piece of it, a portion of it, because I got all that up here. I already had it up when I came.
You couldn't just tell us that, Kamisha.
Yeah, we don't have to see.
Yeah.
What's wrong with me showing?
Nothing. Nothing.
Is there a problem with me showing you?
No, it's not. Nope. I just thought that you didn't really have to go through it. Did you have it up? Is this it right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's a problem now,
it's not a problem. It is not. Please don't go there. I just said it was not a problem.
Okay.
I just thought you could tell us how to do it because I want to know how to do that.
Okay. Yeah. I ain't doing this. This is what they gave me, right?
Right.
In my maternal haplogroup, this is what comes up. You descend from a long line of female ancestors, right? That can be traced back to Eastern Africa over 150,000 years ago. These are the people of your maternal line. Your maternal haplogroup sheds light on their story. Your maternal haplogroup is L3-1B-1A. As our ancestors ventured out of Eastern Africa, they branched off in diverse groups that crossed and recrossed the globe over tens of thousands of years. Some of their migrations can be traced through haplogroups, families of lineages. Lineages is not a lineage genealogy that descend from a common ancestor. Mm-hmm. Your maternal haplogroup revealed the path followed by the women of your maternal line. And remember, I was just showing you the Moors coming up out of the Sudan and coming from the same region that they spoke of in the African Fat Book, in the same area. You understand? So from that aspect right there, I rest my plane. I got a whole lot more in here.
Yeah. So now you're talking about haplogroups. And when you start dealing with haplogroups and you're talking about these things you just showed, you're pretty much showing me evolution, correct?
No, sir. Haplogroups don't necessarily deal with evolution, brother. Haplogroup is just a marker of DNA where they went. They just telling you where they migrated toward and where they
So if
came.
your haplogroup come from Asia and then come into Africa, so you will be Asian, not from Africa, correct?
No, the haplogroup has a number. And so your number,
no.
Listen to me. I'm answering your question. The haplogroup has a number, right? And it has L3H. Asian would have their own haplogroup number. So if you had a different number, then that would take you back to that particular region that you come through. So my group is L3. So this is where the L3 went. They came across the Sahel. Remember I was mentioning Sahel? They come from here and go straight across here into Mauritania, brother. And this is where our ancestors was taken from. Dakar.
Across the desert.
Yes, sir. All the way straight through Africa. You see what I'm saying? And most of them come out of there. That's basically what it is.
Okay. All right. So check it, man. You said Noble Jew Ali went to Egypt. Is there any proof for that?
Yeah. I got whole videos.
Hold on. Did he say that? Hold on. Did he say that? Hold on. Did he say that he went to the Egypt, Africa, or did he go to the Egypt and Cairo, Egypt, or whatever like that, as far as Illinois?
Well, he actually went.
My question, not somebody else writing.
Yeah, I hear you. Yes, he did say that. And not only that, his enemy said that he said that. There's a fatwa. You know what a fatwa is in Islam, brother? A fatwa is a ruling. A fatwa is a ruling, right? When somebody try to go and get a decision to have you killed, right? So 3 months before Noble Drew Ali passed form, Saudi Majid from Sudan, he went into Egypt. And I got the whole fatwa. It's written in Arabic, translated into English. And he went to every sheikh over there saying that he watched Prophet Noble Drew Ali teach that he was the second coming of Jesus, and that he had been taught in Cairo, in Egypt, and all the places among the scholars. And he said that he was teaching that the Islam he teach ain't the same as the Arabs, because the Arabs' Islam is shot through with hocus pocus. And he said Noble Drew Ali was teaching from a holy Quran that was not the Quran of Muhammad. This is his enemy that went and did this, bro. So Noble Drew Ali not only said I was given a high name when I was over there in the East, but be good Moors and I hand it down to you. So not only did Noble Drew Ali say he went over there, but his own enemy that went to Egypt to try to get a ruling against Noble Drew Ali said that he taught that.
Where can I find that at?
Look it up. It's called Saudi. Yeah, it's called. Look up Saudi Majid. That's Satti. Saudi Majid, and that's Majid. And you're gonna see that this is the dude that actually had the people turn against Noble Drew Ali. He also had Malcolm X. He also was the reason Malcolm X turned against Elijah. But that's a whole nother message.
Hey, but
listen, now, Kemetian, I have a question. OTK, quick question.
Oh no, go ahead.
Cosmine, because he's next.
Literally 10 seconds.
Is that
Noble Drew
Cosmine?
Ali teach out of the Quran he wrote, or did he teach out of the Quran that most Muslims follow today?
Who is that talking? That's my brother Cosmo.
Yeah, what's going on?
No, that's Dr. Dees.
Okay.
Did Noble Drew Ali teach out of the Quran he wrote, or did he teach out of the Quran that most Muslims follow today?
Both.
And
he taught out of both of them. He taught out of both of them. When you go in the questionnaire, and when you go in the back of the questionnaire, there's a measure that says our authority. And it tells you that we are here to extend the great teachings of Muhammad, in the Grand Quran. So he taught Circle 7, and he also taught the 18 missing years of Jesus' life.
And the Bible, too.
And the Bible. That's right.
I'm glad you said that, man. And you said that. Hey, bro, Cosmo, my bad. Cause I'm trying to get into a bill and to build with him, because I'm hoping my question is respectful. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You good,
bill,
yeah, you good.
You know what I mean? Cosmo,
give me answers too.
Yeah, and Cosmo, thank you, family. And appreciate y'all too, sisters. Appreciate y'all, man. So
So wait,
Well,
can I just ask? OTK,
oh,
OTK, 1 second. Can I just suggest real quickly, just because of time, right? And we do have people who haven't talked yet, that we keep whatever we have to say, whether it's an answer or question, to 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I ask my questions quick. Yeah, I ask my questions quick so he can get right into it. Yep.
Right.
Definitely.
Questions and the answer. 2 minutes, please.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead. You got it.
All right. When coming to about Ali, Noble Drew Ali. You just said just now that he was preaching about Muhammad. So he was a Mohammedan at first?
No, what I was saying is that in our authority, in the back of the information that we have, there's a certain affidavit. And in that affidavit, it states, he tell you that he came to teach and extend the grand teaching of Muhammad. He actually teach that he was Muhammad come again. He actually taught that he was Jesus come again. So Noble Drew Ali taught reincarnation. That's in our 101 questionnaire as well. So our teaching, the way we teach, is not the same as, Arab Islam, brother. And in fact, our school of thought is more of that of what we call the Sabian school of thought that's mentioned in the Quran.
Mm-hmm. The reason why I asked you that about
the pure Arabs before Muhammad was born. Go ahead, brother. The Cushites.
Oh no, my bad. Repeat that last part real quick. Repeat that last part.
Yeah, I say which are the pure Arabs, the Cushites, because Muhammad was a descendant of the Cushites. And that's who was there in Arabia before he got there. A lot of the prayer, the salat, that ain't in the Quran. The way they pray, he got that from the Sabians, brother. Right. And the Sabians got it from Egypt. The prostration and palming up, that all come up out of the Cushite culture.
All right. Okay, so if that was a Cushite, wasn't he preaching that he was a descendant of the Moabites?
Who, Muhammad?
Yeah, no, Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah, Noble Drew Ali taught that he was a descendant of the ancient Moabite, but the Cushites and Moabites are families in relation to each other. You got to understand, there was Moab, a man, right? But then you had the Moabites that refer to the people just being inhabitants of the land of Moab. So the ancient Moabites, Moorishly, are known as Moabites. And they exist right now, today. So the Moabites and the Moabites are the same people that are also known as the Mari, who became the Moors. And they spoke the Tefnik script. The Tefnik script is the script that you seen going across the screen on Black Panther. That's a Moorish script right there. They use the Moorish script. Go ahead, man.
Hey, Sister Dodge, while Cosmo asking this question, can you share my screen so he can look at this real quick and I can scroll through this? I want to know if he ever, which I know he read this before.
Can you hold that just because Alex? Oh, okay, she's sharing it now.
Right
but
there?
Them 1 second.
I can put it back. Okay.
Yeah, please. Can we just can we allow Cosmon, then Alexander to get in, please? They've been very patient and waiting for a while. Cosmon, go ahead. You have the floor.
All right. Peace, love, light, and balance out there to everybody in the chat, to the panel. Peace to my sisters, love, light, balance out there. Peace to my brother, Kemetian.
Peace,
what up, though?
Hey,
Dulcie. Peace to my brother, Kemetian. What up, though, man? Hey, I came in late, so I may have missed some. I may have missed some things. So if I'm not mistaken, it said on the banner something about Masons, right? And I thought this was a show about Masons. They talking about Moors. Okay, so to get back to this, because I missed the point. Are you a Mason?
The topic is, are the Masons the one that gave us the Moorish doctrine? That's what's in the title. Are the Masons the people that gave us the Moorish doctrine? I made the title.
Are the Masons? So
it's actually, did the Moorish doctrine come to America through Freemasonry only?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, did the Moorish doctrine come to America through Freemasonry on? So that would make the Freemasons Moors.
It would mean that the Freemasons gave us Moors as an identity.
And that's not true.
The Freemasons gave us Moors.
Okay, so
but that's the title and that's the subject that
I don't know how you.
Okay, no, okay. I'm just trying to. All right, you.
No, he's
you
just trying to understand the title, y'all.
Yeah,
we only going to. Let me tell y'all what time it is right now, and what time we got. A half an hour left, and I'm just saying. So hurry up and do whatever, cause 2:00 we're done.
Okay,
I might have to.
We're trying to figure out did the Mason Shriners and Eastern Stars and all that come from the Moors teaching, from Moors Islam, Moors whatever,
or did Moors come from the Mason Shriners?
So let me ask the question,
and that's why we believe that we're Moors today, because the Masons and Freemasonry.
Okay, so just ask my brother. Does more science come to us through Freemasonry?
No, sir. It's the other way around.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. More science is more ancient than Freemasonry. You know, it's what we call Western Freemason. That's what I was trying to tell a brother. It's a difference between a Mason and a Moor, because we are revealers of the light. Noble Drew Ali told us, he said, I came to take the cover off of all secret organizations. A Mason can't talk like that and not be took off the count, people. You feel me? He said Masons and preachers would be the last to accept his teachings. They will fight him tooth and nail, but they cannot win. So that tell you what Noble Drew Ali thought about being a Mason. He was not a Mason. He was surrounded by a lot of Masons, and a lot of his opposition came from those who thought they was Masons. But you can't really be a free and accepted Mason and be a slave at the same time. It's impossible. You know, so people need to know the difference between Masonry and self-mastery. And the Moors teach self-mastery. When we say Moorish, we mean that we more God than mere men. We mean that our sisters are more goddesses than mere women. That's what we mean when we say Moorish. In our science, it's a science that exerts itself for the individual at the will of the user. That's what Moorish science is. That's how we define it.
Let me ask this question. Now, when you're practicing in more science, is practice applied, and with its symbolism, does it have a Freemason tilt to it?
Yeah.
You say, does it have a Freemason tilt when you're dealing with the symbolism?
In its symbol and signology.
Again, I would say it's the other way around, because you got to remember it was the Moors that brought the symbolism.
That's true.
And the Masons
so
Sister
the Moors
Freedom
brought the Masonry, right?
No, they didn't bring it in Masonry. It was called the Sabaite teachings, is what it comes from Kemet. Why? I'm gonna show you.
I know what you see. I know where you're going with this too.
I ain't gonna read it. I won't read it from here. But this is 33rd degree Freemason right here, right?
That's right.
This is Manly P. Hall, and he'll tell you that the Masons pay homage to the Egyptian adepts.
Ain't no doubt.
But they are not to be confused with being the Egyptian adepts, because the Egyptian adepts pretty much brought the science that they revel. You see what I'm saying? So Masonry is trying to be the new Egypt. The Moors are the new Egypt. You got me? We already been that. You know?
Okay, you just so I can hurry.
I know you know though.
You know, we build it. We
yes, sir.
Get this. You mentioned that Africans have E1B1A blood, and
yes, sir.
that Americans have it.
Us over here.
First of all, you know that the Negroes of America carry that too. You said that we carry
that's exactly
blood.
what I'm talking about. Right.
Firstly, is that true? Right. One, is that true? And two, that we carry that the same E1B1A, right? And is it and can you prove the genetic flow coming from either that it's sourced from Africa or that it's sourced from America? Can you prove either way where it came from?
Oh, I've been doing that the whole while, brother. And I want you to go here. I ain't gonna read this whole page, but I want you to go here because it has the whole gene flow right here. I want everybody to go look this up.
Is this
You know,
it? Just to
You
make
about
sure I
to
got
prove
something right.
gene
Is that
flow?
right?
Is it showing right now, sister?
Am I wrong? Is this it?
No, that's
no,
mine.
that's
That's
somebody else.
That's mine, baby. That's
Yeah,
mine.
I'm finna
Yeah,
show you. I'm finna
yeah,
show you
yeah.
the gene flow, my brother.
Wait a
I'm
minute,
finna
do you
show
have
it
it
to
up
You
here?
about to show me the genetic drift.
Yes, yes,
which,
sir.
Which one
Yes, sir.
can?
I'm finna show you where it comes
Okay,
from.
well, whatever
You
I'm
a
showing,
bad
just
man.
let him show
I
it
gotta
and let
see
him
this.
explain
Can
it
you
with
see
no
this?
interruption, please.
Can you see this? And I ain't gonna be long. I'm just finna show them what's being said right here. You see this here? This is the Egyptian Y chromosomes in indigenous North Africa and Nile Valley, right? Now, this particular brother, Billy Gambella, did like I did, but he went a little further to show you who everybody was in the gene pool. And this goes from the Egypt all the way up into now. Now, I want to get up to the part that's dealing with what we're talking about, though. Straight to, we're going to cut the chase and show you who the people are dealing with the same bloodline, the E1B1A, which is also known as L3 too, brother. Just give me a second because he put it all in here. Okay, he started in this area here when he was speaking about the Khorasan. Remember I was talking about the Senegal people?
Mm-hmm.
He's speaking of the people right here. Look, this is E3 B, and they go into different positions here, but they go into the Jerbian Hebrews from North Africa, Carthage, right? The Sephardic Hebrews, the Judeo-Christians. These would have been the same people that the lineage they talk about the Moors and being in Spain. North Africa, right? Mauritania, he goes into the percentage they have here. Then he said the Western distribution of M2, pardon himself, 80% Senegal males as well as Southern distribution of Khorasan. All of these are Moorish people here, right? Then it goes down into the small portion of Ethiopia, and it goes into M191. All these link up to the same gene pool. And so when you come here, it's going to say modern day genetic studies on the chromosome, also the Tutsi males to be 100% of African origin. It goes into the M2, which is E1B1A again, and it goes into different percentages. But it's going to talk about the ones in the Americas that have the same gene, brother. And that's what I want to show you, and I'm going to close this up real quick. Just go to it. It's a lot in here to go into. That's the E1B1A right here. M2, that's the L8 and 6-1. It's all dealing with the same regions, going into the Great Lakes. I want to show you the one that's dealing with the Americas, though. See, they talking about the Kushite spread over here to Eurasia. Just give me 1 second. Like I say, I ain't trying to read the whole thing, even though they give it all up in here. I want to show you specifically when they talk about the Americas. And I mentioned this earlier too. Remember I was talking about the West Africans that were slaves, the ones they found here before Columbus that had the L3 gene. See this here when I was talking about the E1B1A, this is what mine shows, Senegambia, Senegal. And it talk about Spain, the Moors. It's coming up right now, the one talking about the sickle cell trait. And this is a map here that show where the Moors were located that he put up here. See that on the west coast of Africa right there? And notice it says Lemuria also on this map down there. But anyway,
can you scroll back up to the West Africans in Mexico, please?
Yeah, no problem. It's the same thing I quoted earlier, right here. They was there before Columbus. See that right there? From 1453, and some of them was 1450. This was before Columbus. This was 1436 as well. But I'm trying to show y'all the Moors in America having this same gene, and we can go back to it. I'm finna land my plane. I'm just trying to find that one spot here so y'all can see it.
Right, so we can
Could
show
that
which
mean
way.
that they was being taken over there, that they went over there first?
You say they went over there first?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying they went over there first. I'm saying that the origin.
Could that be showing that? Or are you showing us
showing that we was here from the
beginning? Slave trade.
It's showing that they were there. Yeah, it was showing that they were there before Columbus even got here. You know what I mean? So my thing is, in regards to dealing with that, and it shows the same thing when it deal with the genes in America too. It's in here. I'm trying to find that.
So
the actual link. Go ahead, brother, while I'm looking for this, so
okay.
I can get it to you.
Okay, because I want you to stay
That
with me on this.
E1B1A.
You know what I mean? Because we talk about genetic drift. Because I'm trying to set you up to throw you the alley-oop so you can make it make sense for everybody. When you are saying more and tying it back to that, are you saying that this is what they're calling the entire indigenous population around the world?
Yeah, in the original,
it would have been. So, are you saying it doesn't matter?
Here it is, right
Africa
here,
or Europe or India or Asia?
That's right.
All aboriginal to that place.
That's right.
What you're
and
saying?
see, that's what Sister Freedom was talking about. Yep, that's right. Just based on their dark tone, it was an affiliation for a lot of people around the world. It's just like they use the word black now. The word Moor was used even for the Indians here. This is what I was talking about right here, though. When it was talking about this population, you know, it represents the backbone of the Bantu expansion, emerging and expanding out of Bantu or Hemet. It says E1B1A U2090, a primary marker of African slavery in the USA. Important lineage of the Cameroon, E1B1A M154, found in Western Cameroon, South Africa. They're showing you how this same gene.
But hold on, but it's older in America.
Yes,
even
sir.
The E1B1A is older.
Yeah, I mean, it's old in the same. You got to look at it. Before there was a separation, brother, of the continents,
okay,
you know, everything would be dealing with the same indigenous people.
I want you to remember, Kemetian, you probably don't know. You in a room full of wild Indians for real.
Wild ass Indians.
You dig what I'm talking about? And all they really trying to hear is for you to make this make sense for them.
That's it.
Right?
And what I'm showing
before the titles, and they just misnomering these people everywhere, the indigenous stock everywhere. They misnomering it as nigga, more,
that's right,
whatever. You
that's
dig
right.
what I'm talking about. You gotta make it make sense for them, or they ain't gonna feel what you
That's
saying.
right. And Sister Dots,
and we only got like 15 to 20 minutes, man, before she end the show. So make sure the other brother asks the question.
I should have showed y'all this,
guys, please. What did you
say? I should have showed y'all this from the beginning. She said I should have showed y'all because I made reference to this, but I didn't show y'all this. And you
called my name. You was asking me a question. I'm sorry. You was asking me a question.
I was saying that you were saying earlier when I was speaking to the brother that I should have showed him the Indian the portions that deal with it.
Right.
So I'm gonna do that right now. See this right here, the term. Yeah. And this is ancient Indian according to America. This is America's now. It says the term Moro, literally Moor, is commonly used when referring to ancient Indians of the valley and the village. So in other words, Indians today was referred to as Moors as well. A Moro is a heathen, unbaptized Indian. And expressions like in the time of the Moors are frequently heard when discussing the history of the region, with the words Riano or Rihanna from Ray, king, people, refer to Indians who were born in the time of Spanish vicegerency. It says, and also some of them had acquired fame as couriers and shamans, and they are still often remembered. The term Moro and Riano, of course, quite offensive when used while discussing the genealogy of a local family. High class status, as to say someone his great grandmother was Rihanna. It was rather an insult, but they referred to the people as Moors, the Indians. That ain't the only time now, because I got a whole line of this. I ain't gonna say all this stuff at one time, but I'm gonna put this out here. This is that case I was telling y'all about, you know, and it's an important question since they was talking about Noble Drew Ali. He say, what shall we call him? He say, so often our various journalists find trouble in selecting a proper name for the Moorish American. Some say Negro. Another would brand him race man. Still another would call him African American, black, colored, etc. Is it that these people have no proper name? Did they not, or did they have a national name when first brought to these shores in the early part of the 17th century? It's Noble Drew Ali talking. If so, what was it? Did not the land from whence they were forced have a name? Right? Now look at how Noble Drew Ali he's standing, since we want to talk about signs and symbols. Look at how Abraham Lincoln is standing right here, right? Now watch what Abraham Lincoln said when he was representing somebody before he became a president. He was a lawyer. He said, my client is not a Negro. Though it is a crime to be a Negro, no crime to be born with black skin. But my client is not a Negro. His skin may not be white as ours, but I say he is not a Negro. Though he may be a Moor. And Mr. Lincoln interrupted Judge Davis, scarcely able to restrain a smile. You mean more, not more. Well, Your Honor, more, and not C.H. Moore, replied Mr. Lincoln, with a sweep of his long arm toward the table where Moore and I sat. I say my client may be a Moor, but he is not a Negro. Now, this is also in the House of Representatives, dealing with the Moors. This case law on the books. It says in the House of Representatives, April 17, 1933, it says, many sons and daughters of that proud and handsome race, which inspired, you can Google this now, House Bill Representative 75, inspired the architecture of North Africa and carried in Spain the influence of its artistic temperament, have become citizens of this nation. In the city of Philadelphia, there exists a Moorish American society made up of Moors who have found here their end of their quest of home and of the children of those who journeyed from the plains of Morocco. This society, this society has done much to bring about a thorough absorption by these people of those principles which are necessary to make them good American citizens. These Moorish Americans have since been here, missed the use of the titles and annexations which were familiar at home, it says, and which are used in accordance with the doctrines of religious faith, which they are adherents to. Therefore it be it resolved that this house commends the Moorish American Society of Philadelphia for the efficient service it has rendered the nation in bringing about a speedy and thorough Americanization of these former Moors, that in accordance with the fullest right of religious independence are guaranteed every citizen. We recognize also the right of these people to use the name, affix El, Ali, or Bey, and any other prefix or suffix to which they have heretofore been accustomed to use, or which they may hereafter acquire the right to use. On the question, will the House adopt the resolution? It was adopted. So this is the Europeans recognizing the Moors for being who they are. This is law. And this is the Indian thing right here I wanted to go over. The brother mentioned Montezuma earlier, but a lot of people don't know that Montezuma was also depicted as what they call an Indian-Moorian, known as a Moorish Indian, basically. See that there? Okay. Next one.
So basically, they calling him a black Indian, right?
No.
Hey, you guys, we only have 15 minutes left, and I promise you, Alexander has been here.
Yeah, this is the last one, right? This is the last one, right? This is the last one
here, and then Alexander's gonna come on.
Yeah, I'm landing here, but I would actually wish you would say,
oh, it's already up.
Excuse me, Sister Dosadale, because you just blurt right in. You ain't got no respect.
She did say excuse me.
I did say excuse me.
I didn't hear it.
It's just your trigger because I used to be a Moor and I guess I'm not anymore. But I did say excuse me.
I'm not triggered because of that. You have cut in a couple of times and didn't say excuse me. You just come right in.
You didn't hear it because I did say excuse me. Rewind it back.
Okay.
I said
Okay. Let me do this right here real quick. I'm finna land this and let y'all have it. So it says Indian of Western Hemisphere, because that's what we showing here. It says Ancient and Modern Britain by David McRitchie, page 374. That's how you cite your sources, people. In 1676, the native races of New England were spoken of indifferently as Indians and Moors, and our British Indians also remembered as Moors, right? It says the term Moor was applied to dark skin, brown skin, and reddish brown-skinned people who were not only indigenous to Europe, but to West and North Africans. And I'm gonna stop right there. It's more on the Indians here being more.
So is that describing the color?
Hey, you
is that
guys,
describing
we
the
only
color
have
right
15
there?
minutes left,
Yeah.
and like I was saying, Alexander has been here over an hour, back and forth, trying to wait. Please allow him to come in. Thank you, guys.
Yes. Hey, Alexander.
Peace to the panel. Hell yeah.
She left.
Just real quick, I want to say I'm a Mason. I'm actually a Mason. My name is Brother Alexander Corbin from the Most Worshipful Union Grand Lodge of Florida, Eugene C. Johnson Lodge 318. I have brothers that are also Moors that belong to MSTA in the Holy Science Temple of Moors. And I sat here quietly, patiently, respectfully, as I heard nothing but lies be spoke, not only about Masonry, but about the history of Moors. Just real quick, because I understand that time is low. I asked this brother here, if you are a Moor, do you know the next two names that I'm about to say? Can you tell me the lineage and the origin and the history of Tariq Ibn Ziyad, as well as Musa Nusier?
Commission.
You mean General Tariq, brother?
I mean Tariq Ibn Ziyad and Musa Nusier.
That's Tariq, General Tariq, brother. I
You
know
know
who
who he
you're
is.
talking about. That's
Who
General
is he?
Tariq, who actually ran the Arabs back over into Arabia. That's the brother who went to war with Arabs. A real Moor. Yes, sir.
That's wrong. That's misinformation.
Nah,
Tariq
Tariq
Ibn.
ibn Ziyad is, go look the name up.
I'm gonna tell you who he is.
Go look up General Tariq and
Are
see
you
what
gonna interrupt me? Please let
you
me
ask
speak.
me who it is.
You
know how many
talked
different people got the same name?
you talked for minutes.
And I'm gonna let you talk, but you know
Okay,
how
thank you. I
many people
appreciate
got the
that.
same name.
I would appreciate
You
that.
know how many people got the
Tariq,
same
are you
name?
gonna let me?
I gave you the right.
I watch
Let him explain it, please. Just let him
as you talked about women coming in here and speaking over you. As a man, we can put titles to the side. Please don't speak over me. Right? Tariq Ibn Ziyad is the general. He is the general that took the Berber Moors over the Strait of Gibraltar into Al-Andalus. Musa Nusier was his second in charge. When they got to Al-Andalus, they were fighting against the Visigoths. The Visigoths were the ones who split up the Roman Empire. When the Roman Empire was split up, it was between the Western and the Eastern Roman Empire. And the sixth Umayyad Caliph, Ali Walid, recalled those men to Damascus and had them unalived, had them killed, right? So for you to say that you're a Moor, the other question that I would have, if you don't know who Tariq Ibn Ziyad is, and you said that he fought against Arabs, even though he was a Muslim that fought against the Visigoths who were spreading Christianity, are you a operative Moor or are you a speculative Moor?
Hey, brother, you just answered the question and said the same person that I can tell you don't know the history, brother.
You can tell that
Why
I
are you
don't know the
doing that,
history,
brother? Yeah, you don't know what
because
you're talking about.
you're spreading
You don't know
misinformation
what you're
and you
talking
lie.
about, brother. You asked me a question.
All right, I'm gonna finish.
I'm the one that's the guest on it. I'm the guest on here.
I'm gonna finish
I'm
real
the
quick.
guest on here.
So not only do
I'm
you
the
not
guest
know
on
that,
here,
not
brother.
only do you
don't
not know
speak
the
over the
history,
guest.
you
Unless
also
the
said the
rules.
word.
Let
You
him
said
talk.
the word.
Do they
You
speak
said
over
the.
the guests over
You
here,
said.
Yeah, you ain't gonna let
Sister?
him talk, Alexander?
Is that what they do, Sister?
I
Freeman?
waited for an
Do they
hour
speak
for
over
I
this
the
mean,
guests?
man to
You let
talk.
them do
but
that?
you relinquished the mic and everything.
I
Yeah,
haven't
what is
relinquished it. I haven't relinquished anything. You're
Well,
talking over that.
what
no,
he's
he
trying to
didn't, but
do?
it's okay. Alexander, please go. I think he's triggered by anyone that has a difference
Triggered.
in the view.
I
That's why
just
he's disrespecting
All
me
right, so
tonight as
let's.
far as
I
Man, you
never
disrespecting
couldn't
you.
even
And
answer.
I've muted for
I never
20
come
minutes at a time
I
to let
never
him
come back
speak.
to this
All right, I just
platform.
want to say this. You can look up the word more, and it comes from Moreno. It has nothing to do with Mauritania. It
All
has
right.
nothing to do with Maghreb. It has nothing to do with Morocco. The item that this gentleman read was a poem that wasn't actually any type of legal or historical context at all, right? They called these people Moors because the Portuguese were giving them a classification of brown, not because of any type of lineage to the Maghreb Berber people of North Africa. You also said Sephardic meant Judeo-Christian, and that's not what that meant. And if you go back, we can look at the proof of this in the doctrine of discovery and the edict of expulsion. And this is why a lot of Moors, they don't know what they're talking about because they try to link that in with Masonry, even though Masonry is older than any Moorish science. Noble Drew Ali didn't come out with any of this information until the 19th century. While Masonry is signs, symbols, and allegories used to make men better men, there is no secret in Masonry. The only secret that we have is our modes of recognition, how we are able to identify another Mason. That's truly the only secret. Everything else can be found on Google, in the Bible. Now, just because you find out whatever information that we may have that we hold secret doesn't mean that you can use that information. And that's why people think that Masonry is so mystic, and it's not. And there's a lot of fake ass Masons out there who will try to act and perpetrate as if they're the real deal and know a lot of people. And that's where a lot of individuals are getting their information from. And just like that other brother that was just up here lying about the history of the Moors, I can bring an actual Moor up here who will tell you not only the history of the operative Moors, like Tariq Ibn Zayed and Musa Nusier, but he'll also tell you
You
the
say that
history
very well.
of the speculative Moors, right? So I don't mean no disrespect, but when I see brothers in the community that are boldly lying and they act as if people don't have this knowledge and then they get triggered and start talking over people, it blows my mind.
Oh, hey, can I
Can I
ask
say
you a
this to you
question?
though? Wait a minute. Can I say this to him, please? I also deal with. I made it clear that my mother's side of the family, mostly everybody was Mason, Shriners, and Eastern Stars, including myself. So I'm going to say to you that a lot of things that Commission said tonight was not lies. I
Mm,
mean, he may have told different stories about what he has taught in his form of, um, you know, of more science or more being a Moor. But what did he say that was lies on the Masons? Because
right.
I set up and read a whole thing
There's
about
no connection between Masonry and Moors. And
absolutely it is.
and after you
Yeah,
do
you
this,
just
this is what
admitted
I'll
it
say.
was. You
This
got
is
more
this is
that's Masons.
this is what I'll say. I have a 33rd degree Mason. I have my own platform where I bring in hundreds of people who are Masons and non-Masons alike. Right? If you want to have a conversation, I
Well,
can bring in. Hey, hear me out. Hear me out. I can bring in a more. I can bring in five of them. They're the top of MSTA, right? And then
what
Wait a
we
not
minute.
need
only
to
Wait,
say
that,
wait,
about
please,
and
please.
then
hold on.
not only that, they are also Masons. So when I say that that man, what he was speaking of is wrong, what I was recording this as well, not because I want to be
I don't know
weird,
what
but
information.
because I want to prove to you what I'm saying. If you want to come over to my live on TikTok, I'll give you the information, right? And I'll show you in real time while this gentleman was 100% wrong. Masons and Moors have absolutely zero connection. This is some bullshit that they teach in the streets, and I don't understand why they try to. And I'm not a Moor,
And
right?
it's
But I have,
so you telling me that they don't have no connection, but they wear the same fez
yeah, absolutely.
and
So
there's
the
no connection.
so let me tell you this: the Moors, when we talk about the Moors that you're talking about that wear the fezzes, those are called speculative Moors, just like there's speculative Masons. Okay. That being said, they took elements of Masonry because the people that started MSTA, hold on. The people that started MSTA were expelled Masons, and two of them were clandestine Masons. So they took elements of what they thought was Masonry and put it in an MSTA. But if we're talking about
Tell her
the
half the
ancient
truth.
origin of Moors as a bloodline, like a lot of people say it's my birthright, that has nothing to do with the teachings and histories of the Moorish mysteries or the sciences or the schools of thought. I stand 100% on that statement. And I have scholars on both sides. I have Masonic scholars that can confirm this, and I have Moorish scholars that have published books, have published articles. You can look them up. They're respected in many
Alexander.
universities.
Well, can I
I'm
ask him a question first,
totally
Cosmin?
confused
Because I
again.
want to ask
I
a
ain't
question
never
about
heard this mess.
masonry because
Mm.
there's some people that are for masonry. There's some people are against masonry because it looks like there's an oligarchy or a group that is hiding the truth from people and manipulating what they know. And from what we see, it's the Masons. So,
Dulcinea, you
what
have
would you,
seen
are
me
you
come
saying the
from a
basis of
bad.
Masons is like a spiritual thing to make men and women better? Or
It's
is it
not
that,
even about that, to be honest. Like, let me be
okay,
100% transparent. I am not lying to anyone on here. Dulcinea, you know me personally.
I
You
know you
and
personally.
JB.
That's why I'm
I
asking.
was a hoodlum before Masonry. You can't lie and say I was. I was out here in these streets doing the craziest shit,
That don't got
right?
nothing to
I
do with
got
that.
it. Let me finish, please. I got into Masonry and I started to see what being a man was about. All of this bullshit about secret societies, low level Masons that you don't know, right? And you fear what you don't know. So until you can actually either join the actual fraternity and see for yourself, you really can't have. And that's one of the things that Masonry teaches is prejudice and bias really makes an ass out of you, right? When you're prejudiced and you're biased without any real information, that is not masculinity. That's not true divine femininity at all. A lot of people take the skull and bones and the Bavarian order of the Illuminati and they mistake it for Masonry. Masonry is nothing more than a fraternity of men using signs, symbols, and allegories to
Okay.
lead a better life. We do not worship Satan,
Well, let me
right? It's none of
let
that
me
weird stuff. We're not a
yeah,
cabal.
I mean, well, there are other Masons who say
Yeah, there's
different
other
than what you
Masons,
say.
Those
other
are not
They're
Shriners,
real.
saying
because
different than what
Those
you
they
are
go
say.
out
So
not
so
real
that's
and
neither
in the
here
Masons.
nor there.
Bible.
Hold on. That's
Those
neither here
are
nor there
not
because
real
that's neither here
Masons.
nor there because
Now
we
they
don't
not
really.
real Masons.
Yes, if you have a
Yeah,
Mason
now they
that
not
comes and
real
says,
Where
Masons.
does
Listen,
hear me
Masons
out, hear
come
me
from?
out,
listen,
hear me out, hear
listen,
me
man. I'm
out.
from
If you
Detroit,
have,
man. You can't
if
tell us
you have,
bullshit. We
Detroit
know
has a
the
bunch
right
of
stuff, bro.
clandestine Masons. Detroit has actually, Chicago and Detroit have some,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Memphis,
Now
they
listen,
have
you
some of the more,
capping, bro.
I can pull my
Okay, look,
camera up and I can show
just
you in real time.
listen. Let's talk about you
Let
was
me
talking
read
about
this
what
real
we
quick.
know. Hey, hold on. You was
I don't
talking about
understand why you're getting triggered.
speak about what we
Because
know.
what you're
So let's
saying, you pretty
Yeah,
much
so hold
all
on,
got.
hold on.
Let
Cosmin,
me,
1 second.
can I say this,
Sister
please?
Freedom, yeah, Sister Freedom, she's gonna read something and explain it, and then Cosmin right after, and then Alexander, you respond right after that.
All right, cool.
Well, people are getting upset because you came on saying that the guest, for one, is telling a lie.
He is.
That's number one. But no, you could have said that's his story, and now this
No,
is
he's lying.
the story that. No, he wasn't.
I
You
can prove in
lying.
real time. And
He
after
was
you end
showing
this,
everything
You
that he was
lying.
talking about.
I
So
will
how was he lying
100%.
when he was showing
I
sources?
will 100% show you in real
And he
time.
can
After
say the
you,
same thing though.
I'm just telling you,
Man,
ma'am. I don't know who you are,
he
right?
capping,
What
bro.
I'm
He
This is
can't
saying
have
Sister
the
is,
story.
Freedom.
what I'm
This
saying
is
is,
Sister
I
Freedom.
know
I don't
real
know who you are
Moors,
either.
and I am a Mason, right?
Okay.
I am
So
a
what? You don't know
certified
no
Mason.
real Moors.
Not only,
But
matter
I
of fact,
agree
hold
They
with
on.
got.
him. From what he just said, he
Oh
said
man.
real Moors will say that it's a bloodline, that they tie themselves to family, and it has nothing to do with ancient symbols or science. And I agree with him totally on that. Real
And then
Moors
you
are a
and
bloodline and a bloodline only. And
Okay, so
my research shows the
I am a
same.
Mason. This is my birth certificate. This is a patent, right? This is no
But
bullshit.
you
I
still can't
just
say
don't.
somebody else is lying.
so
I
what?
know for, but ma'am, I
So
know for
listen,
a
we don't
fact.
care.
I
Let's
know
talk about.
for.
Listen, we
I
don't
know
care
for.
about your title on your
Why
rank,
are you
bro.
speaking over
You can
me?
flaunt
Why are
that in
you
front of
triggered?
somebody
Why
Wait,
are
else.
you
I
hold on,
don't
triggered?
hold
care.
on,
Why
hold
are you
on.
triggered?
What was supposed to happen right now was Sister Freedom was about to read something, then Cosmin, you go, and then Alexander.
Okay, and I'm going to say this, and Alexander, we're all grown on this panel,
Yeah,
right?
man.
And when you come on the channel saying that somebody's a blatant, everything he was saying was a blatant lie, and the man is showing his sources, he's not lying. He's showing how they were taught. He also said that they didn't have no connection. I'm saying that they did because I'm going to read why I'm saying that they did. Okay. But to me, the Masons is Christians. A lot of them is mainly they come out of what the ones
And
Come
no
out of
now.
disrespect, that's
Rosicrucianism.
false. That's
The
false.
one that
I'm
the
a
ones
But hold
Muslim.
now
on, Alexander. Let her finish and
A
read what
Mason can
she's
be
the
the
ones
source
any
she's gonna
now
read.
religion.
that I
A
see, I'm
Mason
just
can
gonna
be any
say
religion.
the ones now that I see deal a lot in Christianity. I also have met some that deal a lot in in Egypt
Islam.
situations as well. So I'm going to say this. This is the reason why I say that they have a connection. Is because I always wonder why they all wore the same type of fez. Okay, and it says that they are wearing it because they are paying homage to the ones who brought them into civilization and brought them Freemasonry in the first place, the Moors.
Mm.
So I'm just saying it says
And what's
that
your source from, Sister Freedom?
wait a minute. It's gonna say where it's coming from as I'm reading it because
Oh,
it's
okay.
coming. It's gonna say where it's from. What's his name? Clifford E. Hazel Bay Lounge. I'm gonna say. Let me calm down.
Like an MSTA.
Clifford E. Hazel Bay Lodge number 1. Okay.
An MSTA.
What do you mean by that?
A
Moorish
Moorish
Science
Science
Temple of
Temple of
America, like
America.
I was saying, that
No.
was built in
That's what that is.
1968.
It's
That's
from, hold on,
exactly what that
Alexander.
is.
Hold on, Alexander. She's about to read it, but this
It
source is
says
from
okay. I'm
the
gonna keep.
Moorish
But
Science Temple of America.
no, this who says something about them? This says
That is Clifford. Clifford is
AFMR.
from a temple. The lodge number is from the temple he's from. He's from a temple of the
But did
Moorish
you miss
Science
the
Temple.
part that I said in the beginning? Why do Shriners, Masons, and Moors wear the same fez? And then
I
the
literally told you.
first sentence that I
Right, but the
read was,
source, I was just saying the
excuse
source
me,
is
but
from a
it's
Moorish Science Temple.
what I'm saying is the reason why. It doesn't matter what the source is. This is the reason why they do it. It says to pay homage to the ones who brought them into civilization and brought Freemasonry in the first place, the Moors. That's why, excuse me, I let it get dark in my house.
So are they calling the Freemasons the Moors?
No, the Freemasons is the Freemason. As I'm reading down, you'll see what I'm saying. But that starts the Shriners and the Masons.
Okay, so the
Because we know that they
MSTA
That
is
is
saying
not
Hold
know
on,
true.
that
Alexander. Hold on.
Can I finish?
Please let her finish. Please let her
Because
finish,
we
you
know
guys,
that
as
the
far as
Eastern
it.
Star
We
started
know
over
where
here.
the source
I'm
is
gonna read
from.
more
Let her
so
finish.
so it goes right into it. That's why they're the free and accepted Masons. Okay, they were brought into it. They did not create it. The Prince Hall Mason himself will tell you here, AFMR, ancient Free Moorish Rite, Clifford E. Hazel Bay Lodge number 1. The Fez is what ancient Aboriginal Black civilizations, excuse me, sorry, because it's so tiny. Black civilizations have been wearing on the crown for tens of thousands of years all around the globe. Check out the Moyai, Moai statue on Easter Island.
That's scheduled for 4. Yeah.
Okay, now I've got the mystery of how Easter Island statues got their colossal heads might finally be solved. There are many variations. That is why Shriners take on the Moorish names Bey, meaning governor, for lack of a better word, or leader, and El, meaning the most high ruler of the land, God or Lord. The fez also symbolizes the womb of the woman, or for ancient and for the ancients believed in matriarchal, I never get that right, but y'all know what I'm saying. Society, not patriarch society. The free flowing tassel is the child. Now, I'm saying my father is a Mason and he's a Shriner. When you go into his house, everything is based on the Egypt stuff. even though he's Christian. I'm just saying, my mom is a Mexamor. And if anybody knows Zodiacus, she's my sister. So what I'm saying is all of it's tying in together. And it always did, as far as I'm concerned. Now, when you say it don't have nothing to do with it, there would be no way. And actually, the Moors is older than the Masons and the Shriners because it comes off of them. Making a brother and a sisterhood from.
Hold on, Alexander. Cosmo's going to go next.
Now, you might not want to accept it because you might not have the knowledge of what they have. I don't know what they do. And yours in your organization, but I also can bring Masons on the show that will say exactly what I'm saying. So see, it must be different organizations. So that's what I'm saying. Please don't come on calling people and saying that they're blatant liars when people have
wait.
No, I'm not waiting. I'm saying
no. I'm not talking to you. I was
She's
saying
talking to you, Freedom. She's saying to Alexander one time.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dulcie. I'm saying when you say that people are lying and they got different teachings, you gotta let them. The man was showing sources and showing everything that he was saying. So just like you can come on and show sources of what you're saying, that doesn't make you a liar. You're showing what you're saying. And that's what he was doing. That's what Taj is doing. And Taj is big time with all this. And there's people that don't agree with him. He's saying the Moors, the Aboriginals, and the Indians are the same people. And I'm saying to you, the Shriners, the Masons, and the Moors, and the Indians, and all are the same people. When it breaks all down.
When it breaks down.
If it just means dark-skinned people, I'm saying.
Yeah. The brother spoke on speak about what you know, right? And what we know in America, dealing with the Indian, right? The biggest catastrophes, the biggest genocides, the biggest wars, the oppression has been authorized and sourced from Masons. Every action against a nigga in America came through the hands and authorization of a Mason, top down.
Please stop lying.
So
wait,
this
hold
is
on.
no wait a
Let me
minute.
finish.
This is you can't argue with history.
Okay.
Don't argue with don't listen. There ain't nothing to talk about.
Okay.
Take it up with God. You did
All
what
right.
I'm talking about.
Can I rebut?
No,
please?
wait, hold on 1 second. Let him finish, and then you'll be right after.
But wait a minute. I'm going to say something to what he just said now, Dulcie. He's telling the truth because a lot of the Masons and the what I'm talking about now, and the undone people.
I'm talking about in government now.
Right,
the people who are running our country into the ground
on a different
now
type of Mason that he is.
You can't. He can't name one
Wait, hold
Mason in
on, because
politics.
everybody is talking over each other
Exactly.
because we're not going one at a time. And I might want to say something. Josh might want to say something. Nisha might want to say something. So that's why I'm just saying you got to say what you said, Sister Freedom. You're letting Cosmin go, and please let Alexander go so me and Dots can go after.
Right, but he said that he was lying, and I'm saying that different times.
I understand that, but can we go in a round? Can we go around in a circle?
Go ahead.
Listen,
because keep in mind the white one's Alexander before you say that.
Can I speak now?
No, hold on. It's Cosmin's go, please.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, Cosmin, let Cosmin go and land, and then Alexander.
All right, dang. All I'm saying is he telling half the story. He came up here and instantly called that brother a liar. You a liar then, if that's the case, because you over here sticking up all these white folks and these niggas that was turning their backs on us. The Masons did it. Prince Hall sucked up and slept in the bed with George Washington, another Mason. Listen, we not about to sit here and act like y'all hands ain't dirty. You dig what I'm saying? You telling half the truth because you duped and indoctrinated to your Masonic lifestyle. That don't mean we got to be. Just go up here and spit your belief. You dig what I'm talking about, and let it be that. Let it be the subjective state that it is in. That's just your belief about this Masonic. Everything is the end all be all. You dig what I'm talking about? In the man, the Moor, especially the melanated one, would have to come before the science of Masonry could exist. So you're wrong. Either way. That's what I'm saying. I can fight now. Turn and punch.
Can I speak now?
Well, make sure you can get these
Wait,
people
no,
to
he's
believe
not
these lies
finished.
that
As
these
Oh
soon as
my
you
Masons
God,
ain't
Dulcinea, I
established.
don't have the time for this, for
I
real,
mean,
for
from
real.
the
I know,
very
but allow
founding
him
of the
to finish,
United
please.
States.
Yeah,
To
he's
get
gonna
these
have to
people
land
to
his
believe
plane.
Husband,
these
He's
get ready
being
to
Masons
land your
are
offensive.
plane then. Can you
Go
get ready
ahead.
to
My
land your
plane
plane?
is landed. Leave it
Yes,
out.
please.
Dulcinea, I came up here because you asked me to come up here.
I know, I know.
I
That's
can
why I'm just
easily, I
allowing
can easily
Cosman.
prove
Let him finish
myself.
his last statements for his point, and then you can go right after. And I would ask everybody to the same
This is
mute
wild,
up
man.
while he gives his point. Cosman, did you have anything of your last point to say? Because I mean, I have something to say after all this as well. Cosman, did you want to say anything for your last
No,
point?
I'm no. All I'm saying is, you did what I'm saying. When you point the finger, just remember it's one's pointing back at you. We can already tell you came up here with a limited understanding, bro. Stop. And you was pushing this Masonic shit. I don't care what you're saying. It's evil. We know people who are higher than you, who have way more rank than you.
No,
The
you
things
don't.
that listen, brother. The things that they are
Please
telling
land,
you
Cosman.
now will
Cosman,
Yeah,
please
happen
at
when
land.
this
you
point, can you
listen.
just tell him to
The
be
things that
quiet
don't
at this
need no
point? Because
help.
he's
Help
just
the
spitting
bear.
rhetoric.
Help the
Cosman, just
bear.
Oh,
Cosman, Cosman, can you
I'm just
please let
saying, help
Alexander?
the
Because I'm
bear.
sleepy.
I don't need no help.
That's what I'm saying.
but we need
All
you
he
to
got to do is
end
shut
Alexander.
up.
because other
All
people
he
want to
got to
say
do is be
something too.
quiet,
So
not to get
Cosman, if
cool-headed.
that's all,
I'm
let
just saying,
Alexander
I hate that
reply.
he calling the people a liar, and we know you a liar. You with the crew of liars.
Yeah, you're triggered. You're emotional. Can I
No,
speak now?
Okay,
I'm
Okay,
not.
so
okay,
now
What I'm
Cosman,
Cosman,
saying
you
is,
said your
done.
you
point.
know
Let
what? I'm going to
Yes,
fall
Alexander
back.
speak
You
please.
dig what
now.
I'm saying? I'm going to fall back.
Thanks.
All right. I'm going to just fall back since I
Thank you,
can't get a
Cosman. Just
word out.
mute up, please.
Thank you. Literally, the reason why I came up here and said that man's a liar is because that man's a liar. I don't care what anybody has to say at the end of the day.
Well,
That's
you
why he
need
dropped.
to because
Now
you're on
listen,
this
on the other side of
platform and
that,
it
on
ain't
I
the other
agree
right.
side,
with him. I agree with
I don't
him.
hear
care
what
whether
I'm
you
Damn.
saying,
agree with him or
please.
not.
Before y'all speak
Come
on
on,
me,
Yeah,
on
y'all.
the same
it's
way,
just of the
yeah,
fact as let
okay,
me say
all
something
right.
really quick so you can get your point across. It's just of the fact if someone was genuine, they wouldn't be of saying someone that's asking questions is being disingenuous, that they're making up things. If someone is being genuine and is willing to have a conversation, they're willing to answer questions, especially for someone that they feel like doesn't know. So the fact that the first thing someone does instead of being like, okay, I'm going to answer these questions because this person has questions, is I'm going to turn them into the villain, shows that they're a liar, shows that they want to indoctrinate you. That's the
Wow.
top number one of indoctrination. So please allow Alexander to say his point of view.
Even though
I
none of
came
that
up here. I
was
came up here because I'm actually a active member in my community. Let me tell you something real quick. I have a 210 unit development project here in my state. I'm in Florida for homeless veterans that have no place to live. This is with a bunch of Masons. For this man to get up here and say that Masons are evil, that's wrong. For y'all to say that Masons is, not y'all, but those that say Masons is attached to Moors and then try to tell a Mason or a Moor what is right or wrong, and you're neither of those. No matter
I
if your
just told you.
parents, no
Okay.
matter if your parents or anybody is that, you can't speak on that. In the same way that if a Delta was up here or a Kappa or an Alpha and they were speaking about their experiences within their fraternity or sorority, y'all can't speak on what you may think. It's okay to say your opinion, but this man was not saying facts. He was misinforming you. He was lying straight through his teeth. And everything that he said that he can show was taken out of context. This is what I'm going to do for y'all. I don't know how many people watch this, right? But we get hundreds of people. I'm also a wild Indian. I'm a Saponi, right? So when he says all this bullshit about Masons, Do y'all not understand that John Brown was a black man who was a Mason? He was an abolitionist who fought on the Underground Railroad. Do you not understand that Prince Hall had lodges across the Underground Railroad to lead people? They say follow the light. That was Prince Hall. And this man just lied on another black man, our ancestor, and said that, oh, he was in bed with George Washington. They weren't even in the same time period. But yet, if you don't go and research this and you just take the word of what another man says, this is the type of stuff that happens. I have no beef against no other man. I don't care. I love information, but don't lie. I am an actual Mason and an actual lodge. That the other brother Cosman that was talking, he didn't ran into probably a bunch of clandestine fake Masons, people who don't meet the adherence and governance of Masonry. And this is what happens. And I teach you on this. I don't only teach you on Masonry, I teach you on Moorish history and the sciences of it. I teach about esotericism. I teach about the Kabbalah. I teach about American Indian history. I teach about the lies of the transatlantic slave trade. If you go to my platform on TikTok, I'm damn near viral on there. As soon as I get off of there, I'm gonna go over there just to show y'all that I'm not lying. What do I have to lie about? Y'all don't know me and I don't know y'all. Why would I come up on your platform and lie?
Do you also have a YouTube page? Because I can't get on TikTok.
I got a YouTube page, right? I have a YouTube page, but let me be honest with you. What I'm doing right now is I'm building up all of my audience because I understand that YouTube is a very hard crowd, right? And especially when you're talking about the type of stuff that I'm talking about, it's very decisive. It goes against the narrative, but I provide sources. I bring people who are experts in their field. Like there's a lot of shit that I wanted to talk about that man was proclaiming. He's saying that DNA and all this, and it's like haplogroup. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. If you go do a directed genetic testing kit right now, there's no gene that can account for what race you are. That shit is just for entertainment. And if you do your research, you'll find that there's multiple lawsuits out right now against 23andMe and Ancestry DNA. Do you understand that someone sent in their dog saliva and they came back as Polish and European and 2% African? You can literally go look up what they test. They test for S&Ps, single nucleotide polymorphisms,
Facts. What he's speaking right now.
right? The reference panel of 99.9%, you would think that they would test for. They don't. They test for 0.1% of similar traits. And it's for the people that have taken that test. So they literally take a pool of individuals that have submitted in their DNA and they say, we're going to say you're from here. Do you understand that they've had twins, like actual identical twins, both submit in their DNA and it says that they're from different regions? It doesn't make any sense because it's not supposed to be real. Also, DNA is supposed to give you any type of disease or characteristics of toxology that you may have in your DNA, right? Like breast cancer, lung cancer, any type of disease that you may have, sickle cell. This man didn't even know what he's talking about, a sickle cell. You don't understand that sickle cell comes from the Anopheles mosquito and that it was found in America before it was ever found in Africa. And the reason why people have a sickle cell trait is because it was an adaptation, it was an adaptation, right, to malaria. These people just want to sound good. They get up on your platform and y'all are not vetting these individuals before they speak, and they're just up here spitting straight misinformation. And if I didn't come up here tonight to speak the truth about my fraternity and what was actually real, anybody could have been listening to this misinformation, and they could have been feeding into the conspiracy theories and bullshit that people talk about Masonry. And not even, I don't even like Moors, but to say that Moors are Masons and vice versa, I know some Moors that would have got up here and ate this man alive in history. I'm not trying to get up here and discredit him. He discredited himself. He doesn't even know what he talks about. He
So
didn't
you
know who
glad
General Tariqi Beyond Zion. He didn't know who that man was. He said that he
I
fought
told
against
you
the
he wasn't?
Arabs.
You just repeated it right after him.
Let Dots, did you have something? Let Dots jump in here.
Don't say I'm gonna let my plan. I appreciate you. I
Um,
let me up on the platform. Thank you.
When can you come and we interview you?
I'm ready for whenever. Matter of fact, if y'all want to do it anytime tomorrow, I'm free. I'm actually like right now, I'm literally about to go live and I'm about to bring this subject up because and I don't mean to try to take up any more of your time, please, if you just give me another minute. But I see this far too often. I see it not only in the American Indian community where individuals will talk like they truly know something, and
Exactly.
then
You're
they're
doing.
not ready and they're not prepared when someone actually knows what they're talking about. And I see it also for my fraternity. Now, I'm not going to act like, and that's what I was telling you, I'm not going to act like there's not um, ideologies or theories about my fraternity. But as a man, and what I'm telling you is, if I were evil, you would know it. This woman Dulce knows me. She seen me go from like using drugs and being in the streets, being reckless, to I don't do none of that shit now, right? I live in Florida. I'm taking care of my family. I got a 3-year-old little girl. I'm big in my community. I help homeless people. I help veterans. I help women that are victims of domestic violence get away from their abusers. I don't praise Satan. I'm a Sufi Muslim. And to see people think that I do all this evil shit just because they read some book or they listen to somebody on YouTube or they listen to somebody on TikTok, it's infuriating. All of the hard work that I did to become a Mason and what it actually means, I promise you this. If you will open your ears and just hear me out real quick, and I'm gonna get off and I'm just going my live.
You
The
never said
only
more information.
secrets of masonry are the ways in which we recognize another mason. I don't care if you talk to a master mason, an entered apprentice, or an imperial grand master, anyone in the imperial council, York Rite or Scottish Rite. It doesn't order Eastern Star, whatever. Right? We are all the same. We are all master. If you are a master mason and above, we all are the same. There's no authority or hierarchy within masonry. There's officer seats, right, and that's used for the leadership within masonry. But if I have a problem as a mason, I can go to the grand master and say I have a problem with this. And before we are masons, we are men. So this is why it bothers me, and I'm so like disturbed right now because a lot of the rhetoric I heard tonight is bullshit. There's not a lot of ties. All the conspiracy theories,
I
throw
feel the
that shit
same way
away.
listening to you.
Well,
I
yeah,
throw that.
let Dots get in. I know you have to go as far as it. I think what mainly people want to know is where the dirty Masons come in and where's the natural Masons, because we have heard both stories. Dots.
Dulce, clandestine Masons. You can look it up. I'm getting ready to go teach about it right now. And I guarantee I'll have about 120 people in there that are Masons, that are real. I'll have Order of Eastern Star, women that are actually a part of this from all different races, all different nationalities. I have people from all different countries in there. And if you have questions about Masonry, I would love for you to come in and ask about it. Truly get the information from people that are in their community actually doing things, not devil worshiping, goat eating, pontificators and belly sliders. That is not us. That is not what masonry is. And any mason
No,
that comes up on a public platform and says any secret or bullshit that alludes to some stupid ass conspiracy, that is not a mason. And when you're seeing these dark masons that are coming out, they're not coming out because if they did, it'd be all over the news. They're going to people and they're saying, I read Manly P. Hall. Let me tell you this. I have my ritual book here right in front of me. You cannot get this if you are not a Mason. You cannot go buy this anywhere. That man said Manly P. Hall. You can go to annasarchive.org and get any published book on this planet for free. And you can go get Manly P. Hall's book. He was an expelled Mason. Expelled Masons get pissed off because they weren't good men. That's where the bad Masons come into place. Not me being a devil worshiper. That shit's crazy work to even think that. They'll say thank you. You know what? I appreciate you. Ladies, I appreciate you. I'm gonna dip out. You have my TikTok, right?
Yeah, I got you, and I'll talk to
I,
you
I, I'm
because
about to go live
definitely
right
we'll
now.
have this conversation.
I'm about to go live right now and talk about this. I can't believe it. Like I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's go talk about it. You have a good night.
I don't know. I have Masons in my family too, so I think a lot of us have Masons in our family. My dad's side, like majority of the
Nah,
men.
my family ain't on none of that bullshit. I'm
It's
I don't
sorry.
know,
different.
like
It's
they
different
were,
sex. It's
and my
different
my
sex.
uncle, he got pretty big, and I do want to know, but I do feel
Not
like
mine
sometimes
either.
it's
Not mine either.
sideways of what I was saying. Like, why would you not be open with everything? Why is there a book that only y'all can have? You know?
Well, that's what they do. That's how they do their brotherhood. That's how it's done. But still in all, I just set up here and read that's what I was reading, a source. So what I'm saying is, how can somebody tell you something? I'm looking at the people with the same fezzes on. How could they not have some connection? That doesn't make sense. I mean, seriously.
Well, it depends on who came first and why I asked about, because you were like, what does it matter if it comes from the MSTA? The MSTA has an origin. They have an origin in the
I said it's different
1900s.
sex.
So
It's
when
different sex.
someone is a source in the 1900s saying what happened anciently, we do have to look at it sideways. I'm not saying take another source that says it happens anciently, but I tend to look at stuff that it's proven like, okay, this is older than this. Because if
Yeah,
you're
I
giving
look at stuff
your,
like that too.
yeah, so if
I
you're
can look
giving
at
your
stuff like that too.
opinion on how it came about, I'm going to take it as that, your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying there's different sects of Islam. We know there's a lot of different forms and different sects of Islam. And I believe that there's different sects of Masonry. It's just Shriners, it's different sects. Now, I'm not going to say that about the Eastern Stars, and they still seem like they just come out the Bible and Christian stuff to me. But when it comes to the Masons and the Shriners, they come out that Quran. They deal with the Quran and the Bible. Now, we know that the Moors were Muslim. So I'm saying I'm confused on how they wear the same fez. They all read out the Quran. They have the L and the Bay and all of that. The Shriners do it too. So I'm trying to figure out how he's saying that. It's just not making no sense. They have
Well,
become
to
lazy
me
past
personally,
me.
when it comes to the
They
science
become
and
lazy.
separating,
They have become mentally lazy to me. And yes, they do help in the community. And no, I'm not going to call them evil. And pretty much I didn't see where Kamish was telling any form of lies, because he said they didn't have he actually said what that man said. They didn't have no connection. Then he asked him about the guy Tariq, and he said, "You mean General Tariq?" And then he tells him he don't know what he's talking about, and come right back on there and say, "Yeah, he was a general. Tariq was a general." I'm like, "What the heezy?" He just said that. And what he said that the man did, Kamisha said it, and then he followed back up and said the same thing. He might have said it in different words, but the same thing. I'm like, are you real serious? Like, I don't like that kind of stuff. Just like when you asked him a question, he gave his answer to your question. He just said
well,
the answer
I
what
didn't
you
say
were
anything about
expecting.
his answer. I said something about him calling me disingenuous, about him calling me names,
I don't remember
saying
him
I meant
saying
a
the word
certain thing when I
disingenuous to
didn't.
you at
That's
all.
what I addressed, which anyone would address. No one would have liked that. You didn't like it with Chief X. Dots didn't like it
No,
with Chief X.
I
So
know
of
that's
course
not what I'm
I
talking
wouldn't like
about.
it as
I
far
never
as
heard him call you
someone
disingenuous.
acting like just because I asked them a question and they don't like the questions I'm asking, to be like, oh well, you're
I
coming
don't
with
think it was like that. Maybe
conjecture.
you need to
I
listen
don't
back
have to
to it.
answer your question or anything like that. When I wasn't coming with anything, I didn't have any side notions of what he said. And that's why I pointed that out, that anyone would have, if it was them in the being told that when they're just asking questions.
Okay, that's
I
how you
think
see
that,
it. I see it a
here's
different way, but it's all good.
um
Well, I saw it happen with Chief X and everything, so it's the kind of
yo,
same
anyway,
thing. Like, just allow someone to ask the question and then just answer. But
y'all
why
ain't
do
got no
you
money.
have to be like, this person is disingenuous
Y'all
for
really got no
asking
money.
this, or preference it in such a way?
I just
Oh,
don't
you
know.
guys
Maybe
don't
I went
believe in
upstairs when he
DNA
said that word.
anyways. Like, he was the one that brought up DNA and then said, oh, you guys are changing the subject, and DNA, like, you're the one that's changing the subject. We were talking and asking about masonry, and does masonry have secrets? And he made it seem like everybody else changed the subject when we were asking him direct questions on that.
I don't remember that either. I mean, some things is being said, I just don't remember happening. I don't remember him saying you were disingenuous. I heard him saying that you was maybe, I think the word was disrespectful, but I didn't think it was disingenuous. I mean, you know,
He
people
said,
Well, can I
he
say
said,
something? Listen,
Nisha,
Dulcinea,
God,
can I
Sister
say
Freedom,
something,
I'm
y'all?
going to talk to y'all because y'all are the genuine women that will answer this genuinely. That's what he said. So,
Okay, so
and yes, he
listen,
did
this
call
is
me
what
disrespectful as well when I said, excuse me, and tried to balance the fact that he had been talking 10, 15 minutes at a time. Like, what?
I don't know. It's just, I don't, it's just got, it's just, it shouldn't be no argument, you know, it's just information, you know, and it was his side, what he's seen out of what he's seen out of his eyes and his teaching. Everybody got different teachings. That's the more big thing. Everybody got different teachings.
But we listened to his teachings. We sat there on mute while he taught, while he showed his screen, while he went through plenty of
So why, if
slides. He
we've
went through
seen
at least
all of that,
50
we saw
slides
all
tonight.
that, and we did listen to it. So then, how could somebody come up and say he was lying, and the man was showing sources to everything he was talking about?
Because
That's
he was lying.
no, he wasn't. Not at all.
Wow.
No,
Wow. Go ahead, Dots.
not to me, because I deal with
oh,
it. So I mean,
oh
to me,
my
he ain't lying.
God.
But it's just his opinion about the more thing. That's his opinion, and he feels
Don't,
so
don't worry
everybody's
about it,
more.
Misha.
His
It was
opinion.
not, it doesn't make sense. Like, this
Did you
is
have
crazy.
something that you wanted to say, Dots?
Of course I did, long time ago, but it's
Well, then go
okay.
ahead and say
I'm
it.
over it. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm
So you
fine.
mustn't have anything to say if you can't
No,
just
I
say it, but
did.
you're still saying and talking. So that's what I'm
I
saying. We
did.
might as well just say it. And no, I do not believe everything that I read, but what I am saying is people believe what they read, and that's all they can show is what they read.
Nah, it's some mixed up though. It's some mixed up shit in what. Excuse me. It's some mixed up put in stuff in what he was saying. I'm talking about Kemetian. It was. It's all. Listen, this is not Kemetian first, second, third, fourth, fifth time on this show. So
Just say
we
whatever
all.
you feel as though that he was saying that was a lie.
Wait, let her
Well, she
go.
was
Let her
here.
say it.
I
Sister
am.
Freedom.
Dang.
What
You
I'm
kind
what
of cut her off while the middle she's talking.
I'm saying is that
I wasn't.
um I don't think that nobody in the chat is
Mother.
unfamiliar with who he is and his doctrine, what he teaches and what he believes. So for real, it was just allowing him to speak to people that probably never heard him speak before. And for me, that's really all it was. But it got to a point that it was just getting ridiculous and about who he's related to because DNA doesn't even work like that. So
It doesn't.
it does not.
Yeah,
And this is
remember
what I was
Misha, he was saying that his results came back at 85 cents. So
right,
that must mean that he's like special, right? Like
right.
his
Mine is
DNA
over
marker.
that.
So you're
I
like,
got
Anisha's like, I have more. I mean, like, what are you
right.
saying there, Anisha?
So
Well,
it
wait a
does
minute.
not
Let me
work
let
like
me
that.
be
You're not
clear. Just let me be clear, Dots. You're saying that when you take those DNA tests, they don't tell you who you're related to. They don't tell you that.
No,
not
Only
people
What?
that
living. They
said
can only tell you who's
right.
alive that you're related to.
They
They
don't
cannot tell you
tell.
who's dead that you're related to. They only tell you who's living,
Who's alive, right?
who have
Okay.
also taken the test. And once they're living and they have taken the test and you're related, it can tell you you're related. But they have
Okay.
to
So the
prerequisites take the test and be related to you.
and they
okay.
also have to give permission to show their results. You can't so
Facts. That too.
people can't so by him saying that he's related to Obama. I was done. I was
Right.
done. Like it's just too
And
much.
Nelson Mandela. And Nelson
Yeah,
Mandela.
it's
And
too
So
much.
okay.
here's the
So
thing though, but I think
oh,
that this is why these conversations are in some way good, because when Alexander was saying we need to vet more, we need to vet better the guest or whatever. I think that, the vetting happens when the guests can get grilled by the people in the chat, right? Because that's the best way to expose chinks in someone's armor, point blank in the
right.
period, right? And that's why I had asked the question to him about who taught him Freemasonry, who taught him the 33 degrees, who taught him about the Shriners, like how does he have all this information? And he said he did, right? Because he reads. So, and someone from the outside could look at that and be like, wait, so how is that true? You're not a Freemason. No one who's a Freemason taught you the information. How do we know that what you are selling is actually legitimate, right? Because that's not how that works. And if you can't take a gentle tap tap, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't.
You mean that he couldn't learn things from a book?
Well, it has to get checked.
Wait a minute, and also as far as what
It
you was
depends
saying,
what book he
and
did
also
and who
now
gave him
about
that
the
book.
DNA. I thought that when you take the DNA, it connects you with people that you're related to. Now, if you know
that
that
took it as well,
that they did
that
it as
took
well,
the
right?
DNA test as well. So if
I
someone
got
I'm related to never took Ancestry, it's not going to come up on my DNA that I'm
I know.
related
Okay,
to them.
I got you on that part. But if you related to somebody saying Joyce King, I'm just gonna say a name because it's always been said on my father's mother's side that they're related to the Kings, right? So I'm just gonna use the Kings. All right. So her name is Joyce King. She's alive, and you talk with her, and you find out that Martin Luther King is related to you. So now come on here. Martin Luther King is well done. We know he is transcended, right? And I say, I'm related to Martin Luther King.
You know, Sister Freedom, that would mean that genealogy proved that you were related, not the
No,
DNA
I'm
test.
saying that, but he found Joyce King on the DNA.
How?
Right, but now you would have to go back in Joyce trees. That's why I'm telling you. Because you would have to go back in Joyce King's DNA and show where you and her have the relation for Martin Luther King to be her blood relation. So, for instance, just because you're a cousin with Joyce King and Joyce King is Martin Luther King's great niece, it doesn't mean that you're his great niece too. You would have to then go into the genealogy tree and connect yourself to say, okay, not because I'm related to Joyce King, but because my great 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 grandmother is the same, we're related to Martin Luther King. So the only thing the DNA can test you to is living people. Then you can take your tree and build upon your tree to show.
No,
who
I
you're
understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is now, okay, I'll use me as an example. I'm related to Langston Hughes. He's gone. I'm a Quarles. We know his mom's Margaret Quarles, however it goes. You know what I'm saying? But he's already gone. But of course, what you're saying is I would have to go through my genealogy to show that. But what if I have somebody that's, I don't want to be confused about this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because even if you had someone, even if you had someone like that's a cousin or whatever that is related to them, you wouldn't be able to take that per se because they have a mom and a dad. You're related to one side or the other. So you would know, but what I'm saying is you're related to one side or the other. So you would have to show on your tree where you guys align and have that. Just because someone's your cousin and they're related to someone does not mean that you're related to that person too.
I already know that that's common sense. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is if he met a cousin name was Joyce King, right? Martin Luther King has only been gone since what, 1960 something, 66 or 60, around that time. So, and the Joyce is Martin Luther King's niece, but he is the cousin, or his mom is the cousin, or is immediate cousin to Joyce. So it would make them blood related. So now he comes online and he says, yeah, I found out through my bloodline. I found out Martin Luther King was related to me through my through the testing. I found he didn't explain how he found out that these people was related to him. He just said that the people was related to him, and right
no, he said it's a DNA test. He did say the DNA test, so it would be inaccurate. It would be inaccurate to say the DNA test told me this because a DNA test cannot tell you that.
Right. I'm asking that.
Right.
So that's what I'm
if
just
he would have
answering.
explained it to say I'm related to this person that told me about my uncle, which is Mandela. You see what I'm saying? I didn't know anything about it until I took my DNA test, met this particular person, and this particular person showed me how this person is related to me. But he didn't do that. He didn't go through X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, he did. What he said is that I took the DNA group and my haplogroup was able to tell me that I have rare DNA that ties me to a family member that would have existed in blah time. So that's his explanation of it. And yes, that's untrue. You will not be able to use
I
your
don't know why he
haplogroup
said
in
that or
such a
how. I wish he
way
would have
in
explained
a
it. I wish he
DNA
would have
test to say who you're related to 300,000 years ago.
Yeah,
You can't do that.
that's kind of weird. But at the same time, he must have had a reason for saying it, and I wish we would.
Because he's a liar.
Hebrews say it. I've been in Hebrew before. I've been in Hebrew. I know why they say it. They say it because E1B1A and saying it because the haplogroup. I'm very familiar in why they say it.
No, it's not all of that, Dulcie. It's not all of that extra sciencey shit. Excuse me. It's not none of that. The what it really
well, that's
is.
how they use it. I know it's not that, but that's how they use it.
What it is that he embellishes. He lies. He's trying to make himself connected to all of these famous people. He never said that he was getting the Otis down at the liquor store. He said that, and he won't. Let's be for real. Let's call a spade a spade. Why we be playing?
But why I say it is because I have the books.
I don't know why you
I have the books from the 80s, from the
okay.
90s, the ones that say blacks are Hebrew Israelites. I ordered them from Amazon a long time ago, y'all. So I know where they're getting it from. I know when Ben Amin said it. I know where he's getting it from. I studied this.
I can see that unscrambled minds have different opinions about different situations. I guess y'all have to accept that we are human. Okay.
We are who we are.
I mean, some
listen,
you know, we're straight up.
This is how we give it up, and it's not even that people enjoy entertainment, and for nothing else, we always give a show. That's the most important thing. Freedom, can I finish, please? That's the most important thing. We always give a show. Like, we always give a show. You know what I mean? And we can go back and forth, have the banter, what have you, and it's never that serious. So the folks who's been rocking with us from day one should know that by now, right? It's really not that serious, y'all. But again, I say, that's why I said to him, all you have to do is review prior shows, right? Like, you know, this is what we do. I mean, right? Once the panel is open, we'll ask questions or what have you, right? To get the people ready. And then once we drop the link and they come up, it's game time, play ball, right? But it can't always be like, oh, you know, I know y'all don't know this, so let me teach you. Or
I hate that.
This map because I'm the one who put this map out, right? I'm the one who did. No, that sounds bogus. That's really, really bogus. You have to be able to take it. Wow, and again, I say, how qualified is a person? So if you are an expert on Freemasonry, right, and you're not a Freemason, or you haven't been taught by somebody, and you know that is a Mason, for example, of course people are going to have questions. They're going to look at you sideways. Absolutely, 1000%.
Well,
it's not that serious.
I will say that this has been a night, and y'all, God, that's all I'm gonna say. Nisha done snapped out.
Nisha is all love.
Snapped out.
Well, yeah, she's maxed out, but sister Freedom,
you get sick
and tired of the BS sometimes. Since you were against me. No, since I'm just playing with you that you were against me, but I have a question though, for real. Like,
I'm not against you. I'm just straight telling you.
I know. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I just have a question because of the other thing. Like, if you saw ISIS, right, and you've always learned about ISIS, and then you saw it in Costa Rica or Barbados, would you question, like, how did this get there?
Wait a minute, say it again.
If you've been taught like a particular symbol has been from Kemet or Egypt or anything, and then you see it again somewhere random, would you question how it got there?
Well, I'm gonna say it like this, because I know that every different religion has different beginning stories, and every, you know, it's just different stories about different things, different places. People see things differently. I don't know. I might say, you know what? You know what? I heard that I seen something like this in when I was in Jamaica. You see what I'm saying? Like I seen a symbol just like this when I was in Jamaica. And they
Yeah.
didn't tell me their story of their symbol, but they got their own story in Jamaica about a man holding a woman. You know what I'm saying? Or holding the children up in his hand, holding the woman up on one hand. I want to draw that. You know that holding the woman on up on one hand and the children up in the other hand. You see what I'm saying? That I saw when I was in Jamaica, and now I've seen it in Mexico. Oh wow! And they done told me a whole complete different story about it. Somebody was had the woman in one hand and the kids in the other hand. They was running. He was saving their life from a burning fire. You see what I'm saying? And he had them. I'm making this up out the clear blue.
Oh, I know.
You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
and
I
in
get it. What do
Jamaica,
you think though?
the
But that
story
the
was
Bible always
different.
takes out the woman part. Like he brought up a scripture in the Bible that doesn't mention the woman in the picture. So he made it seem like it
I
was
was trying to
very
figure out
important,
what
but
you
the
were saying
woman
when you
was a
said that.
lack, you know. Well,
What story was it? I was trying to figure out where in the Bible that you was talking about, because I know it speaks in Revelations on the woman, but excuse me,
well,
things are
that's the
symbolic.
other.
Things
Yeah,
that the
that's the
Bible is
devilish
symbolic.
one.
So different things come up because it's symbolic, is allegory. So there's different things when it's an allegory situation that may come up with different, again, stories about that particular situation because it's allegory. Now, okay, like okay, in the beginning, there was darkness.
We
So in
understand. We
some
got it.
people's story, it was the mind before consciousness and thought came into it. And to other people, it was the womb of darkness before life came into existence. So see,
See, and
that's
that's why I was just saying with
there's
symbols,
different
I
stories.
always find it weird when and I side eye things that have a symbol of a woman in it and then take the woman out of it. Because we all know spiritually the feminine in ancient times is going to be defined, it's going to be used. Usually you won't see an ancient symbol and be like, oh yeah, the feminine is just dissociated with it. So when you bring up a Bible scripture that just takes the feminine out, that's always going to be a side eye for
But
me.
feminine does mean humanity. The
Yeah, but the
feminine part
Bible
is
doesn't address
humanity.
it, is what I'm
The
saying.
feminine part is earth. The feminine part is it's just like rib. It's just feminine. The feminine could be a whole bunch of different things symbolically than using the word lady or woman or mother, or they can use a different word because it's allegory, it's symbolic. I mean, just it just is. It's like I'm in my mind, you're just not thinking far enough about it. It's just you want it to be what you want it to be, but in somebody else's teaching, it's something completely different.
I get it. I guess I can see from your point of view. I just don't agree because I just think of when a symbol is shown as far as it's always weird to have a missing symbol from it. Anyone that has grown up thinking about Kemet, if they saw Heru and Osiris without Isis, that's going to be immediate red flag. It's going to be like, where's
But
Isis?
what
But the only reason
are
why
you talking about?
people
That
can
something
take
in
it
the
out of
Bible?
the symbol of Mexico is because they don't care about Mexico. So they would care about ISIS to be extracted from the story, but you wouldn't care if you don't know the story of the Mexican to be like, oh, that's the woman was extracted from that too. So I think we show that we don't like
I
when
just got
there's
confused.
legends and ancient stories where they take the woman
How
out.
far back is that story? When you say ancient, how far back is it?
It would be thousands of years, way before there wasn't any noble Drew Ali that ever even existed, at least to the Aztecs, but the Aztecs say it was before them.
Hmm. Well, I'm just saying, I know man and woman have been on earth longer than a couple thousands of years, and I'm quite sure there's been stuff carved in walls and I mean, it's just I don't know. People make pictures all over the world. You don't know what somebody's thinking on the other side of the world. You don't know what somebody's thinking. And listen, I don't know why this person would say I don't even care. Why am I caring about the fools in the chat that might be saying something stupid? I'm not calling y'all fools. I'm just saying anybody that would say anything disrespectful or whatever, because I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just thinking logical. People think the same things on different sides of the world. And they just make up their stories for whatever they think. And I'm just being logical about it. That's just how I feel about it.
David, you have to be kidding. He said Aztecs got it from Noble Drew Ali. Okay. Never mind. Let me go to bed.
No, honey, people copy after Americans all day long. They doing it right now. Everything we do, everybody else do.
Aztecs
how many or how long?
are a
They just say,
misnomer,
and
but
if I
they're
write the
ancient
book,
people,
I can
Sister
put the time
Freedom.
frame in it on how old I wanted to say my book was. I'm just saying it's just too much going on.
But really, if you really think about it and just think about it in the future, we accept it from certain cultures. Like we'll take Egypt and we'll believe everything about it is so ancient and it's before everything else. And we don't question it if someone says Egypt has this symbol that's before everything else and gave
I
it to
do.
humanity and everything. But when someone questions another thing, it's like, well, when is that? What time frame is that? We've been programmed to be like, okay, well, if someone's saying that they're before, we have to question it. It has to be scrutinized, but we don't really scrutinize Egypt
That's
or
just
things
your
like it in
opinion
the
because
same
that's not
manner.
everybody. That's your opinion because that's not everybody. I told you I never even heard of this story before. That's the reason why I asked you how old it was since you said ancient.
Well, no. I wasn't talking about you because I was talking about the fact that Kemetian was very, oh, it all comes from Kemet. He even said, like, this is the cradle of society. So even though we are earthlings and we're from everywhere, we would have first came from here and then spread out. And that's why I'm like, that we don't question those things because kind of what they say about it. But I wasn't talking
And
about
and
you.
and you know what? In every guest we may have, everybody is not going to agree with everybody's teaching, with
We know
everybody's
that.
story, about what they've been through in their lives and what they learned. There's a whole bunch of things I've heard that I don't agree with. And even if it's coming out the mouth of my mom and dad, it doesn't mean that I have to agree with them. But some stuff I'll be like, come on now, daddy. And sometimes, when my mom's teaching me, what she teach me from the Moorish science, I'm telling her, Mom, don't you believe on people. Some of the things. So,
Well,
I mean,
ladies, it's
it
been
just
real.
is what it
Sorry, I
is.
knew you
No
were
one's
joking,
going to
David.
believe
I knew.
everything somebody's saying.
Yeah, she's joking.
They're not going to
It's
agree
going
with
on 3 o'clock,
everything.
so in the
Good
morning.
night, Dots.
I'm getting ready to drop down. Y'all be good. Don't forget to hit the like button, y'all. Okay, I'm out.
Good night.
Good night,
Good
baby.
night now.
But you do understand that, though. No, everybody's not going to agree with everybody. Look at Nisha. She done cussed tonight something terrible.
Well, it's not. Well, what I'll say about this is there are things that everyone's not going to agree with everybody because then you're talking about belief. But when you're talking about the things that there's not nothing that can't be up for question. If it's something that is known, how the sky is, that the sun is going to come up tomorrow, it doesn't matter what someone else believes. That it's something that's known. So
That's
yeah,
true.
that you can question what's believed
But
all
we better
day.
hope the
You
sun
can't
comes up
question what's
tomorrow.
known, and that's why
You don't
people are
even know
saying,
that, though.
"Hey, you
Seriously.
know your mama and daddy, and start there." Okay,
No, what I'm
start
saying
there and
is you
end
saying
there.
the sun's gonna come up tomorrow. No, we don't. We hope it's gonna come up tomorrow.
Well,
Shoot.
yeah, well, I'll say we know the sun came up yesterday. I'll
Yes.
say it like that.
Okay.
But if we were in Alaska during those 6 months, then it ain't never went down.
Right, exactly.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, the way Delcy said, I had to grasp it. I ain't talking too fast. Okay. I'm hoping and praying that it comes up tomorrow. Shoot. But I said I know it, and then it don't
But
show up, and I'll be
technically,
like,
that's something
Dulcinea
that
said that
religion has
she
given
knew it was.
us.
She said it was gonna come where the sun at.
Because it came yesterday, it's come from for thousands of years, but religion tells us we gotta hope that it's gonna come up tomorrow. But there is a possibility that no matter what, the sun is gonna come up the next day. That's a possibility that we don't live through everything as far as humans and our energy goes to something, but this will exist for all eternity. We just don't know that. But that's like a belief then. But yeah, the sun came up yesterday. Yes.
So as you can see, like I said, unscrambled minds have had some teachings. Woo, 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 woo. We done went through more science. We done went through Islam. We done went through Christianity, all kinds of Islam. Christianity, Nuwapian Nation, the Sabians, the Moors, the Mexican. We done, it's just too much.
And we're finally going home. That's
And,
the only thing you can have is
our
home.
heritage on these lands as a copper original person.
Well, not even our heritage on these lands. When I say home, that you came out what vagina you came out of. You know who inserted. You
like
should know. If you don't know,
know,
DNA can tell you what DNA, what daddy came from that. But at least you know your mama. That's the
I
least
don't
you
know.
know
I
your
don't do
mama.
nothing like my mom. I think I'm gonna start something with her tomorrow. She's gonna go just like this.
It doesn't matter if you look
Oh,
like your mom.
Robin.
If you came out of her vagina, you're
I sure
yours. You're
did.
hers. Period. So we're saying go back to what you know and what you can prove, and then go from there. Go and find things from there. Anything else, that is all only belief. And I'm not saying your belief is wrong, because I have my own spiritual beliefs. That's why I wasn't disingenuous when I asked my question, because I think this story, particularly that I'm bringing up, really is a good story about humanity. And we could go into what that means, that humanity is sleeping or represented by a woman, like you were saying, Sister Freedom, instead of being like, oh, well, all I know is what I'm taught, and I don't want to know where the symbol comes from. But whatever. I think there is a spiritual teaching that a lot of our ancient people, like, there's cosmology, but that is a belief. We can take it in as far as to be like, hey, this betters ourselves, or we can go in through it, but that stuff is a belief in comparison to your family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and I know we're gonna get ignorance in the chat from certain people.
I don't think they're being ignorant right
I think
now.
that people do say some really. When I say ignorance, it's because they just they can't not be disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? They can't help themselves. Probably.
I'm sorry, I disagree with you. I think everybody was so respectful of
I
Kemetian.
don't.
He cried, and
I
he would
don't.
talk for 20 minutes straight. I appreciate Nisha for staying up throughout it, because usually she sleeps.
Not
But
everybody. Of course, I'm not talking about
he's
everybody, but
never been
some
like this
things are
where
gonna
he's
come
talked
off.
so long. He showed
Yes.
so many slides, and then he cried and said he didn't get to talk. I don't know what was up with him tonight. He got to talk a
No, he
lot.
was being interrupted very much so. So he was not lying.
When people came up for questions, not before
Yes,
that,
that's
when he
true.
started to say, oh, I'm being interrupted, he was not interrupted. He was showing all his sources. He shared for things. He was going 10 minutes at a time, just like normal. It was just like, oh, that you would come back after I spent 15 minutes of this and disagree. That's what he got mad about. Like, oh, you listened to me this whole time to still disagree. Like, yes, I disagree.
Well, like I said, everybody has different teachings. I'm not the one to call nobody a liar because I know that people have different teachings and they believe what they believe. So I'm not calling them a liar. I'm gonna say I don't agree. I see it a different type of way, and I don't agree with that. But I'm not one to just straight out say, "No, you're a liar." I just
Yeah,
don't
you
do that.
have. You've done that a lot. What are you talking
True.
about? We're
What
not
I'm
gonna
talking about is what I said. Who you hear me call a liar? Unless
really.
it was straight up, really say it.
Oh no!
Unless they
Don't
was
switch it
straight up
up.
lying.
Don't
I
switch it
ain't
up.
no, I ain't switching up. I'm talking about if you showing me a source, I can't just straight up and say you a liar. Now, unless you just straight lying and I don't see it. But
Well, all I will say is I never directly called him a
I'm
liar.
not saying
There's
that
nothing
you
that you can say, but he actually had a real beef with me, though. I didn't call him a liar. I
did. I
didn't
didn't
call him
say
out
you
his
did.
name. I asked him questions, and he acted like my whole existence was a problem tonight. And it was because I did not agree with him after his 15-minute rant.
And I thought it was because he
Period.
didn't give you the answer that that you wanted.
I
thought both of
waited,
y'all
whether
said that.
he thinks I didn't give him the answer that I wanted or not. I
No,
waited
no, no.
15 to 20
You
minutes
didn't.
for
He
it.
didn't give
I
you. He
waited
didn't give you the answer.
15 to 20 minutes on mute. He could not say I was disrespectful as I waited 15 and 20 minutes, whether I thought it was a bullshit answer or not. I waited for him to finish and say it when he was preaching to me the whole time. Okay.
Well, that's fine. Everybody has their own opinion. Like I said I'm not, because I'm a nice person. I'm very, very nice and meek. I'm quiet. I normally don't do anything and get smart with people. Y'all do know that about me.
Oh, you got jokes
I'm never,
tonight. You funny
now, I'm
too.
saying I don't unless I have to. I've been holding my tongue. I
Oh,
was
unless
getting
you
ready.
have to. That's what I was saying. It's just
Whoever global somebody is, I was going to get smart with that, but I didn't. I let it slide. Let me see what it says. Something global one.
No, you've already told off Alexander. You just don't even realize it. You brought Morpheus and everybody on. He was so mad. That's why, like, I was like, "Come back today," because before he was like,
"Oh,
"I'm
that's
never
who that
coming back."
was."
Yes, I'm never coming
Oh,
back.
oh, that's who that was.
That's who that
Luke
was.
or somebody, right? That's what his name was.
Yeah, that is. Yeah,
Oh,
Wait a
Sniggle
minute.
Snaggle.
See, the thing is how could I have just read something and the person still tell me that I'm lying? See, that just doesn't make
because
any
what you
sense
read could have been a lie.
to
Like,
him. But
even if
everybody
I'm
got
not gonna
different
be, but
teachings.
when I say you're lying, it's not like you're taking it personal, but what you could have read could have been a
That is a
lie. And the
personal
fact
word
that
for
you
me.
believe it, I'm trying to tell you, hey,
For me,
what
it's
you're
a
reading
personal
is a
word.
lie.
For
So
me,
you're
it's a
lying
very
right now
personal
to
word.
the people because what you have as far as on is a lie, and you're reading it as if it's the truth, but it's the lie.
He said freedom must like him. I'm like, I like everybody.
Right, like everybody.
I
But
like
no,
everybody.
that's why I kind of said, like, hey, whether the source is biased, your source is a biased source. If it's the MSTA in 1967 proving that the Moors are before in ancient times, that's biased in comparison to an ancient source saying they're Moors. So a lot of the times, and I get it because I've been there with everybody. I was a Moor until someone, and I'll even say respect to Jay because he's one of the people that were like, hey, all your sources aren't ancient, all your sources are from the same people, prove that this people said it about themselves, and you can't. All our sources are from one group of people and they're all Europeans, but that's all where more sources are from. Even they will say it's in European law. It's not outside of Europeans where you see the word more.
Well,
And
I'm
the
not
Kent in
the
the
word.
chat. No, I'm not related to Adam. I just thought I'd let you know since you
Who's Adam?
thinking everybody believed that in that paradigm. No, sir. I know,
Oh,
ma'am.
somebody said that. Oh,
No, no,
okay.
no.
I am related to Adam along with everyone else. Well, I mean, if you want to say you relate to atoms, if you want to, symbol that word out,
I'm to the
then
point where I
yes.
don't even believe in
Earth.
atoms anymore. Who proved it? Who said it? Who said there was atoms? Like,
Well, I mean,
really,
to
we
me,
have to
that's no
question
different than saying
everything.
that it's Earth, particles of the world, particles of the
Who
universe.
says they're particles?
That's what it is.
No,
But is it?
I'm
he or
saying,
she actually meant Adam. The
I know
Adam
Adam,
that,
Eve's
yeah,
man.
I think they
Eve
really
Yeah,
made
meant.
he means Adam and
Adam.
Eve. But I'm
Eve
really
made.
talking about like atoms. I mean, the atoms you're talking about or whatever. Like when they say protons, electrons, I get it that we can use it and calculate it and it comes out right per se in comparison to what they say. But still, it's still a interpretation of the real thing, which may
Yeah,
not be exactly what they
interpretation
say.
of whatever the particles of the world that makes Earth, whatever this is,
Right,
however to explain it, wow.
right.
I don't even want to start thinking about it. It's too much.
Like, what if you could be, what if you're just more your dad than your mom? What if it's not
I am more
50-50?
my dad than my mom.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What if DNA is not 50-50? What do you guys think?
I don't think it is. It's no way. I don't look in. I have been to the mirror and have tried to find so much as to say maybe my chin, underneath my chin, the shape of my chin is like my mom's. I mean, I literally have tried to find maybe my fingernails, or something, but then my nails grow out and it looks like my dad's hands. I mean, my mom has very small hands. She's 5 foot. I'm 5'7". It's just nothing. Like I literally, we different shaped, voices are different. You know, sometimes you have somebody. I literally, me and my sisters all. If my sister called you on the phone, Dustin, you would not know the difference between me and my sister's voice. That's how much we sound alike.
Right.
I
And
have
I want to say that
everything of my
Ebony,
father's,
yes,
so that's
we
why
have
we can.
microscopes, but like we don't understand everything we see in a microscope, and they only give us limited understanding of it because we have limited understanding. So though we could see something that's in a microscope, it can be really complex to a point that we don't even understand what we're seeing.
The kickback with my situation is I have 16 sisters, right? And like 7 or 8 of us have so much alike. It's like we got the same mom, and most of us got different mothers. That's how strong my father's genes are. We're not even including my brothers, but there's some sisters that are like, wow, that's just crazy. And we only had the same mom. We are just that much alike. Now that's crazy. That one sister, people thought we were twins all of our lives.
And another point to that is we can infuse weed, but we can't infuse weed to an exact science. So we will
Right.
never know how much THC we gonna come out with. We just go through the process
Now
and
look
pray,
at
and then
JJ. JJ is you and JB both.
facts. That's
Now
true. Well,
that's
I
crazy.
see him as, because I have brothers and I have my brother, so I see him as he's my brother, and JB completely like. If you see my brother, you'd be like, "Wow, he looks just like my
I
brother."
don't
But yeah.
even know if I consider that half. Somebody said something about half sister. I don't think it's half. I think we're whole sisters. I mean, we just got too much alike that I think that I just happen to take on more of my father's um, DNA than my mom. Because remember, the woman's an incubator. She could carry somebody else's baby, don't have nothing to do with her.
What do you think, Nisha? Because remember, we're going by 2% of DNA that says we're 50-50. Do you think if we took account of all the DNA, we could be more of one parent than the other?
Yeah, I don't see it as being even 50-50. I see
I
a
don't know if I would.
slight, I see it slightly more paternal for me.
It could push over to one side more. That's what I'm trying to say. Because if you see my sisters, it's just unbelievable. We got different moms too. Me, Kim, my oldest sister, I look just like my oldest sister Kim, just like her. Look, me and Teresa look just alike. Zaya look like us. I mean, it's just we just look alike and have body structures a lot alike. Well, Teresa got a little bit more.
No, Ebony, we know about the 23 chromosomes. That's not what we're saying. We understand that.
That's what they
Um,
think. I don't even know if I believe that that's true. Because I mean, there must be something of my mother's. But if you to look at me and look at her, I have people that know my mom from because my mom's 7-day Adventist. She go to the church, but they know me from a different life, from street life, and didn't know that that was my mom. And one
Yeah.
day we just happened to be in the same place, and it was like I was called said mom, and it was like mom. There was like Miss Sheena's your mom, and I was like, they was like you lying. They don't even see my mom's side of the family. That's crazy. It's like I just have my dad. I'd be like, I got a mom too. But
Right.
I
I
just
will say,
was
because
like
I
my
agree with you,
father.
Ebony. Usually, I do believe so far in the 23 chromosomes each parent, but I don't think we know what it does. If you talk to certain scientists, they think that it can make you part of the rainbow community depending on your chromosomes. And obviously, all of us don't believe in that.
Mm-mm.
So I think, yes, there's truth to what they say, but there's also like fallacies and we don't quite know the truth of what it even means when we say, oh, you get 23 chromosomes from each parent. Like, well, what does that mean? And what are the other components of DNA and what do they do?
I don't know, but I asked my mom when I was little, what did you used to say? Did you used to say, because she looked just like her father? I mean, it's so much. I look like my dad's sisters and all. It's just really, really crazy how you could take off one side of the family like that. But then you could do what Ebony said and have and be even. Like I think JJ is even. Now,
I mean, and
like
then you got to
my little
account for the
granddaughter,
junk DNA.
Nana, she looked like her mom. And my son, oh my God, he looked just like his dad. But he got my lips. I could see some stuff of mine on my son, but he looks exactly like his father. It's crazy. They look like brothers when they together. That's how much they look alike. But my granddaughter, where I thought she would have my son's stuff, she don't. She don't.
SV to God, me and Dulcie have took the test, just so you know. So we
Yes,
have it.
Why acting
Did you
like
take
it's
the
a
test on
COVID?
my
Yeah,
granddaughter?
I have taken the test. That's why I said, which I thought was rude. I'm sorry. Because also, Dr. Deese has taken the test as well. So I thought it was rude that he preferenced when he said that we were taking it out of context and not talking about the subject, how he preferenced, oh, well, I'm talking to a lot of people on the panel that don't believe in DNA and wouldn't even take the test and run from the test. Like,
I'm wasting my money.
sometimes it's one of those. He did. Nisha, did he say that?
Yes, he
He
did.
did.
He
I
did
didn't
say
say
that.
he didn't say that. I said I wasn't wasting my money.
Right, exactly. I did it because I understood, and it has
I
helped me.
believe
It
in
got me some
genealogy.
second
I like
and
genealogy.
third grandparents, great grandparents on my dad's side that I wouldn't got if I haven't found my cousin. So I'm grateful for that. But what I'd say is like a lot of times that people come, I feel like he came at like this offensive, oh, you're gonna want to debate this. And a lot of times, like I think we want to just ask questions. I think people really take that for granted that we are just really asking questions no matter how wild you go sound. We'll ask what we've let Rod Hayes say some wild stuff on the panel, but at
Oh
least
my God. Mm.
he'll answer the question.
But you won't understand the answer. But what?
But you didn't understand all Kamisha's answers, and I
Yes,
agree.
I
Geechee
did.
already left. No, Geechee was
No,
calling you out in the middle
anything
when
I
he was
don't
talking
understand,
about
I
some
always
crazy
say
stuff.
I'm
You didn't
confused. Y'all
understand
know
that.
when I don't
You
understand
couldn't
something, I
even
say
repeat
it.
back what he said. You was just like, yeah, yeah. No, he was on a whole thing, a spill of a like a 25 slide thing. You couldn't break down those slides he showed us
I
and
did
tell
overstand
us what it
what he was
said.
saying. What I'm saying is, you know, it's like everybody got different teachings, so y'all know that y'all got to deal with that. You gotta
Mm.
you we ask guests to come on the show to teach what they know, what their knowledge is, not what our knowledge is. We can ask them questions and stuff, make little things here and there, but we ain't gonna say, "Oh, you lying." Not save that for some
Well,
other people.
I think that I don't think that a guest come on here just for entertainment purposes only. I think that they should be challenged. I don't think that you just about to just say,
That's
listen,
what I prepared.
you just not about to just say anything and the only one who's challenging them are the people in the chat. No, I
But
don't
how
think that
come
makes any
Ebony
sense.
didn't see it the way y'all said? Ebony said he didn't say it like that, and I don't think he did either.
Because Ebony got her own mind and her own
See, that's what I'm
perspective.
trying to say.
He did say that part too. If he had but he didn't just say that. If he had just said that, that would have been cool. But the fact that he emphasized it and said, "Cause y'all are afraid of the test and all this,"
You
and
said
start hyping it up,
he
like you
said
hyping
some
it up,
people.
sir.
He
Leave
said
it at
some
many of
people
y'all
are
wouldn't, and
afraid
then
of the
it
test.
shouldn't be
He
offensive.
said it with arrogance.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be offensive for me to come in and say, "Hey, you're not talking to those people." Most of us on this panel have taken that test. That shouldn't be offensive to say, "Okay, address the people you're talking to,
When
because we
Dulcie
get that
said her,
other people are like that, but not
her
us.
question, it sounded like she was on 10 from the beginning when she started asking the question to the man. She sounded
No,
like she was
y'all
already
just
on
mad
10.
y'all don't know about
Do
Popocatépetl.
you need me to teach
And when I
you?
found about Popocatépetl, like how I can say that name is because my husband had made a whole rap to it. He was like, that sounds like a rap name. Like it actually does. But y'all just don't
But
know
when you
about
say the question, you
Popocatépetl,
say, because if
and
you
y'all are
haven't,
mad
why they
because
lie
y'all
about
don't
this?
know the
Because they don't
story.
know
But
about
that is
this.
the original Romeo and
Do you need
Juliet.
me to teach you about this? I mean, I know he was saying that. Hold up now.
Well, because he had already turned up or whatever, just being like, this is conjuncture,
Well, he did
all
it
this other
because
stuff. I
you
was
did
like, I asked
that.
the
He did
damn
it because of how you
question.
came at
How
him.
is my question conjuncture just because I asked it?
He
You
must
didn't
have
just
just
ask no
learned
question.
that
You
word
asked the
because he
question
had
with
to
telling
use
him
that too
something
many
too.
times.
He did use it. He was like, this is conjuncture. I wasn't even debating you, sir. I asked you a question.
But the way you asked a question and then you ended up with because why don't they tell that? Like you for sure that they holding this story back. Like, what?
Oh yeah, because after he was like refusing to address the question, I do think of that. I do think as far as like it's weird that you know
Why are they holding
everything
love
down
story
to
back?
the Indian, you know, down to where 26,000 years for every cycle of life and all this other stuff, because the Indians teach that, you know, everything that Kemetic people teach. But here you have something that is
No, I don't think he
the
against the
first
Indians at
page
all.
of the Quran questionnaire for the Circle 7, and you're saying you got it from somewhere that doesn't even have a woman as its symbol. And I'm telling you the symbol, and people in the chat can see that was the symbol. That's where it
But he
gets it
told
from.
you what the symbol is. You just didn't want to accept what he told you. He said humanity was the symbol of the woman. He told you in his teaching, he kept saying it, in my teaching, humanity
I
is
get
the
that.
symbol
Oh
of the
no, I
woman.
get that, Sister Freedom. But if someone took, like I said, if someone took ISIS, or let's say Ma'at, we've seen Ma'at over and over again. If someone took Ma'at and was like, "This is Asia," you're gonna be like, "I've seen that symbol before. That symbol is Ma'at. That ain't Asia." So yes, like the
My eye
fact
is
of the
law.
matter is,
My
it
eye
was
is
like
law. You
a
talking about the
question of
symbol of my
where did you get that symbol? Where did that symbol come from? Because I've seen it before.
Well,
yeah, but it's always going to be a little different. Not going to be the same exact.
Well,
So
it is the
like the
same
symbol of
exact.
ISIS holding horse, like Mary holding Jesus. It's not exactly the
The
same.
only thing that's different is like Big Chief said, instead of standing on a pyramid, they're standing on the sea, which he explained he explains his last time when they're standing on the sea, but he didn't really explain how this woman that's used in many cultures of like what Noble Drew Ali,
Well,
why he used that
I
particular
think
symbol.
Kamisha was a very good guess. Of course, people didn't all agree with him. That's fine. But when we have guests, most of the time, 9 out of 10, there's gonna be somebody that don't agree.
it'll be me.
Okay, I didn't agree when we had Judge Joe Brown and he was saying all that stuff about Kamala Harris. I thought that was mean.
And I liked it. She's a
Me
hoe.
too.
What is it?
That's
What
a
she
shame. You shouldn't say
said?
stuff
She
like
smashed the butt
that's
out.
how Carly B ended up suing that lady for saying stuff like that. It's defamation of character and it's slander because you didn't see it happen.
No,
You can't prove it
no.
happened.
Calling her a hoe is not defamation of character.
Yes, it is because that's a
What
very
Cardi
bad
B
word.
got no, what Cardi B got sued for, because I'm very familiar, is because she said
Not
that
Cardi B. Cardi B.
no, Tasha K for Cardi B is because she said that she had herpes and stuff like that, as far as with the baby,
Slander,
stuff
a
that can be
lie.
proven that she did not have herpes.
Right, and it
So
can be
that's how she
proven that
won the
that woman is
case.
not a whore or a prostitute too. It can be proven. I
No, it
mean, he was
can't.
What?
asking
What you gonna do?
Kamala
What?
all over the
Let's
place,
check
and
your
he might
hymen.
even be
We
telling the
gonna
truth about
check the
some
size of that
You can't
vagina.
prove
No,
that.
there's
You
been
can't
guys.
prove
The
that.
only thing she can
No.
do is sue the guys that call her a hoe and say they've been with her. So she would have to sue Montel Jordan. She'd have to sue the
William.
other politicians that say that they've slept with her. She would have to
her.
sue them and say defamation of character. But just because people are taking the rumors and saying you're a hoe, that's not defamation of character. Unfortunately, you can't sue for that. How are you going to prove that you're not a hoe? Other than suing the people that say they're in your body count.
How are you going to prove that I am? You're the one saying out your mouth.
Exactly. So the court's not going to accept it because I can't prove you're a whore. You can't prove you're not a whore. So that's not accepted in the court of law.
Something that you say, we end up in court. The judge say to you, well, Ms. Telsanea, can you prove that X, Y, and Z is a whore or a prostitute? Did you ever see her being a whore or a prostitute? Can you prove that she was getting money for her services? And you go, well, I was told that she was. He said that she did, or this and another. You great pay her the millions.
There's a real reason why Kamala is not taking Judge Joe Brown to court for this. She's not doing it because it's not bad publicity. People can say that she slept her way up the corporate ladder all they want. Most women are not going to sue you for saying you slept your way up the corporate ladder. She just not. It's not worth it to try to prove otherwise.
And I'm saying that because he shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff out of his mouth.
He a grown old man. He gonna say what he want to say.
That's the reason why he should not be saying it.
He can say what he has earned.
People can say the same thing about you, calling Trump undone. Everything that you say about Trump,
his cousin,
people can say that it's very offensive how you talk about Trump. It's the same thing. It's an opinion. But unless you can get down to the nitty gritty, I can prove I'm a virgin. Let's have sex right now, and I'm still gonna bleed type stuff. People not gonna sue for that. They're not gonna sue.
Get yourself together. Please get yourself together. Anything else said about Trump, Trump said out of his own mouth. I ain't putting no rumor
Stop
out.
caping for Kamala, because that's all you've been doing since we've been
talking. No, Trump hasn't. Trump has never said he's for the bill that you keep saying he's for. He's never said he's for it. No, he didn't. He didn't. He publicly said he wasn't. You say he's for it, whether he's saying he's for it or not, which I'm not talking against him. But publicly he says he's not for the military coming up. This is what he has said publicly. He's not for doing a military draft. He's not for that 25-year plan or whatever Republican plan. He said all those things. I've heard it out of his mouth himself.
No, we played the clip.
So it's the same thing.
We did play that clip. Dots played the clip. Yes, we did. Of him saying that he's not.
Yep, Dots did play the clip.
Yeah.
That he's not for it.
Go back and look at it.
And what you said in response is, I don't care what he says. I know he's for certain things that he's trying to act like he's not for. That's what you said. You're saying he's lying. So the way you're saying he's a liar is the same reason, the same way Judge Joe Brown is saying Kamala is a whore. Get over it. Liar and whore is equal. Liar and whore is equal.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And actually, one is smart.
Well, look, you so ignorant. I know what you're saying until I look straight through that quickly. But here we go. I'm not trying to. It's too late for me to go to have any dreams about Trump tonight. So we're not going to talk about him. I don't want
Trump.
Hey,
I hope you come there and be right in your dreams tonight.
Vote for Trump, y'all.
Vote for
Trump.
Come in my dreams. Y'all ain't gonna get a chance to vote for Trump because I'm gonna beat the hell out of him in my dream. He gonna say one thing and I'm gonna drag him. Now that's how that's gonna go. And I don't disrespect my elders, so I ain't gonna get smart with him. I'm just gonna beat him up.
Vote for Trump. Let him be president, but don't let him grab you by the.
Don't let him. He ain't nothing to me. He ain't my president. Shoot. But it's all good.
That's my president.
That's your president, girl. That's right, because he the best thing for you since Abraham Lincoln.
Since Joe Biden. And he said I wasn't black for voting for him. So, hey, he pushed me right into Trump's arms.
Cornel West. Is Cornel still in the running?
I think he is. Yeah, the most things we have more than two people every time. We just don't vote for
Cornell's
that.
good. I like Cornell.
No, I'm voting for well, I think he dropped out for real, but he should have stayed. Did y'all know Afro Man was going for president?
Oh
I would
yeah,
have voted for him.
he was.
I would have voted for him for real.
Damn right, I will. Shoot, I dare y'all to walk up to that and put your own name on that slip. You know I do it. My name right on there.
I'll put my name,
You know
Dulcinea.
that's
Vote
right,
for
honey. For
Dulcinea.
president.
My name probably pretty enough that I probably get a little hefty votes. I should try that.
They can't even pronounce it. They be trying to. I'm gonna vote for
They're
D.
like, who is this
I'm
Mexican trying to go for president?
Who the hell that you can? At the end, they have a nickname for you. I'm voting for DD.
No, but I think Kamala has a good chance, but I don't know. It's up in the air right now, honestly.
Yeah, it really
what it's gonna happen.
It really is. It's really up in the air. God darn, she'd have had some stars on her show. I'm telling you. I
We
love
might
that
have a
speech
show.
that Michelle gave though. That was all that.
Oh, that's
Michelle
Shadow
did her
Man.
thing. I love Michelle Obama.
We might have a show Sunday, but if not, then it'll be Wednesday.
And just know that Nisha is the Stanger, the Scorpio, and she is gonna say something. She got a smart mouth, don't she? Y'all ain't got to say nothing in the chat, but don't she got a smart mouth? Y'all ain't gotta say nothing. And Dulcinea, y'all know Dulcinea is a troublemaker. Don't say nothing. Just keep on talking in the chat like I ain't even saying it. But she started it with Kemetian tonight.
Nah, man. Sometimes enough be enough, boy. I can't take
You
too
was gonna
much.
go from the beginning. I'm gonna leave it alone, but from the beginning, you
whatever. That's just because you want to stick up for Kemetian.
I had got off of you.
No, I'm saying it's the truth. You wanted to be like, oh, Kemetian or whatever. We listened to him the first 35 minutes. The first 35 minutes of the whole show. 30 minutes of it was Kemetian.
Right, because I had to change my linen on my bed. I was in here making up my bed. Got my stuff out the dryer.
That's what I do too sometimes when certain people.
And he said, y'all cut me off.
I ain't saying no names, but sometimes when somebody gets on and they start and they just asking the question, it goes for at least 45 minutes. I done went upstairs, made myself some coffee, and I said, she's still talking. I'll go in and do it.
That's you.
No,
you
it
don't
ain't
know
because I'll be making my coffee and everything.
Every time it comes to you and it's your turn,
I'm say, look,
I go ahead and roll myself 3 blunts.
What it is.
3 blunts on the dot because I know
how did you know?
I got 45
you
minutes.
ain't been telling the truth
so
about
I got time to smoke 3 blunts
how
right
did
now.
you know that somebody was in the back? You told me that you wasn't on the computer, but then you said, Robin, somebody's in the back. I said,
because we can see it when they comment. We can see them be like, hey, I'm here. Yeah. You just never go to the private chat.
No, I don't do all that. Y'all be saying some fresh things back there, and I don't want to have no parts. In the back, our stuff is X-rated when they in the back.
I
know that because I know you with me.
And I roll up because y'all already know I am innocent.
I had a whole party in the background while you were talking to Sabrina.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't going back there. I'm innocent.
No, I mean in my house. The music was blasting. I smoked a couple of blunts. I took a couple of shots. We were like partying up. We had a whole club here while you were asking one question and Kemetian answered it. I'm not even lying. I'm really telling the truth though.
Girl, can you believe that Dot's got the nerve to be in the chat? Can you believe that? Girl, I'm done. I am absolutely done. She had the nerve to say, I'm going to bed, y'all. And she is in the chat.
Because she had rolled up those 3 blunts.
And Nisha got her nerve to still be woke.
Because her going to bed was like, I rolled my blunts, I'ma smoke, and then y'all gonna be done. And then you started talking, and she like, oh well, Lord knows they gonna be up for another 2 hours.
Girl, the
And I
only
know
thing
you were the one that was like, this
whatever.
needs to end. I'm so tired. I need to go to bed. And then you the first one after you say
Sometimes you
all
get a
that
reawakening
You
rant
do
when you
that
of
all the
how
time.
tired you are.
Y'all ain't
Kamisha,
never
let me
did
ask
that.
you this.
I know y'all
Like,
did
what?
that before.
How
I
can
know
you
y'all
say
did
you're
that.
tired and then
Y'all
say,
get off work.
Kamisha, let me ask you
Tired
this?
at work. You be so tired at work, and as soon as it's time for you to go home, somehow you get this refresher. I don't know where it comes from. You get a refresher, and you
Oh,
just up again. I'm going to sleep though. I'm saying to myself, I'm not going to dream about Trump. I'm not going to dream about Trump. I'm not going to dream about Trump. Why did I just have a thought of Trump with no shirt on? Almost threw up in my own. It's almost
you
made
know
me.
you like that. Stop fronting.
Can you
That's what
imagine
you
that?
like.
Trump with no shirt on.
But Sister Freedom, for
God.
real, it's my goal that by the time this year is out, you're gonna pick one thing that you are. You can't be everybody and
Robin.
everything.
I'm gonna be Robin. Robin. Hey, you
I'm
free
just
shoulder, please shoulder.
no, you're gonna be a cowgirl. That's where we're gonna end up at.
I am a cowgirl, honey. I'm definitely a
Oh,
cowgirl.
goodness.
Hey, you free shoulder, please. That's my dad name, girl. Free.
Oh, all right. Dog
Oh,
said
You're
she
not
done
a
took a
Moor
shower
though.
and all.
mm.
Mm.
I don't practice more science. You know that, but that don't mean it's never been in my life. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not gonna sit up here and say I don't have no knowledge of it. That'd be crazy. I'd be lying. And y'all know I don't tell no lies. Psych.
Mm.
See how Nisha
But
do?
you know it's from Africa
It's a
too.
lot. I'm gonna tell y'all a secret. It's a lot when you hear somebody go, mm. It's a lot in it's a lot in it. It's a lot in it. That's all I'm
It
gonna
do
say.
be. You right. You 100% right.
Yeah,
She
because we're at a different time period and now because we're leaving
that's an
Pisces.
old that's some
Yeah,
old
but it's still
shit.
this is the time frame we're at. We're in Aquarius, so when you're talking to people, especially the younger and younger generations that are to come after us, like they're not going to accept all this stuff. They're going to want to know things, and because
Look at that
information
smiling
is
on her
so
face.
readily
She's so tired, she
available
don't
on
have
the
no reason to
fly, they're not going to take all of this stuff.
But we ain't paying no attention to you kids. I told my son if
Y'all, but us
I
kids,
had to
we the
tell
one that's
my
going to be in
son, if you keep
control.
running your mouth, I'm gonna tip up the stairs while you sleep, and I'm gonna cut your damn throat. My son said, "You stupid." All he could do was laugh. He thinks I'm crazy.
Y'all better be nice before you just throw it in any kind of old nursing home and not giving your
Oh, ain't that
medication.
something
We the
terrible
ones
to
in
say? I
control.
wish my kids would do some old crazy mess like that to me. I have fun with my kids. They think
But
I'm
no, that's the problem. Even why people feel like seniors are not being taken care of now. It's because the younger people are in control and they're not making provisions for elders.
I don't think that no, if you have room to make sure that your mom or your dad can stay with you when they get up in their ages, if you got a good relationship with them, I don't think you should let them go to no nursing home.
Well, some people can't do that
Right.
because Alzheimer's and dementia is real,
But you
especially in
can
our
get them a
community.
CNA. You can get them a CNA.
That's expensive. Not everybody can afford to have an
Right.
in-home CNA and to think of like, now I gotta work and for my whole 8-hour day, the kids are at school, I gotta be paying a CNA 8 hours a day. That's gonna take your whole paycheck. For
Yep.
sure now, that's gonna take your entire paycheck and some of your husbands. So people can't afford that. People can't even
I think
afford
it's really
daycare.
sad that they make them sell their house. Why would they do that to older people? Make it be so expensive for them that they got to sell their houses just to go in the nursing home and all that. That's terrible. And I spoke with the mayor about that. That's really bad. They need to do something different about that's terrible to do. Why would you make it so bad for elders
Because it's
that they
bad for
can't? Some of
everybody.
them don't
Honestly,
even have
it's
enough food to eat.
they care about money and that's another thing which we should talk about it because it's real. World hunger right now is going up exponentially. They don't have the food to cover everybody. The population has outgrown
But
That's
the
why they
elders
food.
keep making food in the lab.
Yeah, that's why they
stop
keep
that
making food in
meat.
the lab.
stop eating that meat. It's not good for you. Know that going. But I always think about this, and I know I do every now and then mess up with the chicken stuff every now and then. But let me say this to you though: if a cow got cancer or arthritis or anything or any type of disease, how would you know?
You eating that
You would
cancer?
know you started eating it. You wouldn't
Yeah,
even know. And you know
yeah.
what they'll say? You know what they'll say? Oh, when it gets a certain degrees in the heat, in the hot, in the oven, all that kind of stuff, you just killing all that. That's a
No, that's
lie.
not true. That's a lie because you
Y'all
can't even
seen
It's
them?
tell
a lie.
in
Have
the
y'all
in the
seen
in
those
the
fake
forest.
apples they make
My
out of
mom is
plastic?
vegetation.
They use plastic waste and then they make apples and then they paint them a red
Yeah,
color.
I saw
Y'all
that.
seen those?
Yep,
They make rice out of plastic too.
yep, sure
For
do.
real.
Yeah, and meat
Yep.
got
I
this
love
thing
Or
called
rice.
meat glue in it.
yeah. Yep.
And yeah, oh
I
yeah.
eat a
Yep.
lot of
They
seafood.
cut the pieces and then they glue it back together with meat glue to
That's
make the piece look
crazy.
different.
But that's what I'm saying. You know, maybe people need to really, really think about stop eating meat, eat more vegetables. I wish I could grow a garden, and I have so many rabbits back there. It doesn't make no sense though. You try to grow something in my backyard, they're gonna eat it up.
Rabbits.
Rabbits everywhere.
Oh,
Girl,
Me
sometimes I stand on
personally,
on the balcony on the back porch and look out. I'd be like, these rabbits are going to attack me. It's so many of them that be back there.
I would probably still be pescatarian, but I would want to have my own farm, like,
right.
like fish farm and stuff like that, where I
Somebody
know
said they're gonna
where
grow
I'm
a
gonna get
cow.
my stuff.
Oh my god.
Cause it's
I'm
bad.
finna grow a cow.
Yeah, you can have your own cows and stuff and know that they're safer and
I
stuff
wish
like
some
that. But
man
there
tried
still
it
is a question.
in the back of me. Some man had all kinds of chickens and all that kind of stuff. Girl, the chickens would get out the fence and be in the middle of the street and all that. The county came and told him that he had to get rid of them. It was so many chickens in the street and everything.
Oh, that would be dinner. That
Uh,
people make fun of me for having an African. That's what Africans are good for. Go get that
you
chicken.
so ignorant. You're so ignorant. It's a shame.
JB be bringing chicken necks for you.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
he would do it. Yeah, he's done
Man,
that.
you
Like
better not
when
do
growing
that.
up and stuff, he got in trouble when he was going to boarding school because they had like chickens for like holidays or something. And it was like a holiday. They were out of school and they had the little chicken farm. And he went and he stole it and he boiled it in water using his iron from to iron clothes. He took the little thing out, the whatever that heats up the metal in the iron, and he put it in a pot to boil the water, and then they cooked the chicken and they ate it. He can't cook it because I'm gonna season it and everything and get it right, but he could
Oh,
definitely kill it, drain it. I don't mind plucking it,
ew,
like,
God, I
but I
can't.
would rather fish. I know people act like it's so strenuous to scale fish. I just don't want to cut it.
Nothing. I was
Yeah,
thinking
scaling
I
the
got my
fish are
pole in
Let
the
me
nothing.
tell
truck
y'all in Jamaica, right? In Jamaica, the
right now.
goat just walk around like, girl, the goats and dogs are friends. The goats and the dogs are friends. It is crazy how they just like walk together on the street like a gang. And
Y'all don't want to go fishing
the
when y'all
dogs
come
look
down here.
malnutrition. The dogs
No, I would love to go fishing. I think that'd be fun. But are we gonna eat it or throw it back up out
why the
out there?
dogs
We
look like
gonna eat
they
it.
malnutrition in
See,
Jamaica?
that's where I'm at. Like, let's have a fish fry. I'm for
I
it.
love fish. But listen, the dogs look like they're malnutrition. And the goats look nice and thick in Jamaica.
They probably thick in China. You know why? Have you ever gone to a Chinese restaurant?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
they cook all that.
Yep. I be telling people you've definitely eaten dog and rat before. Hard
Yeah,
to step and break
definitely.
it to you. I'm telling you that sesame chicken rat, you didn't know the difference though.
I don't eat that. But what I'm saying is, why is the dogs malnutrition here in Jamaica? Everywhere you look, they just the same way. That like they, how the dogs get in Jamaica? Because
Because they're stray, like different, either overpopulation because they're all humping each other, stray dogs or whatever, for
mm,
a reason like people had dogs but end up abandoning them, all this other stuff. So there ends up being this stray dog population where they're
And I'm
like
telling you,
village
it's
and
the
stuff like that and
communication
have to
on
be
the stage.
taken care of. Like,
Jamaicans, the dogs and the goats hang together, walking down the street together like it ain't nothing. I just looking over like, yeah, dogs. Yeah.
but dogs are usually the herders for goats and stuff and sheep.
I don't know, but I just know they boys, right? They friends. And I mean, they be catching up with each other, like say if there's like 6 or 7 of them walking together, and one is lingering, the other one that's lingering is trying to run and catch up with them and everything. That's how it is. I'm like, damn.
No,
Oh,
animals have camaraderie and all this other stuff. They have the same kind of sense of thinking that any
Yeah.
other being has. We just eat
Now
them.
you don't hardly see cats there. You don't hardly see cats.
There's been cats that are friends with different things.
I mean,
there's
I don't
cats
see.
that,
I ain't hardly see no cats in Jamaica. I think though every time I go to Jamaica, I might see one cat. That's it.
yeah,
well,
they
they
probably
just don't like pet cats like that. We haven't, as a whole, we're not big cat people, I think. That's
In,
just my whole
in
thing.
Texas.
My mom was always like hell no on a cat, and I don't know anyone that even owned a cat in
You know
our
what I said? Super
community.
Rihanna was here yesterday, day before yesterday. She was here.
Yeah, I heard you.
She was
Did
at.
she admit she from there?
She is from here. That's why she came
Nah,
here.
she from Florida.
No, she
Stop
from
stop
here.
lying on that girl.
I know her whole family. She is from here, honey. She's straight up a Grayson. She is from here. I got pictures with my goddaughter and her. hmm So
okay, 6 hour mark.
Yeah, time to shut it
it's
down.
the
We've
same
had a
thing, y'all.
lovely
Y'all had me up this
evening.
late, and I
I
just
was not mean. Oh my gosh.
yeah,
We'll
you
talk
were.
about it. We gonna talk about Popocatépetl. And
I don't want to talk
y'all
about
gonna
that.
learn. Yes, you need to learn about Popocatépetl.
For what?
Because you here are the main one talking about, oh, there's plenty of symbols that have that same
No,
symbol and
I
can't
said
name one.
stories from pictures. I never said nothing about no symbols.
Oh well, stories. You can't name one still. You can't name one story.
What that a man's care? I made up one.
Carried a woman. Yes.
I said she was in the house burning up, and he put her in one hand, put the children. I'm gonna draw
You
that picture.
made up a story. I'm saying you cannot name one ancient story. You're like, there's all these ancient stories. You can't name
No,
one.
I said there's probably more stories, doesn't it? I just
Probably, and that's why I'm saying you can't name one.
right at the
I
moment I
challenge
can't
you to
name one.
name one that's not
Well, the
that one.
one that he told was one.
No, he
Okay,
didn't. He
okay. He
showed
did
the
tell a
Moorish
story.
Science Temple.
He
That's the Moorish
showed the
Science Temple
man
they took from
holding
that
the lady
one.
where he told the story about 1 foot in the sand, 1 foot out the sand. He told the story about the woman
No,
meeting
he said
man.
that's from
What
the
is wrong?
Bible. He said that's from the Bible, and in the
No,
Bible, it's not a man holding a woman. He just said it's from
he
the
said that's
Bible
what it
because of the
symbolizes to
standing
him
on the
in his
sea.
teaching.
But
What
that's
part?
not
I
in the
don't. What part you
Bible.
missing? He said that's what it symbolizes to him in his teaching. I don't get
I
this.
get that there's only one story it comes
Is
from,
it
though. If you said it
Saturday?
could come from many stories, and
I'm
name one is
gonna
what I
speak for a
asked.
little bit. That five live piece of love. Angela, I don't blame you because this here is torture. Okay. It is.
You
Dustin,
mad because you can't name a story it comes
I just
from?
did. I said I'm giving the same story that he gave. The man had his foot the
You
road.
had the one that's stolen from Mexico. Good job.
Ain't nobody stole that story from nobody. Them people
Then
don't got
show
nothing to
it's
do with
another
Mexico.
story because
They
there's
don't got
only
nothing
one
to do with
story.
nobody's Mexico. Stop playing.
That is
Come on with
that.
this
That's the
Johnny come
oldest
lately
one.
stuff now. Stop. You want to
That's
talk
a fact.
about Mexico a couple months ago. Ain't nobody think about no day going Mexico to Mexicans coming over here and claiming
Noble
my
Drew
house.
Ali was when he stole
And
that
no, he
for the
wasn't. I
Quran,
need what look,
for the
all I need you to do
questionnaire. He
call
was
some of
thinking
the
it.
Mexicans and tell them I need some work done.
No, you say, since you say there's so many other stories it could be, find one.
No,
Find
I
one.
didn't say there's so many other stories. I said there's the that a picture like that where somebody could have been writing a picture like that. They may have their own story for that kind of picture. That's what I'm making a point to. Why somebody had to plagiarize that story. And it was completely different than the story he was telling. Stop playing.
because it was plagiarized, the picture.
I think that's what you want it to be. But I don't care. How about that part? I don't even care. Kemetian ain't even on here no more. And he ain't coming back because he's sick of you. And you.
And I do not care.
You too. They got smart with him. You two on there. He
We
probably said,
just
damn
the
darky.
only thing we will miss is the
Today,
bed to sleep.
you and
The
Nisha
sleeping while he talks.
he said, he said, Nisha Dots and Freedom. Y'all, in other words, what he was saying was, y'all was nice to me.
Exactly. Y'all agree. Y'all didn't
Yeah.
call me out. But this girl right here,
But that
this
little one,
girl right here,
she got smart with me for. She
it's
keeps
conjecture. It's conjecture. That's what we're gonna have a show
it's
on
Mexico.
what
America,
conjecture
how did Noble
means.
Charlie still American culture? If you're an American, I know that's right. Get her out. Get her. Drag
So why
her.
wouldn't you say it's American? Why wouldn't you say the story's American?
What's your
Why would you say the
nationality?
stories from the Bible when it's American?
That's daggone near American too. They got everybody over here being Christian. So okay, all right. So I'm gonna go
You
to
would
bed.
just have to find where the
Y'all making my
American
stomach
story that the
hurt.
Bible's based on.
I can believe we still on here.
Y'all keep on reading all them damn lies.
Right. L
I
L
didn't read
dot L
nothing.
definitely. That's one of your Mexamores. That's why.
I'm with whatever people's with. I learned I'm wherever my people at. If they in the Shriners, the Masons, the Eastern Stars, the
Not
Moors,
me.
the Nation of
I've
Islam,
learned just because y'all look like me
Bible, I
don't
don't
make
care.
you my
Wherever my people
people.
is, I'm touching. I want to learn some of the Yoruba.
I
Wherever
know.
my
I'm
people
great.
is, wherever they is, I'm touching parts
All
of.
them not my people. L not my people. I don't know no L period. That's not my people.
And
So
no,
it
that symbolizes
ain't no
God,
generic oh where
Most
my
High.
people at. My people are my people and I know them.
She
Most of
didn't
my
used to say
people
that when she
I've
told
known.
my ass she wasn't no damn more. Now
I'm
I'm
not a Moor.
but you used to say you was though, see.
Yeah, because I was confused, just like Commission's
You ain't
confused,
never
just
been
like
confused,
anyone's
baby.
confused. Your mom's confused,
My
like
mom
that.
ain't
People are
confused. You
confused.
need to take that back. My mom is
Yes,
not
she
confused.
is about the
My
Moorish
mom,
paradigm,
my
but
mom, no
it's
way.
definitely known
My
why
mom
she's
is not,
confused
but
about
that's
it.
disrespectful though. I know you don't
That's
mean it in
not
a disrespectful
disrespectful to
way,
say the
but
people
at
have
the
been
same way,
confused by
that's her
others.
teaching. She doing
It's
what she
not
wanna do.
disrespectful. You know I know stories. It's not disrespectful. You
She
know I
doing
can
what she
bring up
wanna do.
stuff
People do
that
what they
happened to your
wanna do.
mom from
That makes
being a
them
Moor
happy.
that she did not like that happened to her. That wouldn't be what Moors would say would happen to her. That happened to her because what Moors say are not completely the
That's
truth.
a different
And they
teaching
put
of what she's
people in
doing then.
predicaments because it's not the truth.
It's a different teaching than what she was doing then. She's in a whole nother thing now. She's in the
But
Maximals.
it's still a belief. It was a belief before, and
No,
its
my mom
belief is
just likes
much
the law
more.
part of it. She just likes the law part of it. That's all.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it has fooled the people because they feel like it's a
Not
law
to,
thing,
she
but
don't
there's
do no
no
religious
laws
stuff.
that it
She
helps
don't do
us,
nothing
and there's
religious. She a
no
full time
life
giving.
different. It's no life different from the Moor than any other black citizen.
There's
There's
different
no
teaching and
difference.
more. There's different teachings.
But there's no difference of life. We're all living the same life. They do not have any other perks to being a Moor than we
It
have
just
by
means
being
dark skinned
citizens.
people. It just means dark skinned people. Please. It just means dark skinned people. When are you going to catch on to that?
So that's what I'm saying, that it's a misnomer. It's not something important. That's exactly my point. It makes no difference of being like you're more than being like you're an American
Or
citizen.
like you're
Your
in
life did not change whatsoever, depending
all
on
of them
which
names.
one you said you are.
Ooh, don't let Darvin hear you say that. Ooh, honey.
Ooh, Darvin.
And it's
I'm over here fussing
questionable
like a
if
snake.
being black is better than being
Dr. D.
more. And
Dr. D.
I
Got a
would vote that
mouthful of
being
him.
black is better than being a Moor. You have more perks to being black than you'll ever have than being a Moor. Debate me.
I don't know. I don't know. You ain't debating
You
me.
have affirmative action. You have things where they have to appease the black people. They don't gotta appease the no Moorish people. They don't gotta hire a certain percentage of Moorish people. I'll be looking around and like, oh, I don't see no people that look like me that are women. Boom. Look at this. I might get in on this just so y'all can get some affirmative action.
But I
When
will
have they
say,
said I
though,
hired a
I'm
Moor?
not
Because
Let's
we
go.
didn't have no Moors in here.
I'm not African though. I do want to say that. Even if I got somebody in my family from way back in the backyard that's saying they African, that might be cool. But I myself personally am not African. But anyway, y'all, good night. Today's another day that they done made me stay up. The Sandman done called me. He wondered where I'm at. My pillows and all. My pillows so sad.
Trump endorsed Kennedy and plans
Oh
to
my
make him
God,
head
Trump.
of commission on assassinations with full
Penelope,
power to
she likes
declassify
to go
all
to bed with
documents.
Trump on her mind. They do. Oh, wait a minute. We should. Trump endorsed Kennedy and plans to make him head of the commission of.
So now you're gonna read it and be like it's important.
What? I
You
didn't
are
realize she
something else.
was feeling something. Oh, girl, I shouldn't even have said his name. I'm gonna put some on
See
TV now
you.
because my
That's why
mind
you
off of
want to
it.
feel so
I
entitled for
sit here
Noble
and
Drew
make
Ali. You
all
see
kinds
how
of
that is?
mistakes. I done ate 4 cookies, Petrich Farms, and I know it was wrong to do that, but I was trying to stay awoke, Lord. I was trying. But my eyes and stuff are so sleepy. I'm
Yeah, I
so
don't trust
sleepy.
any of them. I don't know what would happen as far as that.
We're
You
gonna
got
vote
to be
for
careful.
the
Y'all
for the
see
for the
that
Lincoln.
Breonna Taylor, just before we end, y'all see at least 2 of the officers just got off. I don't know if all of them did, but at least
Oh,
2 of
that's
them just
messed
were
up.
dismissed. Mm-hmm.
That is messed up. Oh, Beyonce ain't show up. Oh,
Cause
Beyonce.
she know better. She know better than
No,
to pick a side.
no, she don't. She's a Kamala Harris person.
They keep saying there's reports on that, but she ain't said it yet. So
Nah, she is.
no, she know better. She might pick a side, but this might be something she just gonna try to sit out of.
It might have been a situation where she just couldn't make it. Who knows?
There's too many people on both sides. Like it might
I
not
didn't
be
even talk to my
overwhelming.
daughter today. That is crazy. I don't
The
go a day.
people that look like us ain't just super, oh, we just for the DNC. They not. We're really split right now down the middle. So it might be better for the Beyonces to just sit this one out. Like this ain't her fight.
It ain't her fight anyway. It's the world's fight.
It
But
ain't the world
anyway,
fight either. It's American fight, and it ain't even a fight. Whatever happens,
America
happens.
be
We
America
gon' we
be
gonna get through.
everybody
Just
business.
like we
I'm
got through
gonna
the
be
last
all
4
right,
years. Just
regardless.
like we got through
America
the
be
4 years before
everybody
that,
business.
we always gonna get through. We
Mind our
always gonna be all right.
business. All right, y'all. I'm going to hang up in y'all's ear.
All right, go ahead and
In
do.
the show. End
Wait a
it.
minute. Give me a
Peace,
second.
y'all.
I'm
Peace
trying to
and
put my head
love.
to my
Love
food.
y'all.
Good night, everybody. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Y'all tell Sister Freedom good night so she can end the show.
Good night. Who's that? America is a continent, not a country.
Lord, say good night, L.
Oh, he is. Oh, good night, L. Islam. Oh, shoot.